Thank you. Okay, I forgot my clicker. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for coming today. And before we start, since now you know me, and I usually don't do that, usually I don't tell anyone who I am until the very, very end. So if you don't like it, you don't know me, forget about me. So let's start to get to know you. And why are you here today? So let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm a technical consultant with a cloud computing organization. So I look into regional operations and business development. And I'm here because my partner is going to class. He couldn't make it today, and I want to start helping him, as a side partner. So there's a lot I thought I could learn for myself and for him.
Okay, fantastic.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here because I really want to be more aware of my emotions when it comes to doing business. Because I realized that it's kind of an up and down all the time. Like there's setbacks and success. So kind of just understanding how that works and how it affects my decisions as well. Basically. I'm very curious to hear this.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Vignesh. Like everyone said, so I was very interested in the title. It was emotional strength for entrepreneurs. But I think it applies almost everywhere. But
True.
it's a very interesting thing because the biggest obstacle is usually just yourself. Yeah, like you put up a wall on what's possible and what's not possible. So all that happens inside your head. So let's see what emotional strength can help me achieve here.
Great, great.
Okay, so Tim is here, good morning, and I'm a freelancer. Currently working on different IT projects, and I'm here just because of some curiosity actually. And the title is nice. I'm also interested in startup environment in UAE. Also, I've been to many startup events. Not the winner, but usually on the second or the third place. So why not actually to learn new techniques, how to handle actually such a business.
Great. And what's your name?
TS or
TS. Okay. So thank you again for coming, and let's jump into it. This is for me is really challenging. I usually take between 3 to 5 days to speak about emotions. So putting it in 2 hours is really fun to try. So let's see how this will work out. So I will start with some questions, and let's see, what do you know about emotions? So what's your definition of emotion? Do you know anything about that?
Feelings?
Feelings.
Yes.
Okay.
In one word. So basically, depending on your mood swings or depending on your situation, how you feel at that point of time and how you express those feelings or emotions.
Okay, fantastic.
Connect it with movements, even like emotions, because that's what it felt like to me recently as well. Like as I just said, going up, going down, like feeling good, feeling bad.
So it moves.
It moves, yeah.
And it's really a bit weird because people will always refer to emotions as feelings. And do you think there's a difference between emotions and feelings?
See, the way I look at it, every feeling or emotion, it has to have a neurochemical basis for its existence.
Yes.
So a feeling could be just like a low dose of some neurochemical reaction happening in your brain, and then when there's an overload, you could call it an emotion. You can get really excited, or you can just be like mildly happy. And it's like the difference between like taking a little bit of, like having a little drink and having a lot of drink.
So the little drink is the feeling,
Yeah.
and the bigger drink is the emotions. Okay, interesting.
Actually, I'm not expert in that area, so I'm just.
So you will have the right answer.
Yeah.
So try it. You will have the right answer.
For me,
Gut feeling. what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is like just, yeah, some kind of actions or responses from our body based on the environment. And yeah, I wouldn't make, I don't know actually what exactly is the difference yet.
The difference between them. Okay, fantastic. So this is emotions in general, and I will tell you the difference between emotions and feelings in a minute. Before that, let's go to something more difficult to answer, is what are negative emotions, and how do you deal with them? And I'll tell you how people usually deal with them, but let me hear from you.
So negative emotion is something that makes the other person uncomfortable. So let's say you do something that makes the other person uncomfortable. Now, making yourself comfortable or uncomfortable with that is a very subjective matter of personality. Some people retrospect and it's like I was wrong, and some people just feel no, that is my point and I stand by it, but the other person might still be hurt.
And how usually do you deal with your negative emotions?
Well, for instance, for me, it takes a while. I need like my space to retrospect like the entire equation.
Okay.
And then I'm more like old school, so I like maybe would just, think about what was my fault, what was the other person's fault, and maybe try and come to a neutral ground. If it was my fault, maybe just apologize. If it's their fault, maybe just try explain it more politely.
Okay, fantastic. And how do you deal with your negative emotions?
First of all, I don't call them like negative emotions. For me, everything
Great.
is like a challenge. So
Okay.
for me because what I realize is that, I still don't know what's my full potential. So based on all these small challenges, I can somehow explore my full potential. So for me, I'm ready to handle such things, and I don't pay much attention to them. So if there's some kind of difficult day, I just want to learn from it. This is my way.
Great. So when you talk about challenges, you're talking about what's happening in the day, not how you feel about what's happening on the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I got.
I don't put much attention to the emotion part because I just want to be practical.
So you ignore them and focus on the learning. Is that correct? Great. How do you deal with the negative emotions?
Yeah, I deal with negative emotions. So last 2 years, I've actually been working with one very specific kind of meditation that really focuses on that aspect. So how it works is, like a very brief summary is, you have all different kinds of emotions, but you react to your emotions in a very specific way, very subjective way to you. So this kind of, the process of this is that you want to be more positive even with negative emotions. You want to be very accepting of anger, of shame, guilt, feeling like an idiot.
So you want to bear them in a way.
No, you want to be as positive as you can be, and if you keep practicing, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah.
And so you put a positive frame around a negative emotion rather than putting a negative frame around a negative emotion.
Yeah.
It's one option, basically, one possibility.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good.
Think so.
I feel good.
Okay, fantastic.
It's very much what everybody else is saying. For me, I think I try to relabel them or like negative emotions, or just look at them from a positive point of view, or also like what helps, and that is not always, I don't always manage this, it's very difficult sometimes, but or for me, gratitude, I don't know if that's an emotion or a feeling or whatever, but this one really helps me to, let's say I'm even trying to be grateful for challenges or negative emotions that I can learn. So that's the one I use most of the time to remorph
The gratefulness,
like
yeah.
gratefulness, and then it works sometimes.
Sometimes.
But the more I practice, like you said, it actually works.
Okay, great. So,
In this thought, so I think, it works sometimes. I do that as well. Like I think about the positive things that have happened. But sometimes things are like not up to you. Like the emotional baggage you don't have the control to that situation.
So because sometimes it's not in your control, you cannot do anything else, right? Okay, great. So people would usually use 3 strategies to work with negative emotions. And before I tell you the difference, let's see how people would deal with them. And tell me from your experience, how's that? The first one is that we will try to ignore them. So I will feel fear or sad or frustration or whatever, but I'll try to ignore it. Okay? And when I try to ignore it, do I really ignore it? You'll always feel something, right? Because it's there, it's living with you. As if you're carrying a bag and you said in your head, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag. But are you carrying the bag or not? It's still there and you still can feel it, but you choose not to focus on it, but you're carrying it. So this is one thing. The other thing is, if you cannot ignore it, then you're going to have to bear it. You're going to live with it. You're going to say, I'm angry, but I don't care. I have fear, but I don't care. I have frustration, but I don't care. I'm strong, I'm So try to bear it. And then usually that will also not work. And if this also does not work, hello, then you come in. If that also does not work, then people would go to the last one, which is really amuses me, which is competition. So you come to me and you say, Yusri, today I'm really very sad. And I would say, but I'm more sad than you. Go to your wife and tell her, today was a really very horrible day at work. She will tell you, what about me doing with the kids and doing that and doing this? She will try to compete with you with her negative emotions. And let's see who have more negatives than the other ones. And these are the strategies. These are the only 3 strategies that people use when they deal with negative emotions. And usually it will not work. It will work for some time, but then does the problem go away? It doesn't. Okay? So after a while, you'll find out that I didn't do anything because I bared it, or I ignored it, or I competing with it. And competition is really nice because you're talking about it, so you feel like you're good. I'm not really carrying it on my back, I'm carrying it with me. So me and my sadness, me and my regret, me and my kids, and me and my work, me and my stuff. Whatever is making you feel irritated or have negative emotions with you, you're competing with it. But is there a way that we can actually deal with our negative emotions, and are they really negative or not? So to answer this question, we need to answer first, what are emotions? We really need to understand what is that. So emotions are different, and how we get them depends on how you deal or understand a certain situation. So the first difference between emotions and feelings is that emotions are the reaction that we get from an external event. So let me give you an example. What team did you support in World Cup?
Well, I was actually supporting. I was supporting France.
France. Okay, fantastic. So if France would have scored a goal on the final at the very last minute of the game, how would you feel? Very last minute. Joyful. And what do you usually do when you're joyful?
Maybe just make some noise, celebrate with friends.
Okay, so you'll do noise, you will jump. What do you do when you celebrate at the last minute if your team scored?
Pretty much the same thing.
Show me.
What?
Show me. What do you do?
Just, I mean, let's see. I would just just let us scream or something.
Scream.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that now? You can do it? Yeah. Okay, so come here. Show me how will you be excited? Exactly. So this is how you do it. So you will scream, you will jump, you're left, right? But how long will that last? The jumping, screaming, and hugging someone next to you. Few seconds, maybe few minutes, right? If this is the finals and the final game and all of that, so it will last for a few minutes. But do you continue your day jumping and dancing and doing like that? No, right? But how do you continue your day?
Well, you're happy. So
You're happy. So what would we call the first one? Joy.
joy.
And the second one? Happiness. What is the difference?
One is short term, one is long lasting.
Exactly. So one is short and one is long. One has a high key. So joy, we jump, we dance, right? We scream. But then happiness. How do you live by when you're happy? It's a low key, right? Now I'm happy. I'm not dancing, I'm not jumping, I'm not screaming like her, but I'm happy, right? So emotions are the reaction of an external event. Feelings are the reaction of emotion. Does that make sense? So an external event will happen, I'll get emotion, and then once I get the emotion, I will have a feeling to that emotion. And this is how we do it. So emotions are your reactions to the external events. But is it only the reaction to external event? Let me, I forgot to tell you about the good news and bad news. Okay. So the good news, let's start first with the bad news. The bad news is that because now we know that our reactions are emotions toward the external events, now we have bad news, or the bitter news is that we cannot get rid of our emotions, especially the negative ones, because you cannot control external events, right? So whatever external events happen, you will have to have an emotion. This is the bad news. The good news is they are not actually negative emotions. So there is nothing called negative emotions. And I know that we've spent years and years and years and we've been brought up people telling us there is something called negative emotion. It's not true. It's a big lie. There is nothing called negative emotions. We have, as he rightly said, we have negative events. Emotions are not negative. What happened is negative. So we have negative events, challenges in life. Our emotions are separate from that. So we have emotions. So whatever we have, it's called emotions. Not negative, not positive. They are emotions. Okay? And as a result of our emotions, we get what we call feelings, which is a wrong word. What we get is, when we fall in love, what do we say? What do you say about yourself? When you are, I am in, yes, put one word before love. What would it be? I am in, no, after you have fallen. So after you have fallen, where are you?
Different state or
Huh? State, exactly. So it's not feelings, because feelings are hot, cold, right? Soft, hard. This is feeling, right? If I put my hand here, I can feel something. So these are feelings. But what we call feelings are actually called state. So I'm in a state of love. I'm in a state of sadness. It's a state. And how do we produce this state? From external event. Emotion, and then our state. So do we now understand how can we reprogram our emotion? How?
I have a hunch.
Yeah, tell me about your hunch.
Yeah, so basically then it comes down to how I perceive these emotions. So the emotions, I have to live through them anyway.
You perceive the emotion, or how do you produce the emotion as a result of
Of the
external event? Then what do you need to perceive? What is the thing that you're perceiving?
the emotion.
The external event.
The external event.
So how you understand the external event, create an emotion, and then the emotion will create a state. So let me show you this in a drawing. So an external event will happen, and then you're going to get this external event through your 5 senses. And this is the model that they use in NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Anyone have been in neuro-linguistic programming before, NLP?
I will heard of it.
Yeah, good one.
I never
No, 2, okay, fantastic. So this is what we call our communication model. In the NLP world, they would call it communication model. And the communication model refers to how we communicate with our internal stuff, so our emotion, feelings, and all of these things. So an external event will happen, and then through our 5 senses, we're going to get this, and then we're going to create an experience. And then depending on our experience, we will create a meaning. So let me give you an example. If, what happened? I'll tell you a story better. So I was giving a training, and then the lady, assistant lady who was helping me in the room from the company that I went to give the training, she was pregnant. And I was carrying big box of stuff, and I was going out of the door, and she was coming out of the door as well in front of me. So when she left the door to slam in my face. So one of the attendees was sitting there. He ran quickly and he said, Yusri, I'm really sorry, she didn't mean, and ta-ta-ta-ta. Do you think I should be angry? She slammed the door in my face. Yes, no?
It depends on your state of mind at that point.
Do you think it depends on the state? Yes, it depends on the state.
Well, if you're trying to that box, you would be angry, but if you just lift
But why would I be angry? Why would I be angry? Yeah, but why? Why did that make me angry? From her? Am I angry from the door or from her? The door. The door. So I will go to the door.
the action of the door being slammed.
That angered you more than her walking through the door.
Yes,
So it was the action of the door slamming rather than her walking out and not leaving the door open.
exactly. So what does that mean? Exactly what you said. It's my perception of what happened. If I give it a meaning that she purposely did that, I will get angry. If I get a different meaning that because she's pregnant, she has her own load, couldn't focus on what she's doing, she didn't notice the door, do you think I'll be angry? No, right? If I'm speaking right now and one of you guys started telling me, Yusri, I have a question now, and you interrupted me. Again, I can get angry if the meaning I get is that you are interrupting me, or I get really happy if the meaning I give to this event that you are excited to ask. So who is responsible to create an emotion? Me, the event, but I'm responsible for the meaning I give it to it. So my wife would come to me, and I'm working on my laptop. I have 2 startups, 2 kids, 2 cats, 2 partners, 2 investors.
Only one wife.
Only me.
Only
Okay. Yeah, only one wife now. Yeah. And it is recorded. Don't forget. Okay. So so 2, and I'm working on my laptop, and she would come to. She would go first and do all the makeup, all the stuff, and she looks fantastic. And she comes to me, Yusri, I want to speak to you. Not now. Yusri, I need you. Not now. How do you think she'll feel? In her head, what do you think the conversation that will happen?
You're not prioritizing her.
Yes, she's not a priority. I don't love her anymore. I'm getting old. All of that stuff is happening there, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every second. Now, why is this happening? Because of
Expectations.
the interpretation of
No, her expectations
her expectation.
of you.
Yes. And before that, it was the meaning she gave to the external event that I did, not now. This is the external event, not now. Or even I didn't hear at all what she's doing. I didn't look at what she has done. She spent hours in front of the mirror doing things, and I'm... So she gave a meaning to that movement that I don't care. Now, could she have taken another meaning? Yes? What was a different meaning?
She could think of it as you trying to provide for her and yeah, creating more income or whatever, trying to provide for the children and her. And, you know,
Okay, so this is a really positive meaning. I'm focusing on what I'm doing. I'm busy. I'm trying to provide for her and the kids, and I'm working really hard. But does that mean that she don't take what she needs, or can she still take what she needs?
Yeah, but later on. Once
Later?
done-
No, I mean now. Do you think she can take what she wants now?
I don't think so, because you're invested with your breakthrough and your
Exactly. Now I want you to impersonate me. Now you are the one who's doing all of that. Okay? So you're you three. Okay? And I'm Mariam. And she will hear me saying that. So this will be another conversation. Okay? So, so what I will do is I will come to you and I say, Yusri, I know you're very busy now, and I know you have lots in your head, and I want to speak with you for 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? What do you think you'll answer me now?
Are you sure it's going to take a minute?
No, you tell me.
If it's really important, tell me what it is, or if it can wait.
Exactly. So now what happened?
Now she would probably give it a second thought if it's actually that urgent or it can wait.
Exactly. So how did she come to act differently? What did she do? Yeah, and she communicated. And before communication, how did the communication came right? Because she changed the meaning of what I've done. So the meaning that I've done, it's not, I don't like you, I hate you, we're old, all of that. It's, I'm busy. So I understand you're busy, so I come to you and I say, I understand you're busy. Can I take a couple of minutes? Can I take a hug? Whatever. Whatever she would say, I will do, because she now understands what is happening. Does that make sense? Yeah? So because we get the emotion, so the emotion that she brought, what would we call it at the beginning, before she understood, when she understood that this was bad? What was the name of the emotion that she created? What was the name of the emotion?
The rejection.
Rejection, right? So she took the rejection and then she acted on the rejection, and how do you think it will go after that? It will be a big fight, right? And this is what we do, because we don't understand how it goes. So an external event will happen, we'll receive it with our 5 senses, and then it will go to our experience, and then we will create a meaning. Once we create a meaning, we will have an external representation, internal representation in our head. So our head does not understand words, does not understand anything except pictures. And this is why we call it internal representation, because it will create a picture. And the picture in your head may be colors, cats, dogs, whatever it is. It does not have to represent the actual thing. So if you think about your loved, your wife or mother or anything, the picture in your head can be anything. So if your mother could be a carrot cake or an apple cake or whatever, it doesn't need to be the mother herself. And we'll do a test right now. And then once we create this picture, then the mind will create our state. And once we create our state, it will affect our physiology, so how we sit. So people will talk to you about body language, and then they will come to her and say, why are you crossing your legs and crossing your hands? You're probably feeling scared, closed, not open, all of that. Are you feeling all of this? Or cold, simply, right? Or maybe, I feel comfortable this way, right? Have you ever felt comfortable that you have done that? Because you are comfortable, right? So it doesn't mean anything except if there is something happening. So our physiology will be affected by whatever is happening, and then we will make our own body language, and then through this body language, we will create our behavior. Does that make sense? So external event will create an emotion, emotion will create a state, the state will affect our physiology, how we move our body language, and then our body language will affect how we behave. So behavior is whatever comes out of your mouth second. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So this is how the whole thing goes. So what does that mean? It means that we can control our emotions. Isn't that right? If I know,
Control our reactions.
we can control our reactions. Exactly. So we cannot control our emotions. Because why?
Emotions are internal, reactions are external.
Exactly. So emotions will happen anyway as a reaction to an external event. So if they happen anyway as an external event, what does that tell you about it? Why do they happen? Why do you think the purpose of having them?
You know how to act.
Exactly, because it will tell you how to act depending on the meaning you give to them. So if I said Yusri is busy, I will behave differently. If I say he's rejecting me, I will behave differently. So it depends on the meaning. But your emotions will tell you how to act. And this is why there is nothing called negative emotions. They are all emotions. But because people before that didn't understand them, didn't know how to deal with fear, anger, frustration, and all of that, they didn't know what to call them, and so they called them negative. And what do you do with negative emotion? Nothing. So you will come with all of your frustration and you go to someone and he will tell you, play music, go to the gym, run. What do? You go running and you go to the gym. When you go to the gym, how do you feel? Fantastic, right? It all goes away. But when you go back to your bed, what happens? It all comes back, right? You go play music, fantastic. You come back, bad. Because you're not actually listening to what is the emotion is telling you. So you're trying to do the three stuff that we said. People will deal with negative emotions with three stuff. Either they try to bear them, ignore them if they couldn't, and then compete with them if both other strategies fail.
It's like a placebo effect, you know, because you assume it worked for them, or at least you assume because they said it worked for them, it might work for you, but you actually don't know if they were affected by it in a long term.
Exactly, and this is why people get stressed. So what is stress? Stress are many negative emotions that you are keeping inside and you're not dealing with them. And then in a little while you'll understand why stress happens and why it doesn't really matter whatever pills we take, it doesn't work because it's not in your physiology, it's in your head. And if you understand the meanings of your emotions, you can fix it really very quickly and very simply.
Is there something you said people may compete with them? What do you mean compete? Like generate other emotions?
Okay, so this is what will happen. I will come to my wife and I say, today I had a very horrible day at work. She said, Yusri, who cares? I had a more horrible day with the kids. And then I will tell her, yeah, but my boss did that, but your mother did that, and but my ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And then we'll keep competing with them because we cannot do anything about it. And so this is how competition works in negative emotions. You'll sit with a friend and your work is stressful, but not as stressful as a startup, and startup is not as stressful as being a manager, and it's not as being starting my life or ending my life. And we're all competing with negative emotions because we don't really understand them. We don't know the reason for it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. So let's do a test and understand the cycle that I told you. So what I will ask you to do now is I will ask you to close your eyes. Okay. And then I will tell you a story. And then through this story, you will experiment two things. How internal representation happens, and how do you feel with the story. Are you ready? So when I say 3, you will close your eyes. Okay? Don't close your eyes because you're looking at the camera, so you don't do that. All right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the story goes like this. You won your lottery. You've seen the numbers now on TV. And you made $65 billion. First thing you do is you call a limo. The guy comes to your house. Now you can see your house as you can see it. It's totally up to you. It's your house that you're living in now. But the limo is coming to take you to your dream vacation, and this could be a nice little island, big island, jungle, desert, wherever you want to go. The driver comes out and he puts the red carpet. And then you walk through this red carpet to this really nice limo that has your preferred color. You go in, you have all your drinks, all of the stuff, nice music, and he drives away to the airport. In the airport, this nice jet that is waiting for you, you just bought it and you're very, very happy. You have $65 billion and you built the airplane in a couple of days, and it's designed for you. So go in, take your best seat, sit next to the window, and now you can hear the jet roaring and taking off. You're between the skies. You can see all the blues, all the colors, and you're relaxing, having your favorite drink. You arrive to your island. You go down the runway, another red carpet, and these beautiful girls and guys wearing these roses around their necks, dancing, playing music, cheering for you, and then you walk to the beach. You're barefooted and you can feel the heat of the sand under your feet. And you can hear on the background some kids playing. It's not noisy, it's at the very background, giggles of kids. The sun is not burning, but you feel the warmth. And your feet are getting into the cold water, so you have this nice mix between hot and cold and all of that. You go to your seat, you sit down, and the waiter is coming with a big bowl of ice cream. Your favorite taste, flavors, and everything. And it comes to you, and you get your scoop in it, and you put it at the tip of your mouth, and you start tasting it. Ah, onions. It's rotten. It's full of flies. Ah, and open your eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you didn't go to the onions.
It was like I was in the middle of my sleep, and then I was having this dream, and then it drifted, and then I just woke up.
Okay.
I suddenly remembered my trip to Maldives, so when you were saying all of that, I think it's just maybe brought a little bit of memories and kind of like, where I picture myself and stuff like that. So.
And how did you feel throughout the story?
I don't think a specific feeling. It was more of all pictures
And these pictures that you saw in your head, how did that make you feel? You were smiling when your eyes were closed. So it brought good memory, happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, I was shocked
Why?
because I was feeling good and picturing sitting there and eating ice cream. I normally don't really like ice cream, but then I thought actually now when I'm trying it, it's sort of vanilla ice cream. It's nice, I like it. And then you put that one with the onions and so I even tried to put in so much effort to taste it. So then that's kind of a shock, really.
Exactly. So, but you felt it, right?
Yeah.
And what was easier for you in your head? Was it the sounds, the feelings, or the pictures? Pictures were
It's like soothing and relaxing.
okay. And then how did that make you feel?
Exactly, relaxing.
Relaxing. All right.
I'm still traumatized
By the onions.
the perfect vacation, 65 billion.
And what was easier for you? Pictures, feelings, or pictures?
Easy for me, beaches.
Pictures. Okay. And how did you feel through the journey?
All right, nothing special.
Okay.
Yeah, sitting, visualizing the whole experience was nice. It was relaxing.
Yeah, for me, yeah, like meditation combined with pictures.
With pictures. Okay, and some people will find pictures easier to come, some other people will find sounds are easier to come, and some other people will feel the heat of the sand and the water and all of that easier. So people are different, but what does that tell you? That if we made up an external event, and we all know it's not true, right? But even though it's not true, it created an emotion. Now, some emotions can be good, some emotions can be bad, but is it really bad and good, or is it the meaning that we give to it? So because you know it's a story, it's an imagination, but you still gave it a good meaning, like I like what I see, it's reality, so you felt good, right? Because in your head, if you're saying that this was just an imagination, would you have felt anything? Probably not, right? It's just saying we know that we are in the assembly, we're sitting in a chair, probably not so comfortable, all of that stuff, right? And then you will not feel anything. And then this will be another choice of giving my story a different meaning. Does that make sense? So in a nutshell, things will happen around you, and whatever meaning you give to whatever is happening will create an emotion. Keep repeating that emotion, you will create a state that will not change. I'll give you an example. Do you have any manager, friend, someone that in your head said, I don't trust him anymore, I don't like him anymore? Do you have had this experience before? Okay, so why did that happen? I will tell you what happened. He created one negative event. You had a negative emotion. You said, he's my friend, I will bear it. He did another one, and then he did another one. And every time he creates a negative event, he creates a negative emotion, and then you create a negative state. And what will we call this state at the very end? I don't trust him. So keep repeating negative events, you'll create repeated negative emotions, you will be in a technology assembly world, you have installed a negative state. Now, do you think we can uninstall it? Yes? What can we do?
Change your interpretation, replace it with a different emotion.
How can you do that? How can you replace it? What do you need to do?
Change how you interpret something or have a conversation.
This is you, but what about the guy who created all that? Can he change it?
Who created the distrust?
Yes. So what does he need to do?
It means you understand that this creates a negative state of you,
And then what does he need?
then change the act.
Okay. So I'll,
Change the way it's perceived.
exactly. So one of the things that will happen is I will do one thing. Let's say I will get my wife to be upset. So now I want to make a recovery. So I'll go buy 150 dirhams, roses and stuff, and then I will go home and say, sweetie, I'm sorry. And then she takes it and then she throw it and she don't speak to me. And in my head I would say, why she's having a big fuss? I mean, this was only because we were talking about my socks that is always lost and I always cannot find it and all of that stuff. It's not a big deal why the roses didn't work. It's simply because I have done so many other things beside the sock thing, so I created a negative state. So one set of roses will not fix that. I need to clean the dishes, external event, and then feed the kids, external event. I need to work hard. I really worked hard to create the negative state, so I really need to do another set of external events, positive one, create a set of positive emotion, and then reverse the state. Does that make sense? So one act will not do because I really worked hard to create this negative state. So when you go next time and amend with your girlfriend, wife, mother, don't expect it's one thing. If you've been creating a whole big pile of negative things, you need to create another big pile of positive things so you can create a different state of trust. And this is why when you have the same issue with a colleague in a work, you don't trust him, it's because he have done so many negative events. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to take a break? Yes, no, we can, we can, we can't, we can't, we can't, we can't,
We can.
we can't. We can?
I am in no position to say that. I'll let the others.
Okay, so let's have a break, but in a different way. So I will ask you to stand up. Because how many trainings have you attended before, guys? How many? Yeah, so like billions, right?
Oh, okay, not that.
Okay,
A few, like one each month.
one each month.
Countless.
Countless.
Five.
Five.
Tough number countless times.
Countless.
5 plus.
5 plus.
Yeah, a few. Something
Few.
like that. Only 4?
4.
2, 3.
No, not here. I mean anywhere in the world.
Oh, like for workshops in general.
Yeah.
I lost track.
Okay.
In the past year or just
In your entire life,
60?
60, 50.
Also,
So many.
thousands.
Thousands.
A lot.
A lot.
I stick to the fact count. What is
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Probably like 10, 20.
10.
More than 100.
More than 100. Okay. So how many times from out of these countless numbers have you chosen to go yourself? So nobody drove you to go or invited you go or to push you to go. You said, this is really good for me. I want to go. How many of you have done that before? So just raise your hand. This is something that you have. So you have done it before. You attended something that you really wanted to attend to, except poor you. Never. You've been always pushed to today, okay? Okay. So now, how many of you, those who attended something that they really, really liked and they attended, and they said, yes, what we're hearing is exactly what we need. This is really very powerful for me. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what will change my life. How many of you have heard that before? Like you attended something and yeah, it was great. And then how many of you out of those who,
Percentage starts with degrees here.
what is that?
Percentage starts with degrees here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how many out of these ones that you said, yes, this is it. Now I know what I need to do. And then yet you didn't do anything. How many? Come on, be truthful. Right? Forever. Why? Why do you think this happens?
I guess it's a period of time where you're like, really fired up that, you're going to do this very thing.
They triggered your emotions, but
Yeah.
you didn't.
And then after a while it simmers down and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then, yeah, it's not going to work.
Like I said, they triggered your emotions, but you didn't use the emotion to
To build
action
on it.
happen,
Yeah?
make the external stuff.
And I'll tell you really the reason, okay? So it has nothing to do with your emotions. It has to do with exactly what you said. How can we take this emotion and work with it? And I'll give you the reason. Now, people will go and attend these workshop setup, and what do? Is that sit down again? And I want you to be quick, okay? Because I'm gonna make you sit, stand, okay? So when I say it, do it very, very quickly. You ready? Yeah? Okay. So they would sit, and as I'm speaking, or anyone else, you know what they are doing? Like this. What is that? You're approving it, right? You're saying good stuff, but like this. Now imagine if I'm doing the training and I'm talking to you like this. Emotions are really nice if you use it wisely. Your life, how would you feel?
Like what I'm thinking, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. So it does not work, right?
Do something.
Yeah. So when people just shake their heads, they would take probably 20% of whatever happening in the room, and then 6 months down the time, they will only remember or act on maybe 10%, 5%, because they didn't take it really in, all of it. But now if you're writing notes, what happens? Nothing, okay? Because if you're writing notes like this, what happens to the notebook? Usually it's forgotten in the car. 90% in the rest are in the car, and rarely it goes to your home. where it will again be forgotten somewhere under your bed. But what really works, you get moving when you're listening. When you say, yes, I want to ask a question, when you move your body, when you shake it, when you understand, when you stand up, when you sit down, when you have energy talking to me. You have energy. Show me.
Oh.
Whoa, yes. Can you scream now?
Oh, I saw that.
Still not? No charging? Okay, we'll try again later. Okay. So don't think that you got away with it, all right? So stand up. So whenever I will tell you something, when I say, does that make sense? I want you to tell me, yes. Can you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Again. It didn't work. It didn't work again. So if I tell you, does that make sense? And you really having sense. I mean, don't tell me yes if it doesn't. But if it does, I want you to tell me, yes. Can we do that?
Yes.
No, I can hear, by the way, that they all said it, except you. I've been doing this for so long.
Yes!
Thank you very much. Okay. So if we have this energy, you're going to get a lot out of the day. And it's only 2 hours, guys, right? Which we probably having... How much time do we have left? Okay. Sit down. Okay, do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have an agreement? Yes! Yes. And I want you to say yes. Okay, can you do that?
Yes!
Okay, but with them.
Okay.
Don't say it alone, right? It doesn't feel good when you're, you know, so, okay, again. So, are we ready? If you don't do it with them, you're going to do it alone. This is between you and me, okay? Nobody hears that. Okay? All right. So this is how emotions are being created. So external events, we get a meaning, it creates the emotion, senses, state, physiology, and our behavior. Okay? All right. Now, how can we use this? How can we understand this? So let's explain what are emotions and all the set of them. And I know that you are more concerned with what we call negative, so I'll focus only on this because in 1 hour we cannot cover them all, but I will cover the major ones, the ones that we all have. Now, emotions are endless and we cannot count them because every one of us will rephrase them or give them a different name than the other. So let me give you an example. You all know love, right? Love. No, you know?
No, I didn't.
You know it? Okay. So we all know love, right? So this is what I want you to do. Bless you. And do you know what is a chair? Yeah? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Since we don't have pen and papers, this is what I want you to do. I want you in your head, okay, to pick what love is for you in one word only, in your head. But pick the word in your head. Don't tell me, all right? Once you have a word in your head, what is love for you in your head, just do like this. If you cannot find what love is, then we have a different problem. It will need a different course. So when you're ready. Okay. We're waiting. Ah, you've done? Ah, okay, my bad glasses. All right. Okay. So you're all got it, right? Okay, cool. So we'll start with you. And please tell me what you have. Don't change your mind if you hear something better or nicer. Just tell me what you had in your mind. Attraction. Care. Care. Warmth. Loving. Hard. Hard. Warming. These are two. Yes, okay, but we'll take it,
Devotion.
Devotion. Abstract. Comfort. Okay, so different meanings, right? Who's right and who's wrong? What is that? Everyone is right?
Everyone is wrong.
You come here and tell me everyone is right. Don't say it when you're there.
Everyone is right.
Everyone is right. So how come everyone is right?
This is a personal meaning.
It's subjective.
It's personal, it's subjective. And how did we get these meanings? From our experiences. And how did we create our experiences?
From the external.
From external events. Does that make sense? So we had external events, we gave it a meaning, and we kept that meaning. But this is love, and I know I'm tricky, and I gave you something that can have a different billion meanings. But let's go for a chair. We should have one meaning for the chair. So now in your head, I want you to choose a meaning. What does a chair mean? When you're ready, do that.
Is it one word or?
One word. So no heart-seated soft chair, okay?
No, what are you talking about?
Chair.
What does chair mean for you in one word?
Okay.
In your head, when you're ready. What does it mean? What does it really mean for you? Okay, ready, 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 ready. Why are you doing it like that so I cannot see it? And you push it up, push it up, push it up. Yeah, okay.
Comfort.
Great, fantastic. So,
Comfort.
comfort.
I did put my thumb.
Ah, you didn't put it.
Furniture.
Furniture.
Comfort.
Comfort. Relaxation. Comfort.
Relaxation.
Relaxation.
Work.
Work.
Support.
Support.
Nothing actually. Like I don't put. I don't use
Comfortable.
Furniture.
Furniture. Okay, so from comfortable to furniture to work to support, these are different meanings, right? Total different meanings. So what does that tell you?
Chair is multiple words. No, a chair is multiple words. You can't
Yes.
say one word.
You cannot go and buy chair because you cannot know what it does mean. So, but what does that also tell you?
It tells you people perceive things differently.
100%. So even simple thing like a chair will have different meanings to it. So all of our experiences, all of our emotions will be different because the different meanings that we give it to the stuff. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes! Yeah, so I say, does that make sense? And you say yes, okay? All right. I'll test you again, by the way, right? Okay. So let's go and dive deep into our negative emotions. And let's start with one common one. What is one common negative emotion? Fear. Right? Fear is always, how many of you experienced fear before? Okay. Quickly, what was you afraid of? Give me something.
Anxiety.
Anxiety. From what?
Anything.
Anything.
An exam.
Exam.
Future.
Future.
losing money.
Losing money.
It's kind
Screaming in the room. It's very simple. Okay.
but like, my fear was kind of like, it came over teddy bears, but there's a story to it.
Okay.
My mom's slippers.
Slippers. Okay. We all have that fear.
Failure.
Failure.
Roller coaster.
Roller coasters.
Height. Altitude. Height.
Height. Okay. So these are all different ones, but let's take exams first because it will tell you the real purpose of this very, very, very powerful emotion, which is fear. So when we were young, they told us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, right? They told us that. Have any one of you managed not to be afraid?
No.
Never, right? Even the guys at war, do you think they are not afraid?
They're the most.
Yeah? They have fear. And the most courageous are the one who has the least fear, but he has fear, right? He has the least one, but again, he has fear. So what does fear tell us? So this is in your head what I want you to consider. Fear, or all negative emotions, are alarm. Consider it like a fire alarm. When a fire alarm goes on, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do? Panic?
Yeah, you run.
You run. First thing you do, tiririn, 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 what do you do?
I would even
Source of fire.
What?
You look for the source of
You look for the source of fire. So first you want to check if there is a fire or no. Now you know there is a fire. What do you do next? Run. If there is no fire, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing, right? Shout at the security guy. Okay, so this is what happens. So let's look at fear from the same perspective. I'm going to an exam, and then I have fear. What is fear telling me? It's an alarm. What is telling me? You're not prepared. It's telling you you're not prepared. So what do? You prepare. You get prepared. So remember, what was the first thing that happened when the fire alarm happened?
Can I even check if that's actually right?
Exactly.
I mean, I am prepared, but I just feel like I'm not prepared. So I need to first actually assess if that's true, if I'm prepared or if I'm not.
Exactly. And so what do you call this? You want to check that meaning. Right? So exam is coming. What is the meaning I'm giving it? Is it an opportunity to fail? Or is it an opportunity to show people how good am I? Or is it no opportunity at all? Does that make sense? So if I have the fear and I look at the exam, and the first thing to check fire, and it's very, very simple. Just ask yourself, is this an opportunity for me to shine or not? And you will be surprised that only answering this question, you will know if the meaning is right or wrong. Because if the answer in your head is no, then now you know there is fire. Now what you need to do is get prepared. Does that make sense? And this is an enormous force and power that you have. No one else can tell you this except yourself, your emotion. Your emotion is the only thing that can tell you that you're really not ready if this is the right meaning that you gave to the exam. Does that make sense?
Yes.
How old are you? 21. So when I say, are you ready? You say yes, okay?
Yes.
Because I am 17 and I say yes normally, okay? Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So fear will be like the alarm. It will go on, it will tell you you're not ready. You're not prepared for what is coming. Now I want you to think of all the stuff that you just told me that you had fear from. It makes sense, right? You're not ready. So now what do you need to do for fear to go away? Learn to dodge. So what does that mean? Get ready, right? So tell me now, when you're thinking about your fear, tell me one thing that you know if you learn now, you will not be afraid of what you told me. One thing that if you're sure of, this fear will go.
That I can get ready?
Yeah. You just told me about your fear, right? What was you afraid of?
Losing money.
Losing money. Tell me one thing that if you have or learned will let this fear go away. One thing. I want you all to think of one thing in your head. Yeah, I know it's difficult. And imagine one thing. If it happens, you will be free of that. What is one thing that if you have or learned how to do, this fear will go?
That I can be okay even if I lose.
Okay. This is one thing. Okay.
I don't understand.
Think about it.
For me, it's positive reference experiences.
Okay. But what else if you learned, if you have, this fear will not exist? So research, confidence.
For me, it's like if I can be given assurance that I'm not going to die in the road, so that.
Okay. Because your word was everything. Choose one. Let's focus on one thing. Practice. Okay.
Multiple streams of comfort.
Okay. So multiple streams of comfort. So this is revenue and multiple streams of
Comfort.
comfort. What was your fear?
Future.
Future. Okay, so when you say multiple streams of comfort, means I can have many choices in life. Does that make sense?
Yes, multiple choices in love and money and like anything.
Exactly. So this. So think about it this way. If you now start working on developing this, what do you think will happen to the fear?
I'll be at ease.
You will be at ease. Okay? But I know what is preventing you probably now is other set of emotions. So when you are starting to think, what can I have now that will remove this fear, you're probably having another negative emotion that's preventing you from thinking about this. What was it? Panic. Time. So this is another fear, right? Confusion. 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 Okay. So I'll tell you multiple of them, and then this will get the confusion out, because when you say confusion, you actually want to tell me it's stress. I feel stressed with this question because it's so many things. Because what is confusion?
Too many choices.
Too many things, right? And if you have too many things, how would you feel? Stressed, because too many things. Okay, so let's first look at the categories. So I'll put them in 9 categories so you can understand them. The first set of emotions, and as I told you, people will express them differently. Number 1 will be boredom, impatience, uncomfortable, and these are the general stuff that we usually feel. You feel, I feel bored, I feel impatient, I feel all of these stuff. So this is one set. We'll call it for now boredom. The other one is fear, and then the other one is hurt, and then the other one is frustration, and then and then and then and then and then and then nothing. Okay, 9. Okay, out of this list, which one, each one of you pick one, say this is my main one.
I can't.
You can't.
Yeah, it's like you have like ups and downs
Of all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frustration.
Stress.
Stress.
Disappointment.
Disappointment.
Frustration.
Frustration.
Probably alone.
Alone.
Stress.
Stress. Okay. Okay, so here are the steps. 5 steps to work your way with your emotion. Number 1, we need to listen to the emotion. Okay? Understand how you feel right now. And then, what is the meaning that you are giving it? And then, you tell me because I cannot see.
Is it true?
Is it true? So you check is the meaning that you gave, is it true or not? Does he hate me or he's busy? All right? Am I ready for the test or am I not? And then take action. So if my wife have understood the feeling right now of rejection, okay, is it true? No, it's not true. He's only busy. Can I take what I still want? Yes, I can. I just need a different behavior. So fear is like this. Fear is your alarm that is telling you, be prepared. Imagine that you have a door, and behind this door is a dark room, a room that you've never been into before. And then you have another door, and behind this door, again, dark room, but this is your room. And I gave you the choice to go inside one of them, and you can only go inside one of them. Which one would you choose? I don't know, I just forced you. I put a gun in your head and I say, choose one. Your
If
room.
you put a gun on my head, then I'd go in my own room.
The other room.
My own room.
So all of you said my own room. Why my own room?
Because you had a young student, so I would look for a comfort.
Certainty.
and exactly, uncertainty is there, dark room. But if you have another dark room, completely dark, and I told you there might be a treasure and there might be a lion or a snake, let's make it a snake, behind that door, it's dark. How would you feel if I tell you go in and take the treasure, or you might find a snake? How would you feel? It's dark. The room is dark. Yeah. Yeah, but how will you feel before you go to the room? So you will have fear, right? So what is fear telling you? Be prepared. So how can you get prepared? What do you need? Light. So what are you going to do? You get a flashlight. And when you have a flashlight, what will you do? Turn it on, open the door, and check. If there is a treasure, you'll get it. If there is a snake, you can go out of the room. So if I tell you, don't be afraid, am I doing you good or bad?
No, be like, yeah, you got to respond to the fear.
Right? So fear is good. I want you to be afraid, because if you are afraid, you will get ready. If you're not afraid, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door and go in. What will happen? 50-50 chance. You can take the treasure or you can die. But which are a smarter choice? Get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a very, 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 thank you very much, very, very, very powerful tool. Use it. Okay? Now let's go to the other one. Out of the list, there was one important one that I didn't mention. Can you remember which one I missed? Anger. You all noticed that? Why you didn't tell me?
You're the one doing the session with us. So.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like, what if you know better than us?
Okay. Maybe, right? Yes. You're smart. Okay, so what is anger? What is anger? Let me first ask you, do we get angry or do we do angry? I want you to think a little bit before you answer. Do you get angry or do you do angry?
The language says get angry.
The language.
Yes.
What does the language say about do angry? What does that mean?
Is that when you're
I'll give you an example.
physically displaying anger?
Yeah, because it's
How,
right?
how,
So you can-
how long do you know me now? 1.5 hours. Okay, so I will give you an appointment tomorrow at 9, and I will tell you let's do business together. 9 exactly, I don't show up. How will you feel?
You could be stuck in traffic.
Depends.
I remember your words and try to assess the situation. Different.
Frustrated and sleepy.
Tired.
Very unprofessional.
You might be testing my patience.
A bit angry.
Okay, 5 minutes later, I'm not there.
There's a good chance I'm not there either. So.
No harm done. No, for the sake of the activity, let's say you're there.
The same thing.
Same.
I text you that I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah, probably I will start checking on you.
okay.
Yeah, but also check if there's actually, if I need to be afraid, you did it on purpose or you didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'd probably take my leave then.
You'll take your leave. 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'll give you a call.
I waited longer, so.
Focus on something else.
Okay, half an hour and I'm not there. I didn't answer your call.
You too late. At
How will you
9.
feel?
I would just then start like
Okay.
that time.
Different version. Your dad, your mom gave you a meeting at 9. She didn't show up. How will you feel? How will you feel? Patient. Another 15 minutes. Because you know the flying slipper is there. So, so 30 minutes, he's not there. How will you feel?
Okay.
45 minutes?
I might be worried, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, so it's different, right? One, you choose to be angry. The other one, you choose to be worried. Do you do angry or you get angry?
You do angry.
You do angry. Because you chose to tell me that I am Iron Man, I cannot get sick, I cannot have an accident, I cannot be late, I cannot have anything, I have to be here at 9. But your dad, mom, sister, they can have all the excuses in the world. You'll still feel worried. Make sense?
Yes.
So it depends on the meaning that you give to that external event. Does that make sense? Okay, so what is anger? When you get angry, what does that mean? What is it telling you? And I'll tell you why I didn't put it in. Because when you are angry, you are afraid. Now I want you to think of all the situation when you were really very angry, and you will find out that you were really frightened. Does that make sense?
Not much.
Choose a situation, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Not once one find something that he was really angry. Tell me one example. Tell me, Yusri, this situation happened, I was not afraid. Give me any situation.
Not afraid?
Angry. Like, I was not afraid, I was angry. Because people will tell you, no, I was not afraid, I was angry. Like, as if anger is a better state. You know, as if being angry is like being a billionaire. Like, no, I'm not afraid, I'm angry. I'm from the angry group. Because I was born angry, because whatever, and it's all, okay? There's nothing cool like that. It's fear. And think about any situation. I'm walking in the street, and someone tries to pick on my wife. How do you think I will feel?
Disrespected.
And what is this?
It's fear.
It's fear. I'll show it as people would say anger, but it's not anger. It is a high level of fear. Does that make sense? If your boss is angry with you, why is he angry? He is afraid. Does that make sense? He's afraid about the target, he's afraid about the job, he's afraid about the project. If your father is angry from you, why is he angry? Because he's afraid about you, right? He's worried about, and he shows this, a very common example. Anyone here has kids? Okay.
Is that a genuine question?
All right. Yes, a genuine question. So, if we have kids, what happens? The kid is playing in the room, okay? And if you don't have kids, then you must have been a kid before, right?
Must.
So this you have. So you will have this, you remember this. The kid is playing in the room, and the mother is telling him, don't run, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head. And then the kid doesn't stop, and then he hits his head. What happens? What does the mother do? She gets angry, right? And what does she do? She shouts, right? Ah! What is this? Is this anger? It is? Anger or fear? Fear, right? But she showed it as anger. And we call it anger, but it's not anger, it's fear. I don't know what to do, so I'm shouting at you, right? So there is nothing called anger, it's only fear. But anger is a different level of fear. So what is panic? It's fear. So I told you, when I chose the words, I chose them, but there is a spectrum of words. So when I say regret, what is another word for regret? Guilt?
Not getting that opportunity again.
Maybe you don't feel that. It's a different representation of a feeling, but in a sentence. But this is how you feel. Maybe I will not get this again. So it's a spectrum of things. So when I say guilt, take all the words that represent it. When I say fear, take all the words. But anger is one of them. And anger was made, why is it so quick? Why is it so quick? Why people always react angry before anything else? Because it was built inside us for only one reason and one reason only. To protect your life. So imagine someone is trying to kill you. How do you want to feel? Joy. Yes. Kill me. Yeah? You want to feel panic? When I'm killing you?
There would be panic, yes.
Yeah, but what will happen if you panic?
Die.
Exactly. What is the only thing that can protect you? Anger. And this is why when people gets angry, they may kill, because now they are capable of doing it. And this is why it's like 911. Consider this level of fear is like your 911. It will come to you when your life is threatened. And this is why when you are angry, ask yourself, because anger is the only thing that really needs you to check the meaning. Why am I afraid? And once you understand it, you will not be angry. I had a couple who came to me, they're always fighting together, and he said, my wife is always angry. And I took her to the side and I said, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. Yes, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, maybe he will leave me. Maybe I'm getting old. So it was all fear. Now, when she understood that she is afraid, now what is the next step? What do? We get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to shout, because I know you're trying to absorb it. So no shouting this one. Absorb it first. Does that make sense? You absorbed it. Say yes, but very good. Yeah? Okay. So this is anger. So there's nothing called anger. It's only fear. So what do we do when we are angry? Ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And when you know why you're afraid, you'll know that you need to get ready so you're not afraid anymore. Okay? So now, let's stand up. I'll tell you something that you need to experience, and this will tell you how to change your emotion, and then we're going to explain another one, which is frustration, because frustration is a really very, 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 very powerful alarm. When frustration comes to me, I get happy. So my wife sees me and she says, why are you so excited today? I tell her, I'm frustrated.
No, never happens.
Why?
How?
I'll tell you how in a second. But frustration is good news. When you are frustrated, you will be very, very, very happy. So come with us so you don't feel frustrated. Without the chair, come without the chair, and then you can sit back, come in the circle. Okay? So let's do this very, very quickly. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Come next to me. So let's make a circle. Okay? No, inside the circle. Yes? Okay, cool. Now let's look this side. Yes? Perfect. And then we're going to walk. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to be sad. And how do people sad? How many nationalities do we have here?
India.
Algerian, Egyptian.
Swiss.
What is that? Arman.
Swiss.
Swiss?
India,
Pakistan,
India.
Bangladesh, Bulgaria.
Okay. So we have different things. So, but how people would express sadness when they are sad and different. So how do people get sad in India? What do they do? Do they look up or down?
I don't think it's an Indian thing. I think
Yeah, tell me.
down.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Just bang their head.
Okay, so they look down. Okay. In Egypt, do they move slow or fast when they are sad?
Slow.
Slow. Same in India, right?
They become kind because we are expert in repression.
Okay, so
Very nice people.
okay, so everything slows down. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to move slowly. So let's move slowly. Okay. I want you to remove the smile from your face. I want your hands to be loose. I want you to really look down, bend your back. It's sad. I know it's similar to zombie thing, but consider it sad for now. Okay? Now I want you to say this. I want you to say, this is a perfect day. I'm really very happy. No, say it really slowly. This is the best training I attended. Why are you laughing? Okay, stop. Why are you laughing?
The way
It doesn't feel like sad, right?
Congruent to what you're actually feeling.
Yeah.
What you're saying and what you're feeling is
It's yeah, it's
contrast there.
yeah. There is a contest. Okay, so let's do it now the other way around. Okay, so when you are happy, what do you do in Swiss?
Yeah.
Like this.
Like this, right? Are you loud or not loud?
Energetic? It's more
Energetic.
yeah.
Okay. Yes. Ask about loud. Are we loud? Yes, we are. We're loud. Okay. So remember this. We're loud. Are we looking up or down? Up. Up. Our muscles are tense or loose?
active.
Active. We're fast or slow? Fast, right? I'm sorry. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Now, I want you to move really quick. Move in a circle. Move quick. I want you to clap your hands. Yeah, make like a beat, like as if you're dancing, as if. Okay, and now this is what I want you to say. I want you to say, this is a very bad day. I'm really very angry. This is very, yeah. Now, how do you feel? Stop. How do you feel? Happy, even though our words were not happy. Okay? Have a seat. So what does that tell you? If you are experiencing negative emotion, what can you do? You can move, right? Move, shout, go to the gym, play music, all of that will make you feel good. Does it solve the problem? No. Why it's not solving the problem? Because we're not listening to the alarm. Listen to the alarm, understand what does it mean, then go and act. Okay? Now let's go to one which is really nice. And to make this nice, we're going to have to do an experiment. And to do the experiment, I'm going to have to tie you. Oops. Can you do something? Maybe my wife heard me and this is why she's calling. Okay. Let's see frustration. Give me your hand. Stand up. Stand up. When I go to training, I give guys an exercise to do, and this exercise is about a bus. And I tell them that the bus is going to Germany, and they need to go to Swiss. And at the beginning, I don't tell them where the bus is going, but they know they need to go to Switzerland, and the bus is going to Germany. So at the beginning, they go all in the bus, and then after the bus moves, what do you think they discover?
They go in the wrong direction.
They go into the wrong direction. So they go out of the bus, they come back to the station, and then they find again the same bus. And this bus has 4 doors. What do you think these people do? Yeah, it has 4 doors, 2 in front, 2 in the back. What do you think they should do?
Jump off the bus.
The same bus. They came back to the station, they find the same bus. What do they do? Okay, so they should double check, right? Amazingly, they don't do double checking, they just go again in the same bus. But this time from a different door. So they go from the other side, from the left. They find themselves in Germany. They go back, they find again the same bus. Tell them, now what are you going to do, guys? We say, we'll have the same bus, but now we're going to get from the back door. This is what people do in the training. So what are you going to do? I give you a hint. What are you going to do?
On a different bus, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
It's always the best way. Tied up. Yeah.
Usually, when I do training, and I'm not getting money, so I tie people, and then I don't untie them until they pay. So it's a simple question. I want you guys to get out. Is it tight? Anyone? I did it tight?
It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're not feeling hurt or anything, right? Okay. So basically what I want you to do, I want you to get out of each other, guys, without cutting the rope or untying the rope. Okay? So until you do that, we can have another 2.
Can I skip that one or?
Hmm?
Can I skip that one? Okay.
You don't want to get that? You don't want to pay? Why? And you're gonna play
Okay.
because you're gonna have to play.
Alright. I saw this on TikTok, bro.
Yeah? You saw it on TikTok?
I don't know how to do it.
Why TikTok are doing my stuff?
Make them pay.
No, it's always
It's not a closed loop. I
It
just
is a
don't know
closed
why
loop.
it's not a
It is a closed loop. It's a circle, one way or the other.
No.
Not?
You were very, very close from doing it.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to do it all together. All three of you.
Wait, one more.
I think we'll do
There's 3, okay.
No, not with you.
them together.
No. Okay.
Wait, so it's just us two?
Yes.
Oh, it's just us two.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, go. No.
My hand is full. But you'll have to.
Okay.
That won't work.
You're done?
يفكوا هذه وخلاص نطلع منها.
Hmm?
Correct?
No. Ta 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 ta.
No, you're still tired.
You wanna get tied?
Okay.
Do you want to try or do you want us to do this with you?
If it's a close loop, if I get both my hands on one side of my head.
Yeah, exactly.
Untie yourself.
No, he said you can't.
Untie
You cannot untie yourself.
If
You
it's
can't?
not tight,
Okay.
can I just like slip my hand into
So what's the
one
objective again?
and then
Yeah, do it.
Just have to get out of this.
So what's
But
the
you need to be like
We need to
0 years old so you can do it.
like we
so I can't cut the rope or untie it?
Untangle, you cannot untie it, and you cannot cut it.
You cannot cut it, you cannot
Yes.
untie it.
But I want you to see what you're doing, okay? Yes, exactly. You're almost there. Yes, fantastic. Nothing happened. Okay. Yes. They are out. See, they are out. He's out. He's in. He's out. He's in. He's out.
We also need to get done.
Fantastic.
He's just saying what they're doing. They're not out of the rope. They're just out.
I think we should think about the problem. So we can't untie it
1 minute.
and cut it.
1 minute.
Can I not just? I'm not untying it.
I just feel the
No.
So I can't do it.
No.
Wait, what happened?
يا عليكم شغال.
Alhamdulillah.
Stop pulling it.
30 seconds. Yes, you're there. Yes. 1 is out. No, it's not.
Wait, now come back. Now come back. No.
there has to be like
10 seconds.
This hand needs to stay out of my
Shall I go back? You go inside.
Yeah, we did the same thing, bro.
Okay, then you
How do you feel?
happy.
Oh, fantastic.
Excited, but confused as well.
Okay.
Don't run to Google.
Don't.
No, we're not.
My entire life revolves around Google.
It's like this.
When I don't, I Google it.
If I don't know something, I Google it. It's not.
Okay, time.
Okay, sure.
Before you Google it. Okay. So let me show you what are you doing, guys. Oops.
We did it.
Yes, I know. Okay, let me show you. Have a seat. Let me show you what you're doing. So this is what's happening. You remember that I told you about the bus, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do? At the beginning, you came down and you asked the guy in front of you to step in, right? So he steps in, and then feel frustrated, right? So what is frustration telling you?
To change direction.
To change?
Keep trying.
To change?
Direction.
Direction? Change?
Orientation.
Yeah, change the meaning of what
Change what you're doing. Okay? Frustration is a very powerful message that is telling you stop doing what you keep on doing and expecting different results. Because we're doing the same thing. He's in or I'm in, it doesn't really matter. And then we really get very smart. Let's do it backward. Maybe if we give it our back, it will work. It doesn't. The same result. Okay? And then when it doesn't work, then he tries it with his back and so on. And we keep doing it. Frustration is telling you what you're doing is not working, change it. And when he's telling you change it, he doesn't mean you go in and I go in. It means let's change what we're doing. Totally. Okay, so let's do it together. And I was happy that you said it was not closed loop, because it's not closed circle. Let me tell you. So what does frustration tell you?
Think.
Change what you're doing. Don't think, he already did the thinking for you. He's telling you, don't do it. Do something different. And this is why, and this is why, when they give you this good advice of, when you feel stressed, play music, or when you play music, what do you do? Nothing. You didn't change anything. You're simply distracting yourself from the problem. The problem needs a different approach. So basically, stop going inside each other and coming in and out and in and out. And all what you need to do is really do something different. How did that happen? Okay. Do something different, and simply, I will take this like
there
this.
we go.
And do like this. See, you were very, very
Very
close.
Very close.
All right? Okay?
Let's loop this.
And I'm not showing you this, guys, so you learn how to do it. We'll talk about frustration. Okay, I'll show you after we finish. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Frustration is telling you, because I want you now to think about it. When you feel frustrated, when does it happen? When do you feel frustrated?
Something isn't working.
When something isn't working, right? When you tried and tried and tried. Now frustration is telling you, stop, think about what you're doing, change it. And when we say change it, you need to change it. So some people are looking for a job, okay? And I'm looking on LinkedIn. So someone else, change what you're doing. Instead of sending 10, send 20. Instead of sending 20, send 30. Are you changing? No. What you need to do is take your CV and go visit people. Do YouTube videos. Do something totally different. Does that make sense? So when you feel frustration, is it good news or bad? It's really good news. It's telling you stop because think about it. Can anyone else see that you're doing the same thing? Can anyone even notice it? Sometimes. And the majority of the time they will not. Your emotion is the only thing that will notice that you're doing the same thing. And it's the only thing that will tell you change it. Other people will not notice. If you came to me and you said, Yusri, I'm sending 10, but now I'm sending 20, they will tell you, good job. But your emotion knows, and it will not stop. It will keep hitting you and telling you, the bell will keep ringing. Stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing. And if you keep doing it, it will not work. Does that make sense? So this is frustration. So now we know fear. Fear is telling you to get ready. Frustration is telling you to to stop doing what you're doing, expecting different result. We all know the definition of insanity and all of that. Yeah, right? So it's a very, very good alarm. So use it. Okay? And then what is anger? It's fear. So back to the mother thing. So when the mother is shouting at the kid, is she helping him? No. Why? I want you to take the shoes of the kid, and we'll close with this one. When we don't listen to our alarms, we'll do wrong behaviors, and when we do wrong behaviors, we'll get results. And this example is really, really powerful, because when the mother shouted, and let's look at the kid now. The kid who was playing, he's never been hit before. He doesn't know the experience. When he's hit, how do you think he feels? What is the first thing he feels? Hurt, right? And then after the hurt, what is the emotion that will come to him? Sad or fear? No, let's say he doesn't know anything. This is his first experience with getting it. Okay? So he'll feel fear. If he is afraid and hurt, and he can see his mother next to him, what do you think he will expect? Comfort, right? Protection, all of that. But what does he find? Angry, attack. In his head, he will understand that when I am in the most hurtful situations, when I'm really hurt, when I'm really in fear, the closest people to me will attack me. And guess what happens year after year after year? When we are old or teens, when we do big mistake, what do? Do we go to our mothers and fathers? Usually not. Why? Because they taught us and they trained us, when you are hurt, when you are afraid, don't come to me, because I will hurt you more. Does that make sense? And this is not because they are not afraid. They are afraid, but they didn't understand the real meaning, that when you are angry, you are afraid. So if you understand why you have the fear, the mother could have solved the problem very, very easily. Why is the mother afraid? She's not prepared for her kid to be hurt, right? This is the preparation. So I need to be prepared. Prepared for what? For my kid running. So what do? I have the table. What do? If I want to be prepared? Remove the table, and easier, you can get some cloth and wrap up the table from the places, and job is done. Now when my kid is playing, will I fear? Will I be afraid? No. Job is done. I got prepared. Does that make sense? Yeah? So in essence, all of your what we call negative emotions are alarms. They are telling you how to deal with negative and challenging situation. If you really understand them and you check the meaning that you are giving it, and then you take action to get ready to change the way you're doing it, to be prepared, then fear will go. If any one of you have ever had fear of public speaking or talking to a group, if you have this fear, it's basically telling you, be prepared. And how do you get prepared for something like this? Practice. I'll speak with 2 guys, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. My first time was in front of 200. I panicked so much. And I kept looking at them and looking at me, and like, what do I say? And I froze for like a minute, and it felt like a year. And then that was it. All right? Okay. So let's have 5 minutes of questions and we close. Any questions about any other feeling?
Can we overlap these negative emotions with, how do we overlap these negative emotions spontaneously with?
You cannot. It's a built-in alarm system. Use it. When you go to any angry management course, they will tell you, you will not feel angry again. They are lying. It will never happen. You have to be angry. Why? Because it protects you against death. If I come, let's say you go to an angry management training, and miraculously, he made anger disappear from you, and now I'm coming to kill you. What will you do? Feel love, or feel, what will you feel? Nothing, you'll die. You need to be angry. You need to feel afraid, so you get prepared. You need to feel frustration, so you change what you're doing. You need to feel regret, so you understand that the lines, so what is regret? Another important one. Regret is basically telling you, you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. I said I will not do that, and I did it. So your emotion is the only person, if we call it a person, he knows that you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. So he's telling you basically, please respect your own rules. They are made to protect you. And all what you need to remove regret is to promise yourself that you will respect your own rules. That's it. And it's as easy as that. If you tell yourself, I know now that my rules are good for me, you will always respect it. Because once you cross, how many times have that happened to you? And you knew that what you're doing was wrong, and you do it. And then you feel regret. Does that make sense? And then they will tell you, don't feel regret. No, please feel regret, because if you don't feel regret, you'll do it again. And how many times have you felt regret and you did it again? Because they told you not to regret it. Does that make sense? So don't call them negative emotions, call them emotions. And they are alarm against all bad things that will happen. Use them. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
We seem to be very advanced as a civilization of people. We speak languages, we build software, we do magnificent things. But this is very rudimentary. Why have we lost touch with this emotions and their meaning? And how can we nurture this?
Because we were always taught, and I think most of us are still learning the same thing, that they will come to you and tell you, don't use your emotions, use your brain. And and that doesn't really work. Humans are built, you know bats? Do you know how bats fly? What do they use? Sonar, right? Humans are the same thing. We use emotions. Emotions are the most important thing that we, why do you think we're doing anything in life? Let me tell you, what is your biggest wildest dream? What do you really want to do in life?
I'm not old enough to answer that question. Can someone?
Tell me something that you want now, not with something that you really want now.
Money.
Okay, why?
Because I can get things.
Okay, and when you get things, what will happen?
I just get the thing. That's the entirety of it.
Yeah, and then what will happen when you get these stuff?
Some semblance of happiness.
Okay, what do you really need?
Do I really need?
Yeah. Think about one thing that you really want.
Success.
And success. And when you are successful, what will that make you feel?
I'm gonna feel more confident.
Okay. Tell me something material that you want, something that you really want in life.
Material. I'll get to the next question. I want to be fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And what is fulfillment?
Success, money.
It's an emotion, right? It's an emotion. What do you?
To basically choose the next funding round.
Okay, and when you have that, what will happen? Security. And what is security? Feeling. So think about anything. At the end, what do you want? You want to feel something. And so emotions are very important, because at the end, this is what we want. Nothing really matters. What matters is how will I feel after I get it. And this is why happiness doesn't really make any sense. If I tell you, I want you to work to be happy, you cannot. Simply do all the things that you want to do, and then you'll be happy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is why emotions are very important. Humans, like bats, we operate with our emotions. Things are happening in life, and we emitting our emotions. They go, they hit it, we get a meaning, it reflects to us, and then we start thinking. Think about anything that you, think about the guy who thought of flying. How did it start? Do you think it started in his head or his feeling? His emotion. Okay? Imagine this, there was no flying, we don't know anything about it. and I was sitting like this, and I saw a bird flying. What do you think the first thing happened?
Wow.
And what is wow?
Inspiration.
Yeah, what is wow? It's a feeling, right? Yeah, I feel I can do like this. Then he start thinking. When you buy a car, what is the first thing that attracts you to buy a car? Feeling, and then you think about it. Think expensive, nice, better, or, right? So always emotion and then anything else. And this answers your question. So people, because we were always brought to, don't use your emotion, don't use your heart, no, it's, okay? It's always use your emotions. It will not lie to you, but you need to check the meaning first. So first step, listen to your emotion, check the meaning, if it has the right meaning or not, then take action. As simple as that. Final 2 questions.
I have a question about what if basically you're communicating, you try to communicate your emotions, right? In a certain way, basically, that the environment can understand and can change. When we were talking about, like, you know, what creates the negative state and all that. But you're not getting maybe actually that willingness to understand emotions, right? So what would be the best course of action?
So what you're telling me, I'm trying to communicate with other people
Yes.
on an emotional level, and they cannot understand it.
No, it's not like you don't understand. You don't see the willingness to understand.
Okay.
When it comes to when the discussion, you know, where there are some people, what he was saying, there are some people who don't want to get, you know, in touch with their emotions,
Yes.
discuss this stuff anyways. They try to put barriers, like, you know, when those kind of discussions come into place.
Yes.
So, I'm not even getting yet to the point of, like, you know, you understand me or not understand emotion, but can we speak about that? Because, like, sometimes, you know, some people just, like, completely isolate themselves.
Okay. What you need to do is you need to take this picture that you're looking at and just reverse it the other way around. Let me give you an example. Now, if you go to a training, have you ever went to a training and instantly when you saw someone giving this training or session, you felt, I'm turned off? And then after maybe a couple of hours, you said, yes, I was turned off, and I'm still off, and I know now that this is the end of our relationship. And has that ever happened to you? In any setting, meeting, whatever, right? So what does that tell you about what you're telling me? Who's responsible to get your attention and your emotion? Me or you? In that setting. If I really want you to be with me 100%, and I want to, it's my job, right? So my job to create certain emotions inside you that will make you interested to listen and work with me. If I fail in doing it, then I need to change. Does that make sense?
I mean, I basically genuinely believe in this, and I'm a public speaker, so I know that. But there are some times actually where you are trying absolutely to use the sandwich theory, right?
Yes.
Like we start with a positive actually emotion, you try to kind of trigger them to motivate them or to make them happy, or like, you know, remember any memory and stuff, and then discuss what you really wanted to do, and then you end it also with a happy ending to that actually.
Yes.
It's like, you know, you get it into it. But what I'm talking about is basically some sort of people when you have like a certain kind of like a kind of relationship with them, when you are in the stress of like work and entrepreneurship and all of that, the type of discussions that you usually have are not emotional discussions. That's what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden, you are like, you know, bringing a different type of discussion that we want to say.
Okay.
So
Let me here ask you, when you say it's not an emotional discussion, what do you mean? Emotional like it's emotional, or emotional like what we are talking about here?
No. I mean, most of the time we're discussing numbers or like, you know,
Okay.
the logic.
Okay. Now, again, humans communicate with emotions. Now, it doesn't really matter if we're using numbers. So let's say I told you we didn't really make our numbers this month. How will you react? It's an external event, right?
Yeah.
What did it do to you?
Disappointed.
What is this?
Disappointment.
Feeling. Okay? So, whatever I say, number, business, meeting, whatever it is, first thing it will create and emotion. Now, depending on the meaning that you are giving to the guy who says, so I can tell you we didn't achieve the number, and you give it a meaning that he's lousy, why did we hire him? He's not doing a good job. Or maybe I didn't help him enough. Maybe he needs support. Maybe he needs more tools. Will that make your behavior different? Right? So just to make it simple, think about it as a relationship. If I have a relationship with someone and he did something, and in my head immediately I gave it a meaning that this is the end of the relationship, how do you think I will behave? And do you think it will be different if I give it a meaning that this is the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is basically how to make people open up. That's what I wanted to say. It's not about
triggers.
We're not trying to. Sorry.
You have to find their triggers.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's like because it's not that basically they're not motivated or we're not taking the right direction. It's always with a positive mindset that actually we want to help each other, right? But it's just some people keep closing up.
Who said that it is right? Remember the exercise that we did about the meaning of the chair?
Yeah.
Now you could be doing me the most wonderful thing, but my meaning is totally different. So when you're giving me the chair and you're telling me, Yusri, it's comfortable, I maybe look at it and say it's authority. So in your head, you're seeing it comfortable. In my head, I'm seeing it authority. So what do you do is you communicate with people, understand them, ask them how do they feel. When I work with my team, I always ask them, how do they feel and how do they want to feel and what can I do to make them feel that, because I cannot guess. And I don't need to guess. Okay? And make it a casual thing. We don't have time to this, but maybe next time we can do this. I'll tell you how to listen, because listening is not your ears at all. It has nothing to do with your ears. Ears are for hearing. Listening is a totally different story. And so you need to listen so you can get on the same wavelength. And this is why they call it emotion intelligence.
This is what I said, like, exactly, ask this question, how do you feel? And they're like, nothing. Obviously, it's not nothing. Like, you know, your body language doesn't say nothing.
And because most of the time people see, this is a taboo in our region, and not our region, in the world. People don't like to feel that they are feeling anything negative. They don't like to feel that they are afraid or angry, or it gives them a sense of weakness. So they will tell you, no, I don't feel anything. Like I told you, they feel more prestigious to say that they are angry rather than fear. Okay? So it takes time for them first to understand that emotions are a good thing. And actually, it is the only thing. Okay? But they are trying to be intellectual and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing. There is nothing called like this. You have to feel, then you think, you feel again, then you think again, and then you take action. I fall in love with the car. I took action. I bought it. I drove it. I'm feeling again. I like it. I keep it. I don't like it. I take a decision, sell it. I have another feeling, regret. It's always like this. Feel, think, decision, feeling, think, decision. Does that answer your question? So it needs work, and I know I didn't give you all the answers because it's only 2 hours. But it's next time we'll do another thing. Completion.
I'd love to hear if there's a next time. We will schedule another one.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I enjoyed today's workshop. I hope you guys did as well. But thank you so much. Yusri.
Thank you.
I mean, he's here if you guys want to catch me. He's here inside as well. There is a video link that I can share with you guys where you can just upload your video testimonial or what do you call it session. Not very long, 50 seconds, 1 minute, whatever. I think if you registered, I sent it on email to everybody who's registered. I can send it again. So I would really appreciate feedback on this one. All right. Thank you, Yusri.
Thank you very much. So stand up. Let's do something very, very quickly to close our day.
Johnny, in the previous episode, we had the pleasure of speaking with Sugar Ray Leonard, It was an awesome final episode to the month of October.
Yeah, and I hope everyone enjoyed that. You know, there's going to be times where we're going to be offered to do some special things like that, and we want to take those opportunities and give them to you all. And I think it also lightens up what we have going on here to also bring in somebody who is so confident in certain fields that we get to hear their story and also get to play outside of our box that we've made for ourselves.
And obviously motivating going into the half marathon, which we completed over the weekend.
Yes.
Wow, what an experience. Definitely had the pleasure of hearing Sugar Ray Leonard in one ear and this month's guest, upcoming David Goggins, in the other ear,
Yes.
cheering us on, pushing us outside of our comfort zone.
I know that both of them were in my ear at certain parts of that race, and I couldn't help but laugh. And what a great month we had, where we had got the opportunity to interview them both in the span of a week. Two elite athletes, up to our own pushing ourselves physically. It just worked out so well.
And I think the best part about it was having an opportunity now, moving into the month of November, to really focus on rebuilding confidence. As we've gone through the last few months, we've really focused on honing those social skills. This month, we're going to dive into the mindsets necessary to be successful in life. And a lot of us have found our confidence shaken for some reason. And in those moments where we have some self-doubt, we take on some criticism, and now our confidence is taking a hit. How do we rebuild that? And confidence is our bread and butter here at The Art of Charm. Building confidence and social skills is the main reason that thousands of people have joined us in our coaching program over the last 12 years. And at the same time, we're often confronted with huge misunderstandings and myths around confidence and how we build what that confidence is. Lastly, we want to start the month of November and the theme of rebuilding confidence by addressing 3 specific myths we hear all the time in our boot camps around confidence. And bear with us here, because this episode is laden with a lot of scientific studies. As you know, listening to us, we love understanding the science behind why we do what we do and how we can use that to our advantage to become more successful, both socially and in life in general. So you're going to hear some studies, cutting edge behavioral and social science, that we're going to drop in this episode. So stay tuned, get your notepads out. We are excited to dive into rebuilding confidence.
And I just want to preface that as well with the idea is, if you're listening to this and you think, well, I haven't had anything happen to me lately where I need to rebuild my confidence. Let's not get too high on ourselves. Understand that it's coming, right? Those moments in life that you're going to get shaken up, they come for all of us. And there is plenty of loss in everyone's future. And you need to be able to withstand some of those beatings that you're going to take, the damage that you're going to sustain just by living, period. Right? It's just going to come. So not only rebuilding confidence, but this is about how you're going to go about strengthening your confidence and getting ready for those moments that you will be shaken up. So this is for everybody.
Absolutely. And I know that we, over the last decade plus, have gone through those moments, those gut checks, those, wow, I got my feet knocked out from under me. How am I going to get back up, dust myself off? And we use this exact science to rebuild our own confidence personally. So we're going to be sharing some of those stories as well. But we're going to jump right into the very first myth when it comes to confidence, and that's the idea of feeling confident first. And when we talk about confidence, a word that hops to everyone's mind is self-esteem. The concept of having high self-esteem is so prevalent in the self-development field that many of us work on improving our self-esteem in the hope of creating all these other benefits in our lives. And we always see successful people as having high self-esteem. So immediately we're like, I need that. I just need to have more self-esteem and I can become successful. The idea here is if I build up my self-esteem, then I will naturally be successful. That is the first confidence myth we want to talk about today, because science does not back this up.
No.
And I know Johnny and I are both children of the self-esteem movement.
Yes, we are.
Johnny, you had some pep rallies around self-esteem in school.
Absolutely. And I remember these fondly. And we have a guest next week, Stephen Hayes, who's going to dive into this in a very in-depth conversation. However, I do want to state that, yeah, we used to go to these pep rallies, and they were like every 2 months. And I remember specifically asking, why are we doing this? And I remember it being centered around self-esteem, and my teacher telling us how important it was for us to have high self-esteem. And, you know, in these studies, it shows that it has quite the opposite effect. And one of the other things is when you're being told this, and as a kid, you haven't been through much in life where that sort of gets shaken, right? You're growing. There's a lot ahead of you. So I think for the most part, a lot of children feel really good if they have a healthy home. They're excited. School can be fun. They have friends. They want to go play, and so they haven't had too much mess with them. So when you continue to be told that you need to have self-esteem, and that you're doing these pep rallies so that you can feel this way, you start to think, well, I feel good. My buddies feel good. Who are we going to these pep rallies for?
Right. Who doesn't feel good?
Who doesn't
we
feel
got to
good?
pick on them.
Yeah. So then you start to see other children who you think, well, that kid, he needs self-esteem. And because we're doing these types of activities for him and the likes of him, then he gets singled out, he gets targeted. And we all understand when it comes to bullying, the science has come back that it was never about having some abnormality that people can zero in on. It's that first you're socially left out or shy or behind the mark. So then whatever abnormalities that you do have, they become
visible.
They become visible. They become the primary focus of the bullying. Because the actuality of it is that all of us have some sort of abnormality that can be pointed out to be driven in. But the minute that a child becomes weakened or starts to separate,
in the out group,
then that abnormality becomes the target.
And I think this is a classic case of science getting ahead of itself and realizing that correlation does not always equal causation. So this idea that successful people have high self-esteem, therefore we have to artificially inflate self-esteem, has led us down the wrong path. There's a very fascinating study done by Roy Baumeister and his team that was published back in 2003, and you'll find the link in our show notes. The study is titled, "Does High Self-Esteem Cause Better Performance, Interpersonal Success, Happiness, or Healthier Lifestyles?" Obviously big, lofty goals with inflating self-esteem. And in that study, the scientists came to the conclusion that they had not found any evidence to show that boosting self-esteem, for example, through therapeutic interventions or in school programs like Johnny's Pep Rallies, leads to any benefits and can actually be counterproductive. They further concluded our findings do not support the widespread efforts to boost self-esteem in the hope that it will by itself foster improved outcomes. Talk about a bombshell.
Not only is it a bombshell, we have to understand that when you're in these environments growing up, this is all you know. So basically, this is, you know how you would have a tomato plant and you're going to tie it up to a stick so it grows straight? We've now just tied this up to a stick going sideways. And the longer we continue to nurture and water this plant, it's going to continue to go farther and farther sideways. That's what we have here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We had helicopter parents. Now we have lawnmower parents. We have participation trophies. No one can lose because no one wants to hit to their child's self-esteem.
Yeah.
In actuality, that is the problem. Self-esteem has to take a couple knocks, and you need to get emotional resiliency in order to survive in life. This is a long journey. So if we're just sitting here artificially inflating self-esteem, we lead to all sorts of entitlement, and obviously, as the science is showing, it's counterproductive. Let's dig a little deeper into the study, because they show that the efforts to boost self-esteem of pupils had no improvement on their academic performance. None whatsoever. You inflate self-esteem, that doesn't lead to good grades.
Well, and once again, we talk about the how wrong it is, because now the child feels good that they don't need to get good grades. Well, I'm good. I have high self-esteem. The grades, that doesn't matter. And now we have, these very confident, dim-witted people.
Overconfident idiots walking around. Here's another one. Job performance in adults seems sometimes to be related to self-esteem, but the direction of causality is actually not established, and it might be the other way around. Meaning, yes, when you start to perform well at work, your self-esteem gets a boost. It does not work the other way around. You get a self-esteem boost, and all of a sudden you start leaning in at work. And self-esteem has not been shown to predict the quality or duration of relationships. So artificially enhancing self-esteem, focusing on pumping up and boosting self-esteem has been counterproductive.
And let's just tie this self-esteem movement into a narcissistic tech world that promotes you being super and awesome and badass, and your curated Instagram that shows how amazing you are, and now you have the self-inflated esteem to go along with it. I mean, holy cow, we have a country full of blowhards.
Sadly, we've put our focus and energy on the wrong things. And here's the end. The evidence shows that living a successful life leads to high self-esteem. Shocker.
Yeah.
Right? We don't need science to tell us that. It's pretty obvious from the results. The problem is we've been trying to draw too big of conclusions based on sheer high self-esteem, and it's led us astray. Now, don't get us wrong. The science clearly shows that high self-esteem is a good thing. We want to have it,
yeah.
But artificially inflating it and not building the emotional resiliency that life needs for us to succeed has worked against us.
And something you said earlier, confidence, core confidence, and there's a process to that. And I also want to say that we're making fun of all this, and I want to make sure that everyone who's listening to this is clear that we are not saying that we're above this. We've been caught into this trap as well. In fact, it is because of the trap we've caught ourselves into. I'm asking questions of what happened. Right? I was on the right track. I was feeling really good. And then you get to this point and you're like, well, wait a minute. How come I cannot bring into my life all these things that I want with how I've been going about it? Well, because you've been going about it all wrong. And so you have to ask these questions. What is wrong? And then you start to find out that the story that you've been telling yourself, which we're going to get into in a bit, but also the procedures and how we went after those things were wrapped up in the self-esteem movement, which once again, it doesn't get us to where we need to go.
Yeah, and everyone wants to celebrate the students with high self-esteem. I get it. I understand elevating them, but building resiliency, building emotional flexibility, that's where the magic truly happens. Because I know for me, when I finally had my comeuppance in graduate school and I finally got challenged and I was not the head of the pack, I was not elevated and celebrated like I was through my undergrad and even my high school career, that was a shock to the system.
Yeah.
And I looked around and I didn't have the tools to handle it.
You know, we get these letters all the time. In fact, there was one that had just came in this week about a young man who had to do a lot of questioning himself and everything that was going around him when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to play pro ball. Imagine that one. Once again, your whole entire life, you have gotten value and have been celebrated, and you've gotten attention, approval, and acceptance for this one thing, and then that becomes your whole life, and now you can't pursue that any further. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we've had professional baseball players,
Yes.
professional hockey players, professional basketball players, all sitting on the couch at boot camp.
What's up?
And their career is now in shambles, and they're no longer celebrated for the one skill set that they put all of their value in. That's a tough place to be. Talk about taking a self-esteem hit.
Listen, you were there. I was there. Some of the guys on the couch were there. And this happens in everybody's life. We're just not the people who've been picked out. This happens to everybody. Now, what happens when you get into that point? You can start drowning those feelings out and ignoring them through booze, drugs.
Right. A lot of people, even Sugar Ray last
Yes.
week talked about that. You put yourself in a situation where people elevate you beyond where you even find value or think of yourself as valuable, and all of a sudden it leads you to some dark places. And some people just sweep these negative emotions under the rug. I can't listen to that. I got to block that person on social media. I don't want to hear that.
And I will also say that, let's say that you curb taking it through, like numbing that feeling, medicating, right? So let's say you go to a different route. So shopping, video games, food. There is so many ways. It will manifest itself in one way or another unless you decide to ask the right questions, get answers that you are uncomfortable with, and then lean into those answers, looking to rectify them. And of course, that's what we're talking about when we talk about rebuilding that confidence.
And this is why our coaching programs all dig into this idea of the story action cycle. In fact, Core Confidence, our online group coaching program, talks a lot about this so that we can start to understand the stories that drive our lives. And we all have stories running in the back of our mind all day long, a narrative that we've built up. And sometimes these stories have been implanted and embedded from other people, strangers, teachers, coaches, and their behaviors around us. We've assimilated into this story, this narrative that drives our behaviors. And sometimes we're not even aware of this story. It's happening subconsciously. And thinking about it right now, how many of you even realize that there's a story driving your behaviors, leading you to listen to this podcast? So as we go through our day, in the background of our mind, it's going through this story. And it's basically our operating manual for living. It's how we run our day-to-day lives. And it is very effective because then we don't have to make constant decisions every single second of the day.
Well, that's exactly why we have it. If everything is on a conscious level, you're going to be worn out. You're going to be beat up. You're going to have mass anxiety because you have too many options ahead of you. That's why the story gets built. The story gets built on patterns that you see, and you will even place those patterns where they don't belong in order for you to feel safe
to move forward.
And you can make decisions now subconsciously rather than consciously, because if you were making every decision of every moment of every day consciously, you would be a basket case. And this is why those people who tend to be super high on the intelligence bell curve tend to be neurotic. They tend to be a bit jumpy because they're aware of way too much. And of course, we know what that looks like to people who overanalyze things, don't we?
Just a little, yeah. We've had a little bit of experience in that arena.
Yes, we have.
The problems start to happen when we don't like part of that story. For example, we might be sitting in a business meeting and we need to voice some concerns.
Yes.
Our boss is now telling us something that we disagree with. So what happens? Our mind starts to go through that story that we've had. Well, when I sit in a business meeting, I never voice any concerns, so I need to just stay quiet. And that's what we do, because that's our story. It's very hard to break from this story. Now, here we have a big problem, because we can't just take that story, tear it up, and overwrite it.
Well, there's so much that comes into play, because not only do you have a story, the people closest to you have a story about you, right? Because they have to put patterns to your behaviors so that they can feel safe with you in their life.
And they start to get a little jumpy when you're not following their story.
Absolutely. In fact, they can get angry. And this is what makes change difficult, because not only do you have to change your own story and your thoughts about how you're going to proceed about things, but then you have to also realize that it comes into play. We see it all the time of, if I change my story, if I start behaving differently, well, then what's going to happen to the friends that I have? Well, and we've talked about this. Some will not be too thrilled about that. In fact, they're going to be a bit angry and they're going to ask a lot of questions. However, what you will find is you will separate the good friends that you have from the bad ones, because your real friends who see these changes will start asking questions about why you're doing that. And when they see that it's allowing you to be successful and most importantly, happy in a positive manner, they will be there to encourage you. And also, they will look to change their
Themselves.
own story.
Right. Now, it is the story action cycle, meaning the story is running, the operating system, the manual is running, and then we take actions based on that story. If we want to rewrite our story, we have to break this cycle through action. And I know this personally. For me, getting into running.
Yep.
For the very first time, Amy invited me to a Barry's boot camp class. It must have been 2+ years ago. It involved running on a treadmill and lifting weights. Lifting weights, not a problem. My story said, AJ, you like lifting weights. Lifting weights is good for you. It's healthy behavior. But my personal story also said, AJ, you hate running.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of baggage around running. Running was a punishment in football.
Yeah.
I was the slowest one on the team, which often led to me getting ridiculed.
Right, yeah.
So running was not something I was fond of. It was not something that I had in my story as this is something that AJ does. This is something that AJ enjoys. So I had built up this personal narrative that I hate running. Now, Amy drags me to Barry's boot camp class and I hate running. Guess what? I hate Barry's boot camp because of the running. I did not mind the lifting of weights, but I was like, this sucks. I don't like this class. I'm forced to run. And oh, by the way, everyone else in class is probably ridiculing me, right? This is the narrative that's going on in the back of my mind.
Yep.
Now, I kept going to Barry's boot camp classes. I still disliked running, but I kept going. And slowly but surely, I saw my speeds tick up on the treadmill. I felt better and better after class. And then I just said to myself, well, what would be a challenge for someone who doesn't like running? What would be something that you're like, wow, I can't believe you did that. You said you hate running. And half marathon popped into my mind. We dedicated time. We set goals. 1:45 for me, 2 hours for Johnny.
Yep.
We hit it hard in the training. I hated running during the training. Finally went on my long run, broke 10 miles, actually felt really good after it. Started to feel the runner's high, started to see my times creep down. All of a sudden, through all of those actions, the training, the long runs, the enjoyment that was associated with it, I started to change my own narrative. I actually enjoy running. I no longer hate running. I was able to break that cycle by taking a different action. So it's the story action cycle. A lot of us are unaware of the story. Now we've probably raised awareness around the story for you. We have to start thinking about ways that we can break that story action cycle by changing our actions first.
Well, it always starts there because that's the one thing that you can bring to a conscious level. And if you can get some wins there, then you can go back and start to change the internal of that story. And I want to give large props to our trainer and who coached us through this, Chris Tywalker, because if it was, we were definitely, we fought him a lot.
Absolutely.
And he had us mentally, emotionally, and physically prepared for that marathon. And though I was getting worked up leading up to it, I just knew that 2 hours that morning was running, and it was going to be painful, and there was going to be a lot of self-talk and challenging ourselves, and I was ready for it, and I know you were ready for it. And though there was still some apprehension going into it, which we're going to talk about, but we were prepared for how we were going to deal with any of those questions that came up while we were doing that.
And 159 for Johnny, 144 for me. We both beat our goals going into it.
I want to say I also had a piss break at mile 6, so I could say there's a couple more minutes.
All right. Could have shaved a little more time off there.
Yeah.
We'll give you credit on that.
Yeah.
When we take action, we start to rewrite that story. It's not the other way around, which is what this entire myth was about, right? It's not, I need to feel confident first, and then I'll start acting confidently. No, we need to start acting more confidently to start building that confidence, to start changing that story. I need to start running. I need to start logging some miles before I can start to truly say, hey, I don't hate running.
You know, and I think this is where people start to get a little bit nervous because people who are self-aware don't like imposter syndrome. We hear this question a lot, and I know that we'll be talking about it more in future episodes. And when you have to start acting outside the story that you have already written for yourself, it is going to feel weird. And we talk about this. It's B over A. We've already have a program pathways that are built up, which we call decision A, right? It's what we've always done.
Right. It's wired in our mind. That pathway has been firing for years. It is this story that we're talking about.
That's the story. And now all of a sudden, we realize that story is no longer able to get us to where we need to go. We've come to that realization. So that means the story needs to be rewritten. So therefore, I must choose path B, which goes against the story. And now, though I feel awkward, it is new. I'm acting at a conscious level because I have to bring it to a conscious level to make it that decision. And because this is all new and there's apprehension and I've never done it before, it might not go well. In fact, it's going to be quite a mess.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. I might still hate running. It's going to suck on the treadmill.
But that's okay, because we're going to act first. And if you are able to celebrate the little small wins that say that choosing path B is better than path A, we're going to shake it up. If we can see a few wins, then all of a sudden we can lean into I'm doing the right thing. I've made the right decision. And those small wins allow you to know that you're moving in the right direction, that all of a sudden, slowly, the story catches up now with the actions.
Yeah, and listen, there were a number of moments when we started training for the half marathon. My first long run, 6 miles, the longest I'd ever run, timing myself.
You were excited that day.
I was excited, nervous, and then I got my time and I was like, oh my God, 9 minutes a mile. How am I going to finish this half marathon? I thought 6 was the longest that I could possibly run. I felt awful. I go on social media. I'm seeing everyone else's half marathon times and their splits. And I'm like, I'm not as fast as them. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? All of those things crept in. But slowly but surely, the time started creeping down. The runs started getting longer. You started to feel a little bit better. You started to feel like, oh, okay, I'm seeing some improvement. Now, I certainly wasn't running 145 that next run, but that's the whole point. You start changing actions, and slowly but surely you rewrite that story, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph.
I think that is the most beautiful way that has ever been articulated. How about letter by letter, word by word, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph? That's beautifully put, and that's how that works. That's how that story is getting together.
And guess what? Over time, we started posting our times online. We started hearing from other people. Wow, you guys are running it. You guys are doing it. And they helped change our narrative, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph. To now, I feel that I am a runner. If someone were to say, you're not a runner, I would laugh.
Sure.
But 6 months ago, I'd agree with them. I'm not a runner. I hate running. That is how we start to build confidence. It is a complete myth to think that you have to feel confident in order to act confident. We got to act first, and then all of a sudden we're going to rewrite that story, break the story action cycle that's led us down a path of feeling less than, lacking in confidence. The next myth that we want to talk about is this idea that some people just never fail. But before we get deeper into this, we need to address the other notion that ties into this myth, the idea that some people are born more confident than others. Now, there is research on this, the influence of genes on confidence, and it turns out that yes, some people are born with more confidence than others. There was a very compelling study done by Robert Plomin, who's a behavioral geneticist at King's College in London. What Plomin did was he followed 15,000 sets of twins in the UK from birth to adulthood. What studying twins allowed him to do was look at the influence that our genes have on our personality. Plomin was studying both identical twins, those that have the same DNA, and fraternal twins who only share part of their DNA. And what he and his team concluded after following all of these twins is that about 50% of our confidence is predetermined by our genes. That's arguably a lot.
Yep.
Now, scientists are still in debate about this. Some say it's less than that. They put the number around 25%. But basically, science is saying that there is something to our genes influencing our confidence. So while scientists haven't settled the debate, we can conclude that confidence comes from both nature and nurture, not just a small part that's really in our genes.
Well, I think that also goes with it being added to your parents. So if your parents understand, well, if it's genetically a long line of people in your history that understand how to walk into the unknown, ask questions, and slowly develop and learn skills, that fear is predetermined, right? Like, so if my great-grandfather and my grandfather and my dad, they understand this, and of course I'm being naturally taught this growing up, then I'm going to have a good understanding about it. So I will fling myself into things a lot easier than other kids were who this wasn't in part of their background, wasn't in their DNA, and they certainly were not exposed to it as children.
Yeah, and I can definitely feel it from my own experience growing up, that there were some things that my family felt confident in doing, and there were some things that they weren't confident in doing. And guess what? I happen to pick up on those patterns too, right? Some families tend to have academic confidence. Some families tend to have athletic confidence. But here's the thing. We have to dispel this myth that you're either born with it or not, because that becomes a convenient excuse not to improve yourself.
Well, I think you should look at it in the manner of confidence being a nebulous term. Right? It's you can't really grab onto it. And we're going to talk about this in a bit. But if it's a black box, and you going out and learning new skills allows you to venture out into the black box, be a little bit more aware, paint more of that black box in, well, that's slowly the confidence of that register that you get. But there's always going to be more unknown. It never ends.
Right.
So the only thing you can do is illuminate certain parts of this darkness at your in due time as you're going to go out and venture into it.
Right. It's like those video games as a kid, right? You get the light, you get the flashlight, and then all of a sudden you're walking around the map and you're illuminating more of the map. And there becomes some areas of the map that are illuminated, and now you feel comfortable walking back through. I've killed those bosses. I've killed those ghosts. I know how to do this.
I've been here before.
But there's also going to be some other parts of the map where you got to walk in. You got to shine the flashlight on it. You got to figure some things out.
So to wrap that up, it's no one is born with an illuminated black box. So there's going to be discovery for everybody.
Some people will have a stronger flashlight.
That's it.
Their beam of light might illuminate more, but they're still discovering parts of the map just like you are.
And it will be going on forever. There will always be parts that until they venture into those areas, they're going to be incredibly unconfident about.
And now here's the thing, and this is why we want to dispel this myth, because social media has helped propagate it, that people don't fail. There are some people that are just successful at everything, whether it was the high school quarterback who now got the great job after school. It just seems like he keeps winning, and over again you see this, you feel this. Society propagates this idea, and then it becomes easy for you to assimilate into your story that, well, that's just not my lot in life. I'm not that lucky.
You know, I think we're getting to a part with this new technology where those things are starting to show a little bit better, where you can't hide you can't show only the good stuff. The bad stuff's going to come out as well because everybody has a camera. I mean, we can even see it with Elon Musk, right? He goes on Joe Rogan, and all of a sudden, everyone's screaming and hollering, and billions of dollars are being lost and gained, and you know, we're getting to a place where it's gonna be incredibly difficult to hide any of the bad stuff that you don't want people to find out about. And the longer you try to hide that, the more difficult it's going to be. The
more painful it is on you as well.
Yeah, the more painful it's going to be.
So understanding that, of course, if you never fail, it's easy to have a lot of self-confidence, but that assumption may sound logical, it's just not realistic. You will look at people that made a name for themselves, that have had a ton of success, and whether it's sports or business or even in history, and when you look at their story, all you see is that it also was full of failure. We read most biographies and autobiographies. You are going to find chapters around failure. You are going to find chapters around things didn't go as planned. I pushed through. I love listening to the podcast, How I Built This. They share countless stories of failure along their journey.
That's what I to every perfectionist I meet who has trouble in moving forward, I go, name your favorite artist. Now Google that and write sucks next to their name. And you will see everything you need to go, oh, okay, I can feel better about this. It's okay to fail. In fact, it's going to be failure, which is going to get me closer to my goals.
And listen, there's one proven way to never fail, to never take a dent in your self-confidence, and that's to live life in your comfort zone.
Yeah, and that doesn't sound fun.
No, staying on the couch, never trying anything new. Who here would actually do this? In fact, that's why most of our alumni end up working with us in the coaching programs online or in person. They're sick of this safe comfort zone where they're not getting what they truly want out of life.
You know, and what's difficult is, and I was thinking about this the other evening, was there are certain episodes in my life where I have put myself out there or did something new or was trying something where the backlash that I had gotten from it socially was so, well, it hurt internally in that moment so much that it's permanently burned into my brain. And it's not permanently burned into my brain as a positive or what was that person's problem or anything positive. It is burnt into my brain of this is why you never step out ever again. And these moments, even if I look back at them, I can logically see my way around them and see the fault. But how at 45 years old, as of yesterday, how it's those moments are still burned in my brain. And any time that I'm doing something new, I have flashes of those moments and I have to roll forward despite the emotional pull that they have when they pop up.
Yeah, so that's an important point here. Those failures are still going to be there.
Yes.
We're not sweeping them under the rug. We're not turning ourselves into someone who is a shell of ourselves and who only looks at the positive and always dismisses the negative. But it's choosing to act even if you're feeling that discomfort. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, even at 45, if I see one of those people post something on Facebook, I still at this moment get angry. I go, what is this asshole saying now? And it has not, it is 20 years removed, but it is still burned in and there's still a feeling and emotion attached to that name, that person, that face. It's quite funny how those things are etched in permanently.
And listen, when we're exiting our comfort zone, there are two things that are guaranteed to happen. Number one, you are going to feel some anxiety. There's no getting around it. Your mind is wired for comfort. And when you are putting it in a situation that it hasn't been before, it's going to express that discomfort in the form of anxiety. The second thing that's going to happen when we step outside of our comfort zone is we are going to fail. We are going to make mistakes. We did not hit every training run that Chris had outlined for us.
No, in fact, there was some days where I was so beat up that having to go through that training that day, realizing how that I wasn't making it, put me in a place of feeling bad. But also, here's the moment where I'm going to persevere. I'm going to reach a new place. This is where the development happens. And in all this, as much as I want to quit or I'm upset in this moment, to persevere and only blast through that a week or two later, that is the biggest win. You want to talk about strengthening core confidence. There it is in that moment, to persevere and get the win on the other side, where failure was just happened.
And here's the thing. In those moments, you're going to have that voice saying, you said you hate running, AJ. Why are you doing this? You're going to have that voice of your high school football coach saying you're the slowest guy on the team. What's wrong with you? You're also going to have those moments where you're like, but wait a second, that training run I did yesterday, I was phenomenal on. And 2 weeks ago, I ran further than I ever did before. That's what we're talking about. Taking action allows you to drown out some of the negative voices with new experiences that show to you that you should feel confident in this area. And over time, those voices are going to drown out all of the negatives so that you feel even more comfortable moving forward. You know, we were laughing after the race. Man, I feel like I could have ran 15, 16, 17 miles. Why do we stop at 13.1?
Yeah.
Leading up to it, we were like, why does this thing have to be 13.1? So it's very easy for you to swing both ways if you are constantly pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone. Those training runs were outside of our comfort zone. They were the longest distances we'd ever run. They were some of the most terrifying terrain we'd ever run. Hills in Beverly Hills, going up and down side streets, dodging cars and traffic in Hollywood.
Yeah, that was certainly the most difficult part for me in the training, is running on Sunset or Hollywood Boulevard at 7 in the morning. It was quite scary, and there was no way of putting in my ear pods and zoning out and just cruising outside. I would have been racked.
Now, let's talk about dealing with failure, because if we're trying to build confidence, if we're trying to rebuild our confidence, then failure is going to be something that we have to surmount to start building things. Now, first off, we are not going to try to tell you to suppress the pain or pretend that failure doesn't happen. That you're not going to hear that here. And science doesn't approve of that message either. You need to feel the pain of failure. You need to build the emotional flexibility and resilience to push beyond that pain. The second thing is, if you just took a blow to your confidence, well, yeah, there's going to be a healing process. You don't just bounce back. I'd love to run 10 miles today. My body's telling me, no, dude, not a good idea. You are going to have to heal up a bit. And lastly, you may feel a very strong urge to black out, block that out of your mind, not focus on that. Go to the other extreme, overindulge in self-pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm such a failure at everything, and trying to turn that into your whole narrative and story. It may make sense in the moment, but it actually does not improve where you need to be. Putting your head in the sand and pretending that it didn't happen is not going to improve what happened after that failure.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about this is several different ways of looking at failure and diving into failure. For one, now that I understand the process and how it works, and I know that failure is part of the learning process, when I have the choice to walk into the unknown wanting and willingly, I can commit to the process, and I know what is going to happen. And so by committing to the process, I open myself up with a good sense of humor of how this is going to go, so I can laugh in the procedure and enjoy it for what it is, because there's some of the best laughs, some of the best moments, the best inside jokes that you're going to build with your accountability buddy in these moments. And we have many from this training. The other thing is, when you have a healthy outlook about it and you understand how it works, then you can partake in overreaching, which is a difficult thing. You don't want to, if you don't understand how this works, overreaching and coming up short can destroy you, can work in the opposite way. However, if you understand how the failure works, how the learning process works, you can subscribe to overreaching, because to push yourself in the farther than you ever been before, knowing that coming up short very well may happen, but it pushes you farther than you would ever have been in. And the only time that I would suggest overreaching is when you fully understand how the learning process works and you're able to do that in a healthy manner. In fact, a lot of people, Bill Gates is one who supports overreaching. In fact, this is a guy who was selling software that he didn't even have because he loved that idea of going for something so extreme. But you have to have a healthy attitude about it in order for that to work.
Yeah, and this idea of either, oh my God, have a great sense of self-pity or completely dismiss the failure, that is your brain trying to protect you from the pain, but it actually doesn't serve you.
Oh.
So throwing a self-pity party or pretending failure didn't happen is not a healthy way to learn that growth and learning process that Johnny was talking about in overreaching. Now, here's the other side of this, right? If our brain tells us that we're going to fail and embarrass ourselves, and then we do it, it's going to hone in on that. I told you this would happen.
Yep.
Don't ever do that again. So this is not how growth happens. And it's not how healing happens either. In order to be able to grow, we need to learn from the failure. And to do that, we first need to process the failure. And in order to heal, we need to accept the blow to the ego and then accept the feeling and move on. And here's some simple ways that we can do this. Now, number one, we're big proponents of journaling. And even in this race training, we used an app called Strava, which was journaling.
Yeah.
It was tracking our results,
Yeah.
where we ran, what our splits were. And over time, it started showing us, hey, AJ, on that 6-mile run, you ran this 1-mile clip the fastest ever. Hey, AJ, you ran this 1.5-mile turn, the second fastest ever. Oh, this was your slowest time on an uphill. In that journaling process, even in those days that, I felt, man, my times weren't where I wanted them to be, I could look back and go, well, holy cow, that first time I ran, that was a 9-minute mile.
Yeah.
So journaling allows you to, one, effectively process all of those thoughts and feelings and emotions that are inevitably going to come out of failure.
And I think, to go along with that, when you opened up Strava and it showed your splits, did it say failed?
No.
It gave you numbers. It gave you data points. It didn't say failure. And you make with those numbers what you want to make with them. And we've said this many times. We don't use that term failure in class. In fact, we don't use it as people because we understand how bad that is. Now, there are times where we come up short. And the only question then is, well, why did that happen? And what are we going to do? What did we learn? And what are we going to do next time? Failure is out of the equation. It just doesn't exist. And people want to talk about social constructs. Well, that is the biggest one that you could put together. It's right there.
I got a funny story. When we first moved to LA, we were trying to drum up business here in LA. We had strong following in New York. And at the time, we thought it was a genius marketing idea. We were going to put ads over urinals in local bars to try to get people to come check out our free course on how to talk to people. And
talk about one I'd like to forget.
Yeah, those ads failed miserably. But we learned, over urinal advertising, probably not the best place to find leads for our business.
Yeah.
Now, failure, if we looked at it solely as failure, well, a lot of us would be like, oh, gotta quit, gotta pack up the business, stop the podcast, give up. You, over time, start to realize that you're learning even when you're failing. And when you can change the lens on those actions and look for, well, what did I learn so that I don't repeat the failure? Now you're actually growing. As Johnny said, right? When we're growing that tomato plant, if we have the stick pointing straight up to the sun and we can guide it through, hey, what's the lesson here? What's the lesson? Stay on course. Well, it's going to grow and it's going to flower and it's going to give us great tomatoes.
Yep.
But if our stick is shooting out sideways, not getting any closer to the sunlight, well, you're going to have a pretty crummy harvest of tomatoes.
Yeah, and it's only going to continue going that way. And the other thing about the over the urinal advertising, Now, I'm sure that there are many people listening to this who their immediate thoughts of hearing that went, well, I could have told you guys that. Yeah, and
plenty of people have told us other things over the years about how to run the business.
But here's the thing. If you don't do it, you just don't know for sure. That is now X'd out. But if you get into that mode where, well, I could have told you that, well, then that sort of, that will pop up, that phrase in a lot of things if you've leaned into it. And all of a sudden, that becomes your mantra. Well, I could have told you that. That's in the back of your head. Well, it was right this time, so it's got to be right this time. No, it's not at all.
It's not how it works.
And until it has been tested, it is in the air. This is why every thought and idea is up for scrutiny. I'm sorry. And it doesn't matter who said it. Unless they've given you the data and say, well, listen, I've already done that. This is why I could have told you that. And here's the data. Okay, now you got me.
Right, now I'm listening.
Now I'm listening.
And that's what we're talking about. Journaling is capturing that data.
Yep.
Journaling is an opportunity for you to take an account. How did I think and feel in this moment? Well, that run sucked. I still think running sucks. Okay, what are the positives I can take out of that? Well, AJ, you ran 6 miles. That's the farthest you've ever run. Okay, where do I need to work? Well, those were 9-minute splits. That's not going to get us to our 145 marathon. That's not going to get us to our 145 half marathon. Okay, now I can work to improve. That's the power of journaling. You have an outlet for your emotions and feelings. You have an opportunity to look at the data in a meaningful way, take the lesson, process the loss, and move on. Now, the second thing we can do here is spending time with our loved ones, right?
Yeah.
In those moments of failure, find your support group, find your wolf pack, find your teammates, find the people who are going to be happy to bring you up. And listen, we know it's difficult to showcase failure. I know for ourselves here, as the business has had its lumps over the years, it's been difficult to say, hey, things aren't working. Yeah, things aren't going the way we want. Hey, we aren't getting the results we're after. It can be very tough. Your ego's definitely bruised. But guess what? When you're surrounded by people who care about you, they can allow you to see some things that maybe you weren't looking at. Maybe you weren't shining your flashlight on. I know in those moments where we've had some pretty colossal failures, it's been my friends and loved ones who've said, yeah, but you've been doing this for so long. Yeah, but this other thing you tried, it did work. So keep going. Those have been crucial moments for us to power through that failure. And what's funny about all of this, and the last tip that we're going to share actually comes from Dr. Sean Stevenson, a good buddy of ours. Ask yourself this: what's so funny about this? Right? When you look at failure through the lens of humor, when you look back at failure through the lens of comedy, yes, maybe it's not going to be easy, but what you're doing here is you're going to take that same experience and shift your focus from the negative into a more positive emotion. And who knows, you might actually get a good laugh out of it.
I think this is also why so many movies that showcase dark humor are so funny to a lot of us, because though it's cringy to watch, we're able to laugh at it because we've been in those situations, and it puts us to a place where we don't want to have to go back to. But however, being able to laugh at it from that lens is the first step of you gaining from it.
Now, the third myth that we want to debunk today is the idea that confidence is just a feeling. Yes, I know what you're thinking. What do you mean? Of course confidence is a feeling. Well, we all want to feel confident, and we think that once we feel confident, everything's going to be easy. And of course, we as coaches get this every time, people asking us how they can finally feel more confident. But let's delve into the etymology of confidence. The idea that confidence is a feeling is rooted in pop culture. Man, how poisonous is pop culture?
It's utterly destructive.
It really does. It poisons the mind. In fact, Russ Harris talks about the fact that this notion of confidence as a feeling has come into our Western culture only a few decades ago. And Dr. Stephen Hayes is going to talk about this next week as well. The original meaning of confidence, however, is quite different. 100 years ago, if you had asked people what confidence means, they'd have said, well, trusting yourself to do what matters. And we just have to look at the roots of the word confidence to see this. Confidence comes from the Latin confidere, and this translates to with trust. Now, when we look at the roots of words, we can now start to see that if we trust ourselves to do what matters, well, of course, that's coming from a place of confidence. The most confident people on the planet, they do the actions of confidence.
Yes.
They do something with trust and with knowledge, knowing that doing so is important.
Well, what other word do we know that has con in the middle, in the beginning of it, right? Con man, what is he doing, right? Gaining your trust.
With trust. He's getting your trust to take action.
Yep.
Now, we are guilty of this too. We always talk about feeling more confident just because this is how the word has been used in our culture. But we certainly believe that it's important to make this distinction. In reality, confidence is nothing more and nothing less than taking action and doing what matters. I know that in our core confidence group, our video-based group coaching program, the first exercise that our coach Michael does with the group is to ask the question, what would you do if you had unlimited confidence?
And that's a wonderful question. I mean, what would you do?
Think about that for a minute.
Sure.
Would you run a marathon? Would you jump out of a plane? Would you approach that attractive person? Would you run into the networking event and run the room? What would you do if you had unlimited confidence? And what comes of this, of course, is a long list of things like we just talked about. We can go to the party, we could talk to more people, we can go outside, we can have more deep connections with people, we can take on new challenges, mental, physical. If we are confident, we need to act with trust. Act with trust. Trust in yourselves and take action. And that is where I love the skyscraper analogy that you have, Johnny.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, and we discuss it in class, and this is where the difference is. So we talk about how you shouldn't view it as a feeling, and that's the way pop culture has us viewing it. Great, fine. Then how should I view it? Well, this is it, right? So we talk about confidence as if it's a structure, because we talk about building confidence. Let's do what we can to maintain our confidence. Let's go out and put it together. And so we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure. So if we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure, then we should view it as a structure. Now, anything that we build takes time. And we're going to use the Twin Towers here. This is a nice visual. So how long did it take to build those towers? Obviously, that took years to put those things together. And your confidence is no different. It takes years and building it. Everything that you do is going to help maintain it and build it. But we also understand how easily we can bring those towers down. I mean, we've seen that happen. And in fact, your confidence, much like those towers, can be brought down very easily.
And here's the thing. When we think about these structures, right? We don't just build a structure and go, oh, that structure is going to be around for 1,000 years.
Exactly.
We have a team of staff members who are replacing the windows, changing the floors, keeping that structure upright.
Well, yeah, let's look at that. What if we were to build those towers and never ever touch them again? What is going to happen? Nature in and itself destroys, and it's going to, those towers are going to deteriorate. They're going to be overgrown. They're going to start to slowly collapse. So you already have nature in and itself looking to take out those towers. And I can tell you that your confidence, if you just do something here and there to build it and then don't touch it again, it will slowly start to deteriorate. So you have that working against you, right? Now, what would be metaphorical planes into the side of your structural confidence? How about losing your job? You think that will mess with you? How about a relationship collapsing on itself and a trusting partner taking advantage of you? That would be a metaphorical plane into the side of that confidence. And these are things, much like nature in itself, that at some point in time is going to happen. You are going to have this loss, these things that are going to happen. Now, if you remember the towers, those planes hitting them wasn't the very first time that they've ever been attacked.
Right.
There's been other times. There was a
bombing beneath in the basement.
Yeah, there was a van rolling fertilizer being parked in the basement in the parking garage, and that didn't take those towers out. Why didn't it take those towers out? Because those towers were built to withstand that. And your confidence, much in the same manner, is going to need to be able to be built to withstand attacks like that, to withstand the loss that is inevitably coming your way just in life in and itself. So the way I see it, and the way we look at it here at the Art of Charm, is you have two choices every day that you wake up. You can either contribute to the forces that are looking to tear down your confidence, or you can actively participate in forces that are looking to strengthen and build your confidence. And when you look at it in that manner, that is a very easy choice. And so what am I going to do? And not only that, I can plan my day, my week, my month, and my year, and actively looking for opportunities to strengthen my confidence, to strengthen that structural confidence. And that's very important. And what are those things that we're going to be doing? Well, that is going to be taking more opportunities to walk in the unknown with the flashlight and illuminating places that I've never been. And that is going to unlock that. And that's going to strengthen it up. So when inevitably that loss comes your way, you will be able to withstand it. Your towers won't come down. Yes, you've taken a hit. Yes, you've sustained some damage, but it's not going to destroy you.
Right. And if we think about confidence in three factors, and this is our CAKE equation, love using acronyms. This is taken directly from our boot camp course. On day one, we talk about how to actually break down confidence into something that is not a feeling.
Yes.
And it's something that we can actively work on, as Johnny said, day in and day out. And when we think about this CAKE equation, the C in CAKE is confidence. It breaks into three factors: attitude, knowledge, and experience. And if you focus diligently on improving your attitude, gaining knowledge, and gaining experience in life, you are actively building that tower of confidence. Now, there are going to be many opportunities where your confidence is going to be shaken.
Yes.
And in those moments, you can look through this same lens and say, okay, was my attitude in the right place? Did I have enough knowledge going in? Or maybe I needed some more experience. And in all of those situations, whether it was a physical challenge, a mental challenge, an emotional challenge, I've come back to the same three factors. Was my mindset right? Did I have enough knowledge? Did I have enough experience? And when it comes to building confidence on race day, last weekend, why did we feel so confident? Well, number one, because our coach, Chris, focused on having the right attitude.
Yes.
Focusing on the right things, realizing that if we got in 10, 11 miles in distance, we could get to a place of 13.1. It's possible. The second thing is the knowledge of what to do on race day, right? This is the stuff you guys can expect. This is what is going to happen. This is how to prepare yourself.
Well, and 2 weeks prior, we even went on a 5-mile race just to get a taste of what it was going to be, the energy and what was going on, so that we would be able to pace ourselves and not get wrapped up in what was going on.
Because let's be honest,
the energy
training
was-
runs, you're on your own.
Yep.
You're not in a crowd. You're not competing with other people, jockeying, trying to catch someone else. You're running on your own. And lastly, that experience. All those miles logged leading up to race day, well, those three things came in to factor in our confidence on Sunday. On Sunday morning, I knew, based on my training, my knowledge of the course, and my attitude going in, that I was going to have a successful race.
You know, for myself, on the 5-mile race, I got swept up in getting ahead, getting away from people. I had a bunch of adrenaline going. I forgot my watch, so I wasn't able to put Strava on, and realized how easy it was for me to get influenced and manipulated to race ahead, only to get caught up in my first mile being at 7:20, and at that moment realizing I can't keep this up, not at 40 years old. And of course, I was winded. And granted, I was able to do the 5 mile. We were well prepared for that. But that allowed me to know that on race day, in those corrals, amongst all of those people who were amped up and fired up, that I was how I was gonna go about it. I had a strategy, and it was won over from those 2 weeks earlier.
Now, when you think about confidence with trust, it starts with your attitude. Do you trust that you're going to be able to accomplish your goals? Do you trust in yourself? That attitude is the ability to stay positive even in the face of temporary setbacks or adversity. Positivity is going to open you up. Negativity obviously is going to shut you down.
You know, it was funny. I was just doing a Facebook Live on the family page leading up to the race, and there was a few people that were going to be there cheering us on, and I let them in to know that in moments where I was questioning myself and I was having difficulty, and when you're doing something like that, it's going to be there. That in those moments, I was going to start smiling as best and as loud and proud as I possibly could. And if you saw me smiling in those moments, you know that I'm having an internal dialogue and I'm trying to have some fun with it. And that was my plan. And of course, you know, in those moments, knowing what I was going to do when I had those moments and I did put on that big smile, then the only thing I could do was laugh about the process that I was going in, which made that funny.
Absolutely. And when we look at the three factors, attitude, knowledge, experience, attitude is often the hardest for us to improve.
I agree.
Especially when we're lacking in confidence. So let's talk about the other two factors. Knowledge, I feel at this day and age right now, you're listening to us on a podcast.
Yep.
You have access to more knowledge than ever in history.
Well, everything's out there. You have it.
So when it comes to lacking confidence, knowledge tends not to be as big of a factor for most people. They've spent some time and energy there.
Well,
but it definitely helps to go in over-prepared, understanding what's ahead of you. I know for myself, on race day, if I had no idea what to anticipate, I would have lacked a lot of confidence lacing it up and taking off.
Well, there is a small part of that, of not being so prepared, that I think that if you are a little bit arrogant, a little bit ignorant about things, and you don't know any better, it can help. I can certainly say that as an entrepreneur, that I was able to accomplish some of those things because I just didn't know any better, and that helped. I definitely think that sometimes I feel that overanalyzing the situation or getting this knowledge can definitely hurt at times.
Well, that's the thing. Because it's the easiest of the three components for us to get, we tend to spend the most time there, right?
Yes.
It's easy. It's easy for me to go online and watch YouTube videos and read books and listen to podcasts. I mean, there are countless clients who've come through the boot camp, sat on the couch, and told us, what, Johnny? I read all the books.
I read all the books.
I watched all the videos. I've listened to every single one of your podcasts. I still can't approach that person. I still don't know what to say. I run out of things to say. My mind goes blank.
And that is going to bring us to experience. But before we get to that point, the other one is, what happens if I get here? What happens if I get to this point? This is where everyone that I've read about has trouble. Well, why don't you worry about that when you get there, rather than not even trying, right? Because you're worried about this point where a lot of other people had trouble. You haven't even got off the couch. Why are we worrying about that? So that brings us to experience.
Right. And experience is the one that is difficult to get, but actually can help you change your attitude, can help you take this knowledge and make it actionable. When we actually go out and run, not just watch running videos on YouTube and get all pumped up for the race, but when we actually log the miles, we're doing the hard stuff that builds confidence come race day.
Yeah.
Now, when you think of all of those areas of your life where you feel really confident, and most of us listening to this, it's probably in our career, well, we have these three factors firing on all cylinders. You went to school, you studied your balls off, you worked really hard, you got all the experience in the apprenticeship and the residency, when you were making peanuts and you worked under someone and you gained all of that valuable experience. And through those two things, you started to change your attitude. You started to believe that this is possible. I can do this.
You know, to go back to something you were saying about watching all the videos, the day before the race, you watched a couple race documentaries to get amped up, to motivate you, to pump it up. Now, that was the day before the race. That wasn't before you decided to train for this race, to learn all about running and what you need to do. No, you dove into it to get the experience, so that when you are able when it does become the day before race day, you can watch these videos to amp yourself up, to motivate, rather than to give you too much knowledge to where now you're going to have anxiety over things that you don't know about.
And I understand that knowledge around race day and watching the documentaries, that helps with mindset. There was some interesting mindset stuff there. It also showed me other people's experience.
Yeah.
But it certainly did not simulate what was actually going to happen on race day.
No.
And I think that's where a lot of us get hung up. We get hung up on the easiest step of gaining knowledge, watching other people do it, reading everything we can, doing that Google deep dive and clicking around and going on subreddits. But we tend not to put focus on getting the real world experience and really focusing on changing that attitude. And when we hire a coach, well, what does a coach do? A coach articulates for you an action plan to get the experience, and then a good coach will hone in on your attitude and mindset through that experience. There were some weeks where we got overconfident and Chris was like, you guys ain't seen nothing yet.
Yep.
And then there were other weeks where we're like, I don't know how we're going to finish this race, dude. This sucks. And he's like, you guys got it. You have more in the tank. And that's what a coach can bring out. A coach is going to do a reality check on your attitude. A coach is going to focus in on the crucial knowledge that you need to have, right? When we are in a situation like we are today, where we can just consume knowledge from any source, trusted or not trusted, well, it can become analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
We can have too much information for our own good. We can be pointed in the wrong direction because we took all of that knowledge into consideration.
You know, how many movies, and there's one that comes up specifically, which is Heartbreak Ridge. It's a Clint Eastwood movie where he was, I can't remember the fight that they were going into, but here was this older, grizzled veteran who was going into the boot camp and training his cadets. If I use the wrong terminology, my apologies. And there was the movie was about his fight with the learned scholars of military and all the red tape. And basically it was this fight of, if you weren't there, you can't tell me what to do. And I think there was a lot more of this bureaucracy that came in as this knowledge comes out, where making these decisions from 20,000 miles away is not going to help when you're in it.
Absolutely, right? Every movie we've talked about over the years comes back to that. You can have as good of a plan as you want, and everything goes out the window when you get punched in the face.
I could just imagine, right? So here I am, I'm on mile 10, right? And previously, that was as far as both of us had run. So here I am walking into the unknown, and I'm nervous. You know what I'm going to call? I'm going to get on my iWatch here, my Apple Watch. I'm going to call my mom and see what she's got to say, right? Mom, listen, I'm just past mile 10, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make this happen. And my mom could tell me, well, listen, I know you, and you're going to get it done. Great, thanks, Mom. And I'm off to finish the other three. It doesn't
Right. I wish it worked that way.
Absolutely.
So knowledge is easy for us to accumulate, but often we overlook those other two factors in building confidence. Changing our mindset, starting to believe that things are possible, is a step in the right direction towards feeling confident, towards acting with trust in ourselves. But ultimately, experience is where that rubber hits the road. And that's why in the boot camp setting, we focus on these three areas. We distill down the best knowledge around socializing, but also shifting those attitudes. And we focus on experience. Everything in the boot camp is experiential. It's immersive so that you're not just passively taking notes from me and Johnny. You could do that listening to the show.
Yes.
We take you out in Los Angeles to get the experience to build that confidence. Now, when we think about confidence in this manner, it actually becomes something that we can have a plan to build. We can have a plan to work towards, right? It's not some fleeting emotion. Oh, I wish I felt more confident. Oh, I'm going to think my way into acting. It doesn't work that way.
Absolutely. And upon listening to this, you should feel, well, it shows that you have two choices here, right? Am I going to get up tomorrow and start actively working on these things? Or am I going to watch another video about things I'd like to do?
And next week, we're going to have Dr. Stephen Hayes on, one of the founding fathers of acceptance commitment therapy.
ACT.
Which is all about building this self-confidence that we're all chasing. And it's going to be really fun to have a great conversation because we've built a lot of the boot camp principles around ACT and its ability to not only change your mindset, but change your life. And when we talk about building confidence, that does change your life. When you can start trusting in yourself to take those actions, living outside of your comfort zone, well, that's where life truly happens. I never 6 months ago would have imagined I would have completed 13.1 miles with my best friend Johnny and my girlfriend Amy. We crushed our time. We had a great time doing it. And now we're ready for that next challenge.
The next one. We've already been kicking around some ideas, and we haven't inked anything yet, but I think within a week here or two, we'll figure that out. But we got some good ones up there.
We would love to hear from you.
Yeah.
What would you do if you had unlimited confidence, and what's stopping you from taking those actions? Let us know. We're always excited to hear from you all. You can email us at questions@theartofcharm.com. We're going to be taking your questions on building confidence this entire month, or through social media on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter at The Art of Charm, or you can always send us a voice message and we might just play it on a future episode. Also, do us a favor and write us a review in iTunes or your favorite podcast app. It would mean the world to us. In conclusion, these were 3 myths about confidence that we wanted to debunk today to help you start rebuilding your confidence. Number 1, artificially boosting your self-esteem in order to become more successful in life is not supported by science. Instead, do it the other way around. You need to start taking action. If you do that consistently, then you will rewrite that story that you've been telling yourself about who you are. Yes, confidence is to a certain degree genetic, but no matter how confident or successful someone is, there's just no way to go through life without failing. And that's a good thing because it allows us to grow. And lastly, the myth that confidence is just a feeling. This is something that Western culture has been pushing for the last few decades, but instead it's a quality of action that you bring into everything you do. It's the idea of trusting yourself to do what really matters, and in the end, that's all that counts.
Hey, and welcome to another episode of Confidence According to. I'm so excited for today's episode because I have the gorgeous and inspiring Andrea Wessels with me. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that you're having me.
Thank you. I'm so excited to get stuck into it. We were already talking and I'm like, oh no, wait, we need to save this for the video. So Andrea is a life and wellness coach. She is Canadian, you will hear, and she's been living here in Cape Town for the last year. And so how is it that you landed up being here in Cape Town of all places?
Well, so my husband and I both met in Vegas.
Ah.
Yeah, we were both competing in 2013. And we started talking, started dating in 2014. And then we went to Canada for a couple months. And then we moved here, we moved to Durban in end of 2015, lived there for a year and a bit. Then Durban wasn't for me. So we decided to move to Cape Town instead of going to Canada or do another overseas move, which is really, really difficult. So
yeah, it's a big thing.
So we chose Cape Town because we came here on holiday just for a weekend and I was like, this place is amazing.
It's
yeah,
awesome.
I love it here.
So glad to have you here in our beautiful city.
I love it.
And so you said that you met competing. What are you talking about there?
We did both fitness competing. So there are different organizations in bodybuilding, I guess you could say. There's bikini, in my organization, there's bikini, fitness, and figure. So there's WBFF, there's IFBB. This is Lacey, by the way.
Oh yeah, we didn't introduce Lacey. This is Lacey. She's our guest appearance.
Yeah.
You might see a cameo now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's WBFF, IFBB. There's a bunch of different organizations around the world. So a lot of people do compete. We met and we both were pros at the time. So in order to become a pro, you have to win an amateur show.
Okay.
And it's different for different organizations. So I think in South Africa, for example, you have to there's levels. You win an amateur, then you go to provincials, and then you go to nationals, and then you have to win first overall, and then you get your pro card. So it's a process.
Yeah.
With the WBFF, you just have to win your pro card, and you can win it at any amateur show and you can be first or second. It depends if they deem you pro worthy. So
Okay.
Dan and I both did WBFF, and we were both pros. And then 2013, I think Dan got top 10 in the world. The years before that, I got top 10 in the world. And then 2014, we both competed again. We weren't dating at this period. We were just friends. And he got 4th in the world.
Wow.
And I didn't place that year.
Okay.
But that was my last show and his last show.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Dan and I both did pretty well. Dan did incredibly well. He is actually still the highest ranked in the country.
Okay.
So he got 4th, and the 3 people below him eventually all got world championship status.
Wow.
And no one in South Africa has gotten 4th in the world.
Oh my goodness.
Yet. So
wow.
still, yeah.
Sure. And how long were you doing that? I mean, it sounds like quite an intense career. Is it a career? Like people do this for a living, or is it a hobby thing?
You know, that's a loaded question.
Okay.
Because yes, I think a lot of people want it to be their career, but it's very difficult to actually make an income from it. So a lot of people don't know this, but you really don't get paid to compete.
Okay.
You pay
Yeah,
money,
it costs.
lots.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people get sponsorships, they get endorsements, they get free bikinis, free supplements, but they don't get an income.
Okay,
Only
I
the
see.
top athletes get income.
Sure.
I would say maybe the top 2%.
Yeah.
And those are the big names, that have 1 million followers, or like I'm not exact, 1 million followers, or over 100,000 followers, but also lots of interaction, lots of pull. You can tell when someone has lots of interaction on their page, lots of comments, lots of likes. So companies look at those things. And so you were saying that it takes a long time to get a career. Yes. It depends what you want to get from the industry. Okay. So I realized that it was more of, for me and Daniel, it was our career because we're personal trainers.
Okay.
But if you're an accountant or you're a doctor or you're whatever, this has to be a hobby.
Yeah.
Because it's a kind of a 24-hour thing.
Yeah.
You're doing your meals every 2 hours, your everything like that. It's not impossible to make a career of it, but I would say you kind of have to be in this industry or you dedicate full time to being an influencer or a model or a competitor.
Yeah.
And this is just my opinion. In South Africa, I don't think so.
Okay.
So I really don't see it being a career here.
Yeah.
I don't see you being paid enough.
Yeah.
Like, let's say the minimum to get by is like a salary of 20K or something.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Yeah.
Unless your sponsors actually pay you that.
Yeah.
And
That's not
unless
gonna
you have 1
happen.
million followers,
Yeah.
I can only think of one South African who is at that place.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
and he's amazing.
Yeah. And so how long were you doing this for?
I started competing when I was 19.
Wow.
So I started training when I was 19. I did my first show when I was 20. I'm 30 now.
Okay.
And then I was 26 when I did my last show.
Okay.
So I did it for a solid 7-8 years.
Sure. And what made you decide to call it quits? I mean, because that's a drastic change in your reality,
Huge.
your experience of life.
Yeah.
So going from that level of commitment, it sounds, to like normal, like the rest of us.
Yes.
So what made that happen?
Well, I'll tell you that it was kind of forced on us because we kind of had to choose relationship, getting married, moving, and moving around the world, number one, not easy.
Yeah.
Number two, we had to focus on us and the move, and I was in South Africa, and it's expensive to eat like that, and it's expensive to compete. So we couldn't justify the amount that it is to do a Worlds show. So the Worlds is in Vegas.
Yeah.
And that was the show.
Okay.
They're in Vegas or Toronto or London. It depends where the Worlds will be. But it's a huge amount, and it's either, and those, the first, so we've been together, I think it's 4 years now, almost. Ooh, crazy. 4 years.
Yeah, it flies by.
We, the first year was, okay, do we move or do we go to Worlds? Well,
yeah.
Life took over. And we actually never really decide, and this is what's interesting, a lot of people will decide to not compete anymore and kind of make this big thing of it. And they'll announce, I'm not competing anymore. We didn't. We didn't see it coming until like a year ago.
Okay.
So what happened is we, like I said, the first year was like, do we move and put that into moving, or
Yeah.
do we stay doing long distance, which we did for the whole first year of our relationship, which sucks.
It was hard.
We do long distance, or we compete, or we move, and that was like kind of a no-brainer. And then the year after that was, do we get married
Yeah.
and start our life together and move out together, or compete? And again, it was kind of a no-brainer. And then last year it was moving to Cape Town. So we, moving, we've moved every year,
Yeah.
more than that. It was move to Cape Town or compete. And again,
Yeah.
no-brainer. And then when I moved here, we were actually involved in a show that was supposed to be planned here and stuff. It fell through, it didn't happen. But that was actually the turning point for me, was I was involved in the back end of it.
Okay.
And I decided, while I was planning it, I was like, you know what, this is actually it for me. Because I hadn't been in it for 2-3 years. And then I was involved with all these athletes and all these people and planning it, and all these people asking me these questions like, oh, if I get a boob job, will I do better?
Wow.
And I was like, are you really basing this big of a decision on my opinion?
Sure.
So
Like they'd changed themselves.
It changed. It kind of brought back when I was 20 and I got my boob job for that reason. And I was like, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Because when you're older,
Yeah.
and you see these 21-year-olds and you're like, I want to save you
Yes.
for making the same
Yes.
mistakes I made.
Yes.
That was me.
Okay.
So I was this 29-year-old being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these people.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, I think I was just reintroduced and reminded of the kind of sad side of it, the not so nice side of it,
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's when I was like, ooh, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I don't think I'm gonna, because I never made the decision to not compete anymore. But, and another thing that I should mention is those 3 years that it took for me to get to that point were brutal. My body hadn't had a break in 7 years.
Wow.
So I gained, I honestly don't even know. I didn't weigh myself. I didn't want to put myself through that kind of torture.
Yeah.
But I actually
body changed.
I don't like weighing myself either.
Yeah.
And I'm a naturally curvy girl. For me
Yeah.
to diet like that for those 7 years was really difficult.
Sure.
I ate fish and broccoli 6 times a day for months, and I'm not exaggerating, for months. And I don't miss it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But I know that there are healthy ways to do it.
Yeah.
But I just think that it's one of those things that you have to have the genetics for it.
Yeah.
And I really don't. My husband does. He eats anything and everything all the time.
Yeah.
Looks amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah.
So I actually would love for him to do it again one day.
Okay.
I think he has the potential. I think he should. For me, it just wasn't. And it just wasn't, it's not feasible for me.
Yeah.
And like now I'm thinking maybe family
Yeah.
and those things. And I just don't want to have that in the back of my mind
No.
to put myself back into that. I'd probably have to lose like at least 15 kgs
It's insane.
minimum to compete again. And I just don't want to.
No. No, absolutely.
Another thing I actually wanted to mention too, when you stop competing and it's been a part of your life for so long, you go through a major identity crisis.
I was gonna say.
I was a shape cover model, top 10 in the world, personal trainer, fitness model, bikini model. And then the hardest thing for me and my self-esteem, my self-worth, everything when we moved to Durban, I had spent, those years in Canada building up my reputation. I was well known.
Yeah.
I would go out to bars or go out and people would be like, oh my gosh, I know you,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And in Durban, it's like, oh, that's Dan's girlfriend.
Ah.
So you go from this,
Yeah.
and you try not to let it
Affect
you, but it did a lot.
Yeah.
Because I'd go out and I'd be like, oh, that's all I am. Yeah, I'm his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah.
and I also had a company in Canada that I actually only closed down last year.
Okay.
It lasted the whole
Duration.
Yeah, it was called Get Ready Girls, and it was about women's empowerment and confidence through
Okay.
fitness. I had employees working for me and
Wow.
everything, and it was a huge decision for me when I moved. I let it run still for another year, but businesses, when you're not there,
Yeah.
I mean,
If you don't
it's
have
a
your
matter
finger-
of
finger on the pulse,
time
yeah.
before they
implode.
And that actually, so my two biggest identities, and I guess my two biggest accomplishments by then, before I was married or anything like
Yeah.
that, was my business
Yeah.
and the
Competing.
body and who I was.
Yeah.
And then I lost both of those.
Wow.
So that was a huge knock for me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. So that was, I would say, the hardest part. And
Yeah.
and to go from one extreme to the other and not compete anymore, it takes work like every single day. And because I was new here, you can't work.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right? You can't work, you're working on visas, you're working on
Yeah.
all these things.
Yeah.
You can't work, and you're just Dan's girlfriend, then
Yeah.
Dan's fiance, then Dan's wife.
Yeah.
And he's such a great person, that's great, but like
Yeah.
I'm such an ambitious person
Yeah.
that it killed me.
Yeah.
It killed me. So that was very, very tough. Getting out of that industry was the hardest and the best thing ever for me. And the funny thing is when that show dissolved and it didn't end up happening here and all these things, and by here I mean Cape Town, the show is happening in Johannesburg.
Okay.
Then is when I was like, okay, I think I'm not going to be involved in this industry anymore. And it took 3 years of me just back and forth. Oh, do I? No, I don't. Yes, I do. Yes, I'm a trainer. I did everything on one day. I remember I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
And I called all my clients that are competitive athletes and I said, no more. I'm not doing this anymore. And I referred a coach that I love to them.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not doing this anymore.
Wow.
And I said, I had a few clients who are halfway through their show prep. And I said, I'll train you to the end, but after the show you have to look for a new coach. Because I found that, and the turning point for me was I was sitting down to do this diet plan. And it was for a girl that I have trained for a long time. And we had just spent so long kind of fixing her from the competitive industry.
Oh.
And I was going to make a diet plan now for her to compete again.
Oh gosh.
And
so
I was
you're
like,
sending her back into the,
yes,
back to the
like,
wolves.
Yes, that's what I felt like. And although I'm sure she'll do amazing, and the coach she has now is incredible, an amazing coach, it didn't sit well with my soul. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I sat there and I was crying and I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
I can't do this.
Yeah.
So my husband was like, you've been checked out mentally for a long time, just admit it. Make these two match.
Yeah, exactly.
My heart was wanting so badly to still be involved in that industry, but then my brain was
because your
like,
identity was tied up in it for so long and it's all that you knew.
Exactly.
And your ego is like, no, but that's us. That's who we are. That's
exactly
what we do.
And it was like, you spent so much money and so much time, and you've
invested
and
a decade of your life.
Exactly. But even with my Instagram and stuff, I lost followers and everything.
really?
because you're switching from
one focus.
Well, they're used to
now.
seeing you in a bikini and half naked all the time and talking about superficial stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're making these deep posts.
Yeah.
You're like, show me your bum. I don't want to see this. And I get it. You can go
goodness.
followers.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are obviously
not
my target market anymore.
Exactly.
But
growth. There
yeah.
we go. That's what that's called.
Yes. So it was a hectic period. But
so I mean, that as a woman and as a young beautiful woman, that you kind of, your journey has been the extreme of what everyday women go through in terms of, they've tried things, yo-yo dieting, and all, you hear about it all the time.
Invest in
obviously
something and it fails.
Yeah, and that obviously impacts their confidence, their self-esteem, their self-worth, their identity.
Yeah.
Now, how did you, when you're going through, like coming out of such a strict regime, is that the right word? Regime?
Yeah.
And then...
Regimen? I'm Canadian, I say
okay, there we go. And then coming into a normal way of life, and then starting to see your body go back to balance, because obviously our bodies always are
want to be
aiming
in
for balance.
homeostasis.
Like that is just
that's all they want.
That's all it wants.
Yeah.
You mentioned as well about body shapes,
right?
And that if you are a certain shape, you can't wish you were a different shape.
No.
You are that shape.
If you're like, for me, for example, I know my genetics since young. My body gets chunky easy. I get curvy easy. I get chubby easy. Soon as I hit puberty, it was like. Plus, I like to eat.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't?
Right. So my downfall.
Yeah.
But you can't, like, I have girls who will come up to me and be like, I want to look like this Victoria's Secret model, and I'm like, well, you're gonna have to grow 2 feet, which is a lot, and you're gonna have to completely change your genetics from the inside out. And if you find that pill, please give it to me.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
yeah,
we can only make you the best version of you.
Yes.
And that's the only thing anyone can ever hope for. And one of the weird things for me over this last year that I've been in Cape Town, and deciding not to train athletes anymore and kind of stepping out of that industry and just being more wellness focused and life coaching focused was I realized that the last 4 years that I was hiding in my little bit of excess weight. So I've started losing, but it was weird. It was a weird realization for me. It was only a few weeks ago actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that I was never taken seriously when I was a model at all.
Oh.
And
Interesting.
I know that the women respected me because of the way I carry myself and the confidence that I have. But even just friends, long-term people and stuff, if I would show up somewhere, people would say things like, oh, sorry, we didn't recognize you with clothes on. Or if I would give my opinion and stuff, people would just be like, yeah, okay, you're here to just be pretty.
You just go and, yeah.
So I think when I got out of that industry, and you know, it's a thing that you don't think, like, you don't know you're breathing poison air until you breathe clean air.
Yes.
And I didn't know how people saw me or anything until I was out. So once I was in Durban, it was a weird thing because not a lot of people get to start their lives over with people who don't know them, don't know the mistakes they've made.
Yeah,
clean slate, which for me sucked because I worked so hard before. I kind of wish that I had messed up the whole first part of my life and I could have just started fresh here, you know, ran away from killing someone, you'd never know. But I started with a clean slate, but I didn't really know who this person was. So I wasn't unhealthy. I still always train, but I was drinking more because I didn't drink like my whole, you know. I was drinking more. I was not like I went from being extreme to being like
side.
Let's say this is healthy.
Yeah.
Whatever your definition of healthy is, I was a little bit here.
Yeah.
So I realized a few weeks ago that like I was sitting in this because I was so comfortable with the fact that people saw me for me and not for just my body. And I didn't realize that, so I kind of have had to go back now this way to be like, no, actually, like I do deserve to look the way I want to.
Yeah.
I felt like I didn't deserve it anymore because that's not who I am anymore. Yeah. And I didn't realize until someone kind of, you know, when someone says something that is about themselves, but you obviously make it about yourself, and you're like, ooh, me too. I do that too. So, so that everything comes around and came around recently.
Wow.
And so now back to being healthy and back to being motivated again. But
it took that process of, and maybe it's like redefining who you are.
100%.
Actually, who am I? Who am
and
I?
I find
until
that,
you know.
And I find that if you're constantly progressing, you're gonna have to do this all the time.
Constantly. I know there's never an absolute point of okay, now I get it. Now I know who I am.
Never.
Constantly evolving, constantly growing. And earlier you mentioned about then those different body shapes and that, you know, so then women are setting themselves up for failure because they have expectations that are beyond what is physically possible for them. So can you explain what the different shapes are that women would be able to then identify and then for them to be able to accept and then do what's best for them?
So you have ectomorphs, mesomorphs, and endomorphs. And generally, you can be one or a mixture of two. And it goes ecto, meso, endo. And ectos are the naturally thin supermodels. I mean, you know, I can't describe it other than they're tall, they're thin, long limbs,
narrow,
very narrow, they're usually straight like this.
Yeah, like boy.
Yes.
Shapes.
Yeah. And then you have the mesos who are usually bodybuilders. They put on muscle easily. They're more average height, average size, average limbs. They're not usually taller or longer.
Yeah.
Because you can be short and be an ectomorph, but you will have long looking limbs for your height, if that makes sense.
Like be petite looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ectos usually are those people who forget to eat.
Okay.
You know? Not me.
Yeah.
And then endos are people who are just, they hold a lot of weight. They have usually wider hips.
Yeah.
Hips and waist is usually bigger.
Yeah.
And
like bigger bone structure.
Yeah. So for me, I'm a mixture of meso endo, kind of a mixture. I put muscle on easily and I can lose it. It's just, it is difficult for me. I do tend to lean a bit towards the endo side. So it really depends on who you are and also on your genetics and what you eat every day, physical activity, everything, you can combat your genetics 100%.
Okay.
You can.
Okay.
It's just for some people it's going to be more difficult than others.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah. And so their commitment to both nutrition and exercise is going to
Exactly.
vary depending on where they are.
And for me, it was worth it. Then it was worth it, and I was willing to do anything and everything to fight my genetics and to become what I wanted, which was a pro and cover model and all these things. But who I was then is like a stranger compared to who I am now.
Yeah.
So I, right now, knowing everything I know, wouldn't do that again.
Okay.
But then it was so worth it. You know?
You felt at the time it was
yes,
worth it.
At the time it was worth it. And
Okay.
I actually obviously wouldn't know my husband. I would like
yeah. All the dots had
no
to
regrets
connect.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
the havoc that I'm more like the fact that I gained weight, I'm at peace with that, and I think I could have gotten over that quick.
Yeah.
It's the identity crisis and the losing my self-confidence and my self-worth and everything and starting from scratch is what really that I could have done without.
And so how did you start to heal that? How did you start to get to that point of rebuilding now your self-identity, your confidence and your worth?
Yeah. Work every day.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, my close friends know this, and I would talk to them about this a lot. But the funny thing is honestly, because I had the last 2 years kind of off and the last year and a half without my business, I listened to podcasts all day, every day. And I would get up and just do some form of exercise, even if it was just walking or literally 50 squat jumps or sit-ups in my house, just to feel productive.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would listen to podcasts. I read a lot.
Yeah.
Self-help books and Girl Squad books and all of that.
Yeah.
I did online courses that were free. I got free booklets for stuff like what you do.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone, even those closest to me or even my husband, can fully comprehend how much work I had to do.
Yeah.
Because it looks like me sitting on my phone.
Yeah.
And I am very much it's taken me a lot of work to be a vulnerable person. I'm really not. My dad is like old school, comes from an Irish background. Like no.
Don't show anything. Yeah.
Yeah, do not show weakness, I would say is like kind of his motto. Yeah. So and because of my job, I can't ever, like, as a life coach and as a health coach, you can't really have a breakdown, because then it's like she don't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
So
she needs to get her shit together before she gets mine done.
Yeah. So I really, really played down a lot what I was actually going through and dealt with it myself.
Okay.
But reading YouTube videos, actually I can't believe I forgot that one.
Yeah.
You know those like ridiculously cheesy motivational ones?
Yeah.
Those.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that.
But I actually remember being in a place, and I'm sure some women can relate to this, where you listen to it and you can't even listen to it because you're so far away from that. You listen to it and you're like, this is so dumb.
Yeah.
Who feels this way?
Yeah.
Like, who actually is this motivated?
Yeah.
Like, I remember listening to that. It's kind of like the same feeling that you get when you're in like a really toxic relationship with your partner.
Yeah.
Like when you're with the really wrong person, and then you watch, you listen to love songs or you watch a movie, and you're like, this is so not real.
Yeah.
Love like this doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing, but with anything happy. Someone has something happy going on in their life, and you're like,
it's fake.
This is fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
How
can it possibly?
Yeah. So I went through that first.
Wow.
And again, because I do so many exercises with my clients and I write programs for a living, I had to do more work on myself than anything. And I don't know how women do it who never even just sit down and have to do these things. I don't know how they progress, because you have to sit and look at yourself every once in a while and be like, whoops.
Yeah.
Let's fix this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think the reason why I am a good coach and why I am a good life coach is because I do that every day.
Yeah.
Every day I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, you suck at that.
You're doing
And-
this
but not in, like-
introspective work.
But not in like
Yeah.
a like
derogatory.
oof. Like it's like a like I would say that to like a girlfriend. Like,
Yeah.
You screw
Yeah.
that up, hey?
Yeah.
Like oof, better
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Well, that's the awareness, having
yeah.
that self-awareness
Yeah.
and recognizing
Yeah.
opportunities
Exactly.
in
And that's
yourself for
and that's
growth.
why it's so important to like you have to be strict with yourself but also really easy on yourself.
Yeah.
You have to be disciplined in some ways
And
and then
compassionate.
when you and finding that balance changes all the time.
Yeah.
So when I was in that very vulnerable place that I just told you about where I was like I can't even watch these YouTube videos and listening to these podcasts of all these amazing women that I listen to, it was torture.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't even listen to this.
Yeah.
But I persisted
Yeah.
because of my background in fitness. I know that you might diet for 30 days straight, but it's that 31st day where you actually see
What you're
change.
looking for.
So I would listen to these podcasts that were grading me
Yes.
because I was like, I can't even listen to this, but I would just listen
Yeah.
while I walk or while I do the dishes or
Yeah.
clean or do
Yeah.
laundry. You know, I would listen
Yeah.
to these podcasts, and my
Yeah.
husband would come home and be like, because it sounds almost like, you know, like those like rah podcasts.
Yes, yes,
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
what are you doing? Yeah, so
Yeah.
that phase was the hardest because pushing through when you don't even,
resistance.
and I had no direction either.
Yeah.
I was like, who the heck am I now?
Yeah.
And you're listening to these podcasts like, you're amazing, and you're like, yeah, totally, yeah, I am.
Yeah. And
So-
and all you're really identifying is the gap between where
Yeah.
they are, where you are, and like it's just there.
So
Where is the
one thing I
connection?
tell, and so the funny thing is what I used to tell my clients, and then what I ended up having to tell myself was you bridge the gap by saying, I'm working on it.
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
So if someone's like, because affirmations is a big part of the courses that I do, and I am beautiful and I am
Yeah.
wonderful was so hard for me to say. So I would say I'm working on
being.
being.
Yeah.
I'm working on.
Yeah. It is. It's that belief. Like
Yeah.
affirmations are great.
Yes.
If you believe them,
Yeah. If you don't believe them,
you're just repeating
you're-
nonsensically to yourself.
you're saying like this lamp is nice.
Yeah.
It's the
yeah.
same
Exactly.
thing.
The sky is blue.
Yeah. Yes. Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so that phase I think was the hardest, and the work you have to do. I don't think people understand. It's like I always compare it to dieting because that's just what I was good at.
Yeah.
And it's the same. It's due diligence every day, even when you don't want to, even when you're crying as you eat your fish that you don't want to eat, even as you're doing the cardio you don't want to do. You have to do it.
Yeah.
And so like I said, I would listen to the podcast, cry, watch the YouTube videos, cry, and then talk to a client and tell them
What
how
you've
to
just
be
learned.
happy, what
Yeah.
I've just learned.
Yeah.
And they would be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then I'd be like, I feel like a hypocrite.
Yes.
Because
Imposter syndrome.
yes, big time.
Yeah.
Big time. And that
Yeah.
was a whole year.
Sure.
And I actually took on less clients the whole last year up until recently. I just took in a bunch around the new year.
Yeah.
But because of that,
Yeah. I
because
can-
they'd be like, I want you to help me with this. And I'd be like,
Well, I'm still sorting
Me
that out
first.
for
Yeah.
myself. Yeah.
so work. And it's different for each person, I
Mm.
think. I think every person has a different aspect of confidence. But I think because of my history, it is a bit easier for me to do it daily because of the discipline that I had to have.
Yeah.
A lot of people just don't have that. They wake up to go to work
Yeah.
because they're getting paid.
Yeah.
That's the only discipline they have, but
Motivation,
it's monetary motivation.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't have
A deeper
things they
why,
need to
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Sometimes, some women who are mothers, they'll do things they don't want to do, obviously, all day, all the time, but it's got to keep the kid alive,
Yeah.
and you love it.
Yeah.
It's your heart outside your body. So
Yeah.
a lot of people don't have to do that
Yeah.
thing they hate all the time.
Yeah.
And we're in a culture that's just like, do what you love all the time.
Yeah.
And, if you don't love your job, then quit.
Yeah.
That's not life. That's
Yeah.
not life. If you don't love doing your affirmations, nobody does when you start. So
Yeah.
it's hard to
Yeah.
find that balance because you should love your job.
Yeah.
But you might have to go through growing pains like the rest of us.
Yeah. It might be a stepping stone to the next thing.
Yeah,
That's it.
100%.
And I just love the message that you've really drummed home here now, because within the context of your physical history of
Right.
that commitment, now this mental and it does get it starts out as a mental process,
Yeah.
and without realizing it becomes a spiritual process in the same
Always.
time
Mhm.
because of this opening and this awareness and awakening.
Mhm.
But I love how you emphasize that, because I agree completely that
Yeah.
I think most people think, well, you know, that you just somehow
Are born with
magically, or osmosis, you'll, you know, you have to actually do the
People
work.
think you're born with good bodies.
Yeah.
People think you're born with confidence.
Yeah.
And
it's
neither
not.
are true.
Yeah.
Yes, some women are born with more confidence than others.
Yeah.
And some women are born with better bodies than others
Well,
by
better
society
yeah,
standards.
exactly.
But
it can be changed.
Yeah.
It can be.
Yeah.
It's just how much you put into it, and it
At the
comes
end
down
of-
to what you put
yeah.
in, you get out.
100%. At the end of the day, we're all people.
Yeah.
And some of us are going to be scientists, and some of us, like myself, can't do math.
Yeah.
You know,
Same here.
at the end of the day, we all serve a purpose, but
Yeah.
intertwined with each other, and
Yeah.
we're here to help each other. And I think that my life was like, I've been through so much just at 30.
Yeah.
And that's why I realized, because I had this thing that I wasn't going to be a life coach until I was 40.
Okay.
Because for me, that was the age of a woman who has experienced life.
Who
you
has
know,
something to share.
Who has something to share, because I just pictured myself as a coach at 30 dealing with women who are in their 50s. And I made up the conversation in my head that was like, you're 30, what do you know? And I literally made up this whole scenario, and I was like, oh, okay, well, 10 years, I'll work on it till then and everything. And then one day, I don't know what it was or what I was listening to, but someone said these words that was, your experience is enough.
Yeah.
And I was like, I have been through a lot. Long distance relationships, marriage, moving around the world, living everywhere, all these things that a lot of people, they go through one of them.
Yeah. And
You
they
know?
think they've done something huge.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got a whole list of them.
So what I mean is I can relate to so many people, and that's actually always been my skill. It's what I'm good at. So I realized, you know what? I can do this now. And I know I'm good at it.
Yeah.
Because one of the reasons why I was such a good coach when I was just a wellness coach is because I knew that your weight had absolutely nothing to do with actually your food. It was your mind.
Yeah.
I would say, they say like it's 80% nutrition, 20% diet. I think it's 100% mind.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with the other things.
Yeah.
Because if your mind is in order, you'll sort everything out.
Yeah,
Everything.
completely.
Your confidence, everything will
Yeah.
come from the strength
Yeah.
in your mind. And it doesn't come from confidence. Confidence is a piece of it, a very big piece. But it's your like I said, it's your discipline. It's your mental strength, your physical strength, like to go through to deal with some of the haters that you're gonna get when you're in a position of authority, or you put yourself out there to be judged. Guess what? You're going to be judged.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
it sucks.
Yeah.
So I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a huge, again, another thing for me.
Yeah.
Was realizing, like, actually,
why wait 10 years?
Yeah.
You've got enough of a story, and I think there's so much power in just sharing your story. I mean, it's phenomenal to think that you've actually lived through what you've just described, in these few minutes.
And I think some women go through years to kind of realize what I realized in a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so now on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being completely, you have zero confidence, 10 being take over the world, where are you?
Okay, so 1 was last year.
Okay.
And then I would say I'm at a 9 now.
Awesome.
Yeah, I again, for me, this is just my personality type. I'm impulsive. I make decisions like this. When I made the decision, okay, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
It was it.
Yeah.
Game over. It was in March.
Okay.
When I was like, I'm not in the fitness industry anymore, and I'm not going to compete again, and da-da-da-da-da. And then it was like, I cried, and then it felt like someone had taken a boulder and just lifted it off of me. And I was like, and from then, so I didn't close the door. Like a lot of people in the fitness industry will karate chop that door shut. They'll like kick it shut and then bolt it closed because they have such pain attached to it.
Yeah.
I just closed it.
Yeah.
But as soon as I closed it, it was like other doors just flew open, and I knew exactly where I was going, and I have such clarity with where I want to be in my life.
Yeah.
Even if I have a bad day in any respect with side jobs I do or anything,
Yeah.
it's like if I'm having a bad day and someone's like, or any criticism or anything like that, it doesn't affect me now
Yeah.
because I have direction. And I think that's what a lot of people are missing, is that direction. Because what happens is, and what happened to me, when you don't have your identity kind of solidified, or you don't have your direction solidified, things like the job that I described to you, where I was planning this show or whatever, they come, and because you're in a vulnerable state, you veer off course.
Yeah.
And you're not meant to do those things, and that's why they'll shut in your face.
Yeah.
They'll be karate chopped closed in your face.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'll think, oh, what's wrong with me? It's something to do with me. But it's because it's not on your path.
Yeah.
If
It's not aligned.
If you keep if your path is here and you keep going like this,
Yeah.
that's fine. You're always going to come back.
Yeah.
And it's going to 99% of the time be painful.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
until you've learned that, and then you stay on course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dharma.
Yeah.
It's there.
It's guiding you.
Yeah. So you can't I feel now that I have this direction, it's so different. But again, like I said, when you're breathing toxic air, you don't know until. So I feel that's why you go this way, because you're like, well, I could use this and I need it, and maybe it's a stepping stone, and then nope, and then out, nope. So that's life. It's not going to be like this. But once you kind of know where your direction is, like for me, when I made that decision, nope, none of this anymore.
Yeah.
My attention was gone from that. It was like life coaching, and now I have a podcast coming. I have all these things coming that I've always wanted to do. But I was like, oh, when I'm 40.
Yeah.
Oh, in 10 years from now, when I'm a real woman,
Yeah.
when I'm like real mature and have, some validity behind me.
Yeah.
Guess what? I have validity behind me, and I can do it if I want to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so you mentioned, all the podcasts and the books and the YouTube, all these things that you consumed in order to help you with your own personal development. So do you still do all of that in your day-to-day life? Do you have a daily routine that you implement to make sure that you're staying on that track? What does that look like?
You have to, or you fall off. It's so I listen to a few podcasts still, and they always give me good ideas and help propel me forward.
Which ones in particular?
I really love The Champagne Diet.
Okay.
Cara Alwaleba, I love her. I love Angie Lee.
Yes,
I love
bitch,
her.
Yeah.
We used to talk when I used to do fitness and stuff.
Oh,
and I reached out to her the other day, and then I saw like all this conversation, and I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot that I had.
Yeah.
So I fangirled a little bit.
Oh, awesome.
I love the Precision Nutrition podcast, just for my nutrition stuff.
Yeah.
I love Lori Harder's podcast. She also was in the fitness industry when I was. So it's weird because these are all people I kind of knew or have known as a creeper for years.
Yeah.
So it's inspiring because they all have similar stories to me.
And they've all left the industry same as you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They all have very similar stories to me, where they were like just these now liberated women helping other women.
My goodness.
My whole thing, so my purpose has always, I've actually always known my purpose. Like when people will sometimes be like, what's your like someone in those exercises you do online and stuff like that, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. One of them will be like, what brings you great happiness? And since 19, when I started Get Ready Girls, it was my mantra that was on the website was to educate women about nutrition and fitness in a positive female environment. But it was always about body, mind, and soul. Even when I was 19, I would make them do affirmations, all these things. And so I've always had that direction. And even when I was what I described last year, even when I was at my worst, I never lost sight of that.
Yeah.
I would help the women around me in the best capacity that I could. Some of my friends were going through some really hectic stuff, and I was the pillar for them. And that was a great
mirror reflection.
Yes.
This is what you're doing.
Yes, because they were going through some crazy things, and I was being so there for them.
Yeah.
And then I would be
Holding
like,
space.
yeah, but that's because of the person that I am. I don't recommend it for other people
Yeah,
who are
of
in a very
course.
vulnerable position. For me, it brings me strength to be there for other people.
Yeah.
So I was kind of like being this strong person for them, being like,
While you're going through your own
yeah,
shit.
because it's a nice distraction.
Yeah.
Number
and
one.
it's a win-win, really.
Yeah, but number two, it makes you feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gosh. And so then your daily routine, have you like a morning routine or something like that? Do you
I
kind of do these
am
things?
so type B.
Okay.
I do not plan
Okay.
anything.
Interesting.
I know. It's weird but here's the thing. I am type B, but very disciplined.
Okay.
I'm type A personality, but I'm very type B with the way I run my life.
Okay.
So like I will kind of do whatever
you feel like.
Yeah, but every morning it's podcast.
Yeah.
And then I'll either do my workout in the morning or in the evening. And then while I do cardio is another podcast. And only when I'm feeling like really needing that little push is the YouTube.
Okay.
But podcast every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And different ones, different people, but the three women I mentioned in particular are ones that I really like. And yeah.
And so now you're doing the life coaching and wellness coaching, and you've actually combined the two, worlds really, is the physicality of it and then the mental side of it. And so if your clients, are they generally still women who can relate to that previous, the fitness industry, or are they everyday women who just with their everyday?
Mostly everyday women.
Okay.
And you attract what you put out.
Yeah.
So when I was in the industry, it was all girls who want to be that. Because I think we kind of are attracted to who we kind of want to be. So now it's a lot of women who are my age, who have kids, who they are tired of, I want abs, and they're like, I just want to be happy.
Yeah.
And that's mainly the women that I train now.
Yeah.
Is women who they're tired of all this information, they're tired of trying this, they're tired of trying that, and they're like, I just want something that works.
Yeah.
And my approach is, you gotta work.
Yeah. And so what's your advice if a woman comes to you and so she's feeling, like, where do you start? If she's feeling all of this overwhelm, this pressure, she's not happy with her body, she's kind of she's all over the place and is questioning, what's the point? What's your kind of starting point? How do you start and ease people? Because it is, like you say, it's a lot of work and most people are not aware or prepared for it. So where do you start?
I think it's a decision, and I think most people who have been through this will agree. It's a decision. And everyone is different. Some people need to slowly make a decision, but you have to make the decision. And if you're even thinking about it, I think you should start researching coaches.
Yeah.
Whether it be like a confidence coach or a wellness coach. It doesn't have to be just a diet.
Yeah.
You can start with a coach that's like, okay, let's help you get your life on track. Full stop.
Yeah.
So I think that it starts with a decision, and then you have to find someone that you trust. And some people they need a psychiatrist because they want that doctorate behind it, and they only trust their brains in the hands of doctors. And you know what? Do that.
Yeah.
But go.
Yeah.
Or like me, that wasn't an option for me financially. So free stuff online it is.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe what you find when you look for it.
Yeah.
Free this, free that. I even have so much free stuff on my website.
Yeah. Okay.
And podcasts are free.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're amazing.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing my podcast now, is kind of like payback to the universe.
Totally.
For what it got me out of, and I'm hoping to help other women that way too.
And this process of getting into a good relationship with your body, are you saying then you start with the mind and then the body, or you start working on the body and then the mind? What's the chicken or the egg?
It depends where you are.
Okay.
So for me, I had to go backwards because I started with the body. Or not backwards. So for me, the steps in the Awaken program the chapters are called Nourish Me, Move Me, know me, love me, connect me, awaken me.
Awesome.
So those are the 6 steps that I kind of, so for me, I think if you get to know your body types, you get to know how to move your body,
Yeah.
you get to know how to feed it,
Yeah.
you get to know how to, like, know me is like, you get to know your personality, and
Yeah.
you do these personality tests, and you do all these things to kind of
Yeah.
see how you react. Like I just said, so for me, I know I'm not a schedule person. And when people give me spreadsheets and schedules, it freaks me out. I can't do it. So I know that about myself. So if you can kind of let people know up front, like, hey, by the way, this is how I roll.
Yeah.
They kind of have to respect that.
Yeah.
Because if someone says to me, I'm an introvert, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll talk a little softer
I
around
like
you
it,
because
yeah.
I really understand introverts. I've gone out of my way to understand introverts.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends are introverts, and you can't take it personally when they're like, I don't want to come out tonight, I'm introverting. You're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
good for you.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't
Yeah.
take things personally. So the know me, I think, is so important. And then love me comes after know me, because you can't love yourself if you don't know yourself. Connect me is how you connect with others, because I think it's one of the biggest bases of who we are as humans is connecting with
Yeah.
other people. And awaken, I just discussed karma, dharma, your purpose. And I approach it from kind of a far away perspective, because I'm not there yet. But I introduce it as like, this is the goal.
Yeah,
this is what we
exactly.
want to do.
The meaning of life.
Yes, this is what we are
Yeah.
all hoping to do.
Yeah.
And good luck.
And if we were
Good luck to
all
all of us.
aiming in that direction,
Exactly.
the whole world, the ripple effect
Exactly.
would be amazing.
So, to answer your question, you can start with the nutrition, because I think
Yeah.
it requires the least amount of introspection.
Okay.
Unless you have eating issues and stuff, which
Okay.
most of us do.
Yeah.
But if you are just one of those people that just
Okay.
wants to kind of get started on this journey, and
Yeah.
you don't have massive weight issues, you don't have former eating disorders,
Yeah.
start with your food.
Yeah.
And eat more fruits and vegetables. How
Yeah.
hard is that?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, just get started, then
Yeah.
move your body a bit more,
Yeah.
and then you
Yeah.
can start
Ease into the whole progress.
You
and
can, you can
progression and
then
development.
get to know yourself a little bit
Yeah.
better, and then you can start to
Love
love yourself.
that.
Yeah. So those are the steps that I take. You can do it backwards. Some people
Yeah.
are like they know themselves so well, but they just can't get their eating right. It's
Yeah.
because of lack of knowledge. It's just
Yeah.
that you can sort that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so where can people find out if you know this is resonating
Yeah.
with somebody watching this? Where is best for them to get hold of you if they want to find out more?
You can message me on Instagram. I have a Facebook fan page. There's an Ambition Online Instagram and Facebook. And then I have my personal Drea Vessels, DREIA WESSELS Instagram, and Andrea Vessels Facebook fan page as well. But the website that you can check out is ambitiononline.fitness.
Okay. Awesome.
So if anyone wants to check it out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time when you were, you know, starting out in your fitness side of things, and now you're wearing like the skimpiest of bikinis and walking out on stage in front
In
of
hooker heels.
in hooker heels,
No, not a
in
joke.
front of my goodness, in front of an audience of, I presume, mostly men.
Yeah.
Or,
Lots
okay,
of women
whatever,
too.
whoever, complete strangers.
Right.
And like, was there ever this like, how do you even? I can't even fathom like how. I struggled to just walk down on Camps Bay Beach in my bikini, let
know.
alone up on a stage. And
Yeah.
presumably you started somewhere where you were not at
Yeah.
world-class level.
Right.
How did you do that? Like, what was that like?
Well, I can tell you it was really hard.
Was it?
Yes. But the thing is, when you've worked so hard for so long, you actually are excited to get on stage and kind of showcase the hard work. The hard part comes after, when you hear the judgments. Oh, you weren't as lean. Oh, you weren't as good as you thought you should be. That was my experience, was getting on stage and being like, oh my gosh, I worked so hard for this. And then you get off stage and then the judges go, 10th place.
Yeah.
You're like comparing yourself to the girl beside you, and
Yeah.
then it makes you ugly. Because you're like, I'm better than her.
Yeah.
And I'm so against that now.
Yeah.
I'm like, you all win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the hard part, is after.
Yeah, yeah.
And obviously the hard work all before, but I'm
Yeah,
talking about
exactly.
being in a bikini on stage, that's
Yeah.
not super fun.
Okay. And
Yeah.
now, like bikinis, what's
I struggled with that.
Yeah.
Again, last year, I struggled with that. I was sitting at a heavy weight and but again, I worked so hard at loving myself at that weight. And I'm very lucky I have an amazing husband too.
Yeah.
He helped me a lot to
Yeah.
get through that.
Yeah.
But I like my shape. I think I still carry my shape well. I still have a small waist. I still train every single day. I just am not obsessed with it anymore.
Awesome.
And it's really liberating.
That's like, I can feel like this global sigh of relief almost,
Yes.
you know, and that's what you want to get to, that you can just, whatever it is you are wearing, if you're wearing nothing, just
and I think
love where you are.
I think as long as you're healthy, and I think only a doctor can tell you if you're healthy. Because I know some women who are very overweight, but they're healthy.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And there's not just a one definition of beautiful and ideal.
You define it for yourself.
Yeah, totally. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then lastly, what does confidence mean to you?
Confidence to me means accepting who you are, and not just accepting who you are, but loving who that person is, and loving that person even when you feel like that person's not worthy. So it's acceptance and love of who you are, and we are a sum of our actions. So being cautious and conscious of that, and every decision we make, making it from a place of love, full on love for others, love for ourselves, and then I think it will resonate and come across as confidence.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights and your story, which is phenomenally powerful. And I know that everybody watching this is going to really take something special away and some big learnings.
I hope so. And anyone can contact me anytime.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please do reach out to Andrea. She's got some fantastic offerings and programs, and come and sit next to this woman and learn from her firsthand how you can become a more confident version of you.
We explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat stays on the sailboat.
So today's session is on, what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through this, goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in a subconscious from the day we were born to the day we are here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment, yes, but that's true. But mainly, you know, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment to made, and that comment you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past? It was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is what's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Other things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say I think this about me, but they just say I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. Everything is turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. All these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that way. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape. This body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. and gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that. And we forget it because of the society and the community and the environment we actually live in. Another thing we've got about body image, what body image means is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is it? Taunts that they say. Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious. And even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously, subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, like we were like one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just call Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, right? Or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. At the higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4. And do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and particularly even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned, you know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences of within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing, name calling, was Concord. It was called Concord, just midway, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Specky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me. You know, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram, where I suppose they're negative Instagram, because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. So basically, you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are, then no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues, they're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any do. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Or you look, never believe that. I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or, no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs. then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on, if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. Positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? And spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body, you know, we've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs, we can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you. And you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor. Just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual, what is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. It's something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump off it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You know, you can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, you know, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. And then being fit, of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? You know, there was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class. And that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, you know, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for an exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, you know, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. There's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety of about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else. It's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness. And when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me. The client that's come to see it's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be them, be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know how to work a webinar, but alhamdulillah, we got there.
All right, well, welcome to the show, Karen. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited today to talk about leadership. And I know it's something that Johnny and I hear a lot of questions around, especially with our clients who are now moving into leadership roles in their career. And it's one of those areas where there isn't training in school. Of course, a lot of times we get placed in these leadership roles without a clear understanding or even witnessed good leadership, right? So oftentimes we have bad bosses, we have mentors who maybe don't have strong leadership skills, and now we're in a role where we have to lead people. So we're going to unpack the science of great leadership today. And I'd love to just kick this off to hear a little bit of how you got involved in leadership training and what leadership really means to you.
My story into leadership development is kind of an interesting one. So my doctorate's in marriage and families. I'm actually a registered therapist. I still practice 1 day a week. People actually often ask me if I still practice, but I do. For a lot of reasons, I still do. One of them is that I just love it. But I started my work 25 years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I was asked by a local doctor to set up a practice within his medical center. And because I was so young, I was 22 at the time, and I had all these teenagers as my clients. And I learned very quickly that a lot of therapists don't like working with teenagers. It's a niche market. They're very particular. And I love young people. I love their curiosity and their passion. And because also my focus was very solution focused, I love to address what's the problem, let's try to fix this head on. And so people saw results really quickly. And so the word got out, 200 doctors started sending me their patients, and my practice literally exploded. And so in Canada, I became quite well known as being a teen expert or a millennial expert. And I started doing speaking tours across the country, and companies would sponsor my work. And it was all super fun. And I did television. I was telling Johnny I had a music talk show, worked with all the record labels. It was a psychology music talk show, and it was all around kind of teenagers and millennials. And so I did that for the first 10 years. And then it was really interesting when millennials hit the workforce. I started getting calls from companies, and it was the companies that were sponsoring my work. So the Pepsis and the Microsofts and the eHarmonies, and so these companies that I was working with, I started getting calls from those CEOs and the senior leaders saying, Karen, your doctorate's in systems, family systems. Could you apply what you know from family systems into the workplace? Because we're now hiring millennials and we don't understand them. We don't know how they need to be managed. Managers are having a major retention problem. So I thought, why not? I love people, so I'll just kind of transfer that knowledge. And I found it was actually pretty easy. I mean, people are people, right? So I started working with companies of all sizes, a lot of family businesses, Fortune 500 companies, on really helping their managers manage millennials. And as I dove into that work, it became crystal clear that there were certain managers that were crushing it and some managers that were doing a terrible job. And when I looked very deeply at it, it was basically emotional intelligence. So the managers that were doing a great job and had these engaged teams, they had high emotional intelligence. And those managers who didn't have it, they had, people were quitting, without warnings. Like, where's Johnny? I don't know where Johnny is. Johnny's like not showing up today. No offense to Johnny. That's a terrible name that now that I realize that Johnny's on this call. But, if I've got, so there's kind of this whole sense around, if managers don't have leadership emotional intelligence, they're going to have major problems. So that's where my niche and focus really ended up. And I became excited about the topic because leadership, emotional intelligence are skills people can learn. It's not taught in business school, and yet it is literally the number one predictor of around engagement and retention is the leadership EQ score of a manager. And so that's where I landed. And so wrote a book called The Three Chairs. It came out last year, that hit number 2 on the Wall Street Journal, and then just did a TED Talk about it as well. But I'm passionate about it because when people learn about leadership emotional intelligence, it benefits every part of their life. It benefits their team, it benefits the company, it benefits the profit, and it also benefits their personal life and their relationship, marriage, and kids as well. So it's been just an amazing journey and so much fun.
I think in that story lies part of why emotional intelligence is so important and why some people had developed it and flourished in that role, and those who didn't kind of petered out and exhausted themselves, which is while rising through the ranks to get to a leadership position, you start to feel very confident in how you got there. So you have a fixed mindset of what allowed you to get there. And so this is how you're going to rule over your team, and you're going to expect the same to them. But people are different, and there's different motivations. And now the most important part is, while dealing with millennials, you're dealing with a generation gap that technology divided further. And so those motivations are completely different. If you have the emotional intelligence to understand you're not leading a group of people like yourself, you're leading a group of people, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different ideas, growing up in different environments. So that emotional intelligence is going to allow you to speak to each one individually to find out what it is that is going to motivate them, rather than here's how I got here, and I expect the same from you guys, and you're going to need to follow the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of why, we need the education. People often ask me around kind of the focus around education. Like, we still need education. The education's still going to kind of get us in the door. But what we find is the best predictor really for around when people are getting promoted, it's no longer those technical skills, it's those EQ skills. Because you can know, like, we do a lot of work with engineers, accountants, law firms, professional groups, people that are super bright. You can have very, very high IQ and very low EQ. It actually uses different parts of the brain. People think it's not correlated. So that's why, it's fascinating. So you can have this incredible sense of skill in this one part of your life. You get into the workforce, you get into your job, you're doing really well at this, and all of a sudden you get promoted. But when the second you're promoted and you are now managing people skills are a totally different set of skills than the technical skills. And so that's why you can do really well on the technical side and do really terrible at the managing side. And this is why we get hired. We work with companies in 7 countries around the world, different industries, to help managers learn how to successfully manage people, because it's a totally different set of skills.
Well, you talk about this in the book, and I think it's such an important observation that many in their career look at the title as granting them leadership. So it's like, if I just get to this upper management level and I get the title, then people will listen to me, they'll give me respect, and all this is going to fall into place. But actually, it's the opposite. It's the real work begins when you become a leader, because you have to work on your own self-awareness. And as Johnny said, yes, there are some leaders who know how they themselves are motivated and how they got there, but oftentimes they don't even realize it, because, to your point, a lot of these technical skills, these highly developed skill sets, don't often involve interaction with other people, don't involve motivating teams. It's you siloed working with a computer. It's you siloed working with your hands, getting very proficient at that one distinct skill set. But then all of a sudden you're asked, well, you have to lead a team with that skill set. how does that translate over, and how do we actually learn those soft skills? Because Johnny and I completely agree, and it's why we started The Art of Charm. But I know there are still people who listen to this show who are like, some people just have it. Some people have IQ. They're born with it. How do we actually really develop it if we've now recognized that this is a gap, and I know that my company or management's not going to give me the training necessary? I'm on my own to develop these skills.
Honestly, this is why I am so passionate about this topic, because once I really did, digging in terms of what exactly is emotional intelligence and realized these are skills we can learn. This is not like IQ that tends to be more fixed. EQ is simply a set of skills. And here's a fun question. So in a typical business conference, if I'm speaking and I start talking about leadership EQ, and I'll say, okay, put your hand up if you know what emotional intelligence is, almost everybody's hand goes up. If I say, hey, tell me what is emotional intelligence, I am lucky if I get 1 to 2 people's hand to go up, even in an audience of like 500 people. And then if I say, tell me how you change it, nobody's hand goes up. And that's where there's a gap. So there's a ton of research on what EQ is, and Johnny's like bursting laughing right now.
Everyone over indexes on their emotional intelligence. And we laugh and we're like, we're doing this show. We see the research and we see how people interact with that. And also we understand those blind spots and patterns as we've been doing this for 15 years.
So that's where so there's been tons of research that emotional intelligence is a proven science, that it is correlated with engagement and retention, period. And we're seeing this even more so than the internet. I mean, EQ has always been important, but where we really kind of saw a massive shift is when the internet hit, because all of a sudden, you can take somebody who has got drive, who's got goals, that has self-discipline, can get themselves a mentor, and all of a sudden they're crushing it in the workplace. All of that is they've just used their EQ, right? So before it was more traditional, you had to get the education to kind of quote unquote be successful. What we're seeing now is that education is still important, but it's not as important. Well, it certainly has the same part, if not EQ is actually even a little bit more important. So to your point, AJ, the first thing is for people to understand what it is. To understand what it is, and then to actually measure it, and then you kind of figure out what are the tools that I need to kind of help expand it. So I like taking a lot of research, finding the patterns, and simplifying in a way that's really easy for people to understand. So for everybody listening, the next time you hear a speaker talk about emotional intelligence, they say, do you know what it is? They put your hand up and you say, what is it? You can actually, very confidently put your hand up and say, yes, I know what it is. So what EQ is are 5 skills. It spells the acronym CARDS. It's our own little acronym. It helps people remember it. I like acronyms because it helps us kind of chunk that information. So here are the 5 skills, everybody. And I want you to just think to yourself, how would you rate yourself according to these 5 skills? All right. So the first C stands for your communication skill, your ability to give and receive feedback. It's your ability to build trust with your teams. A stands for your attitude of yourself. Are you arrogant, confident, or insecure? Humility is a huge piece around confidence. Are you willing to receive feedback? Okay, that's all part of the A. It's also goal setting is also part. So it's attitude and goal setting. So somebody who has very high EQ, they know what they want in their life. They've got goals, they've got direction, they know with where they're heading. R stands for your relationship skills, exactly what Johnny was talking about, your ability to see life from a different lens. Realizing that how you see the world is how different than how other people see the world. That's where cultural differences, personality differences, gender differences all kind of come into play. It's understanding that the way that I see it is going to be different than how AJ sees it, is going to be different than how Johnny sees it, and being able to lean into that and listen. D stands for your decision making and your self-discipline and your performance skills. So that's an interesting one. People don't realize that when you're managing your time, you're using your emotional intelligence. It's somebody who really, with a really high EQ, they're able to say, this is the goal I want, and they're able to be self-disciplined and step on the gas and take initiative. Even though it doesn't feel right, or they don't feel motivated, they do it anyway. So that's kind of a really critical piece around EQ. And a lot of people don't know that. And the last one, which is huge, especially with the whole mental health movement, is your stress and your energy emotion management skills. Somebody who has really high EQ, they understand what emotions are. They can differentiate between a thought and a feeling. They know what they need to do to kind of lower their stress. They have certain rituals and habits and boundaries in place to manage their stress so that they can actually operate at a very high level. levels. So high performers, we work with a lot of high performers, and they really focus on how do you perform at a very high level with actually lowered stress. So those are the 5 core skills, okay? They're all important. And, for anybody who wants to kind of do a little scorecard, we have a free scorecard. You can go to our website, dkleadership.org. And in Canada, .org is not a nonprofit. I get asked this all the time from my American friends. They're like, .org, is that? I'm like, no, in Canada, it's for everybody. So DK stands for Dr. Karen Leadership.org, and you can go and you can download. It's a scorecard. It's free, and you can do it with yourself. You can do it with your family. You can do it with your team, and it's a really great one-pager to help you quickly identify where are you as a self-assessment tool. According to those 5 skills, it helps you understand, okay, wow, I'm doing really well in these 3, but these 2 I've got to lean into. And so that's a really good first step in terms of helping to build your EQ.
One that you mentioned there was the decision-making aspect. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in a lot of our clients. And when noticing it, I tend to see it going to how millennials have learned to use the computer to answer questions that lead them to take action. And where that breaks down, because of course, if you can find all the information you need to make a educated decision, great, so be it. You would want to do that. But where the breakdown happens is when it's too much information, and now they're overloaded with information. And because of that, there is no clear-cut answer that lights up that they can choose. And then there is a breakdown of wanting to put that aside or come back to it later, or come back to it when maybe that answer will light up, but that answer will never light up. And it's something that I say all the time, that sometimes there's no right or wrong answers, only answers that you make right, or right or wrong decisions, but decisions that you make right, which you're going to have to make a leap of faith in what your goals are and the values that you want to engage in to reach those goals, because in there lies the right answer. And that is reflection that you yourself have to figure out.
Right. And it's something that is really interesting, and it comes up in management all the time, is around, and you talked about it earlier, around the values. Okay, so this is where everything kind of starts intersecting like a big puzzle piece, right? So you've got emotional intelligence, these 5 core skills. Then now let's kind of add on the generations. And so all of a sudden you've got different, and that's kind of part of the R, the relationship categories in terms of understanding how people kind of see things different. But one of the generational differences, and this is again when I do a lot of training on, is managers. So Gen X managers, they tend to manage according to how they want to be managed. So if AJ's on my team and I'm a Gen X, I'm like, hey AJ, here's the assignment, let me know when it's done. And if you're a Gen X, that will work well. If you're a millennial, that will probably not work well, because AJ might start feeling alienated, and he might not feel supported because they are used to a much more collaborative approach. So all of a sudden that one misunderstanding causes massive conflict in companies. I mean, literally people quit over it. Like I talk about this in the book, example, right? Like in terms of how people literally will quit because they feel not supported. And they need to kind of have that career path. But, so that's why managers desperately need to get this kind of training so that they can understand, oh, okay, this is with what they value. This is with who they are. This is with what they need. And the coolest thing is, like, a lot of the things that millennials want and need are things that are free. Like, they're not even things that actually cost money for companies. It just takes intentionality and time, right? So it's really interesting. Once we kind of dial it back, it's all very solvable, but we do have to kind of lean in and have the growth mindset compared to the fixed mindset.
What strikes me in all of those different parts, the 5 pieces, is the level of self-awareness it takes to really understand your EQ. We sort of talked about this, like everyone sort of overestimates their EQ, but the problem is, oftentimes, if you're lacking in communication, you don't have the right attitude, your relationship skills aren't that great, there isn't much of a feedback loop there. Like, you're not getting graded on this in school. You're not getting feedback from management typically. It's not part of your performance review typically. Oh, you communicate poorly, but people just move away from you. We try to avoid people with low EQ. because interacting with them takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of energy, and then you fall behind in your career, and you may not even realize it. As like, I feel like I'm performing, I feel like I'm completing the tasks on time, I'm showing up, I'm going to the meetings, I'm doing everything, but this EQ really is that roadblock to your career success in moving up the ladder. And unfortunately, relying on self-awareness, right? Your friends and family might be like, you're a great communicator. Oh, you have a wonderful attitude, but they don't see you under stress at work when you have that poor defeatist attitude. You're in the victim mentality. You're not giving the communication its need inside of the group setting in the collaboration that's expected. I love that you have the self-assessment. What are some signs that maybe our listeners might need to pay attention to, or some warning signs around, hey, you might need to work on some of these areas to really move into that leadership role?
Well, I think it's a great question. So, step one is do the self-awareness tool. Okay. It's a great way. You can kind of come back to it every 3 months, 6 months. If you want to get really bold, okay, we're going for gutsy moves here. Take the same assessment tool and give it to your team and say, I would love you to score me on this. And then put those numbers together and see, oh, look at Johnny's eyes just like lit up. Yes, that's what happened. So you see, because we can see ourselves in one way. And then the question is, does our team see us? So we might, let's say I give myself a 9 on my communication skill, and then I give it to my team. They're like, actually, Karen, you might give yourself a 7, right? All of a sudden you're like, whoo, okay, there's a gap. Let's lean into it. So that's a really easy kind of fun way of actually kind of, again, this is only gonna be for people that are like really gutsy with it, but getting feedback, to your point, is exactly the next step. Feedback is critical. And this is why, in my TED talk, I talk about it, in the book, I talk about it, like, it's hard because if somebody is struggling with their EQ, if somebody is struggling with emotion, with security, the very thing that they don't want is feedback. Like they're what I call feedback fragile, right? So you try to give feedback, and they just kind of crumble because they take it personal. So I think it's really important for everybody listening is if you really want to develop your EQ, be feedback hungry. Lean into it. Don't wait for somebody to give you feedback. Lean into it. And I usually like to encourage people to ask a couple people at work, because you're right, AJ, people will give you different feedback in different environments. But if you're really gutsy, ask your spouse and ask your children. Because you need to have that full 360. We have another free tool on our website. We created it for parents of kids and teenagers. So if you really want to be gutsy and test your emotional intelligence in the communication side, you can download it. Again, it's free. It's a report card for parents. And parents have loved this. So basically, it's a parent saying to their kid, I want to be a great parent. I'd love to know, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? And let the kids actually give that feedback, because otherwise, for a lot of kids, they don't know how to give the feedback, like to your point, right? So getting feedback and asking for feedback is what I call the accelerator to this process. It doesn't have to take 5 years. It can take, a few weeks if we kind of really lean into it.
And I know it sounds intimidating, but if you approach your manager outside of the performance review cycle seeking this feedback, you actually showcase that you are a top performer, that you are willing to go that next step. So I know it may be fearful to say, well, I'm going to burden my manager, I'm going to ask him something outside of the performance review cycle that we have, and it will feel awkward. But in actuality, it's a signal to management that you actually have high EQ, even if you might not have it yet, that you're willing to pursue this feedback. And if you don't have a great relationship with your manager, or you just started, then go back to your previous role's manager and say, can I just borrow 5 minutes of your time? I'm looking for feedback in these areas. Please be as honest with me as possible. And we've had coaching clients go and do this with their past managers, and that allowed them to see gaps that they didn't even realize. And oftentimes when you start a new role, you're trying your best to assimilate. There's a lot of new things that you need to learn to understand those gaps going into that new role. That really sets you up for success instead of waiting for the 6-month, 1-year performance review, where oftentimes that feedback is going to be too late to act on, to really change their perception.
And it's actually, you've said so many things I 100% agree with. One of them is from a management perspective, and this for all managers listening, it's not that I'm against performance reviews, but for the love, please just use it as like, a formality. The real feedback and performance review has to be ongoing. It has to be an ongoing conversation. It is not fair to tell somebody once a year what they've done wrong. Like, it's just not fair. All of a sudden, they need to know on the spot, what are they doing well and what actually needs work. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It gives a person a chance to course correct it. So it's one of the biggest things. Again, I know a lot of companies use performance reviews, but use it as a formality. The real feedback has to be in relationship, ongoing as a conversation. So I think that's a really important piece. But the feedback, if we can just start getting a little bit more comfortable with asking for feedback, I think that's because people are often hesitant to give it, right? So, I mean, this is kind of with what both of you are saying. So if you can kind of have the courage to ask whether it's the current manager or a previous manager, I think is great. And, for anybody in the business arena, if there is one thing, we do a lot of work with HR managers, and they're like, what are those kind of clues that you look for about somebody who should be promoted? One of the first things I'd be looking for is any sign about growth mindset. What books are they listening to? What podcasts are they listening to? What TED Talks are they watching? When's the last time they actually asked for feedback? Like, how did that go? Like, that's because there's a lot of things we can train. But if somebody is not wanting or desiring to develop their leadership EQ skill, you cannot force that. Like, you cannot force it. One of the things we joke with our clients, because we have an EQ training program, and I tell our HR managers, I'm like, listen, a great way to kind of figure out whether or not you should promote somebody is just offer it complimentary and see who shows up. You will see very quickly who is really hungry, saying, oh my goodness, what a gift. Thank you so much. I am going to put my hand up, versus who are the people going, seriously, do we have to? And talk about an amazing way to filter out people that are not really ready for the next level of leadership. It's a great way of kind of like filtering through who is kind of ready for that next step.
Well, it's something we've also talked about on the show before as well, that if you do not have a growth mindset, or you're not somebody who they feel they can give feedback to, you're going to find yourself in a personal improvement program, which they call PIP. And that doesn't mean they're trying to help you out. That means they're shooing you out the door, and that they're taking care of legalities.
Yes.
And it's often too late in that moment. The key in all of this, though, is just saying, hey, can you give me feedback? Right? No specificity tied to it, which is why I love the self-assessment, saying, hey, these are the 5 areas I'd like feedback in. That actually gives your manager, your former manager, an idea of what specifically you're looking for. Because feedback is so broad. It's completely broad. And because people don't feel comfortable giving it, oftentimes they'll give you something complimentary or something small just to like answer the question and get away from the stress of, is this person ready for feedback? Can this person handle the feedback? So having a specificity tied to seeking that feedback, you're going to find not only does it increase your self-awareness, but it showcases your willingness to be that growth-minded person and your readiness for a leadership role.
I agree. And I think it's such an amazing sign for everybody listening. Just think about that for a second. Just think about how would it be received if you were to give that one pager to your manager saying, I really want to do a great job here. That's my intent. My intent is to be a great employee at this company. And I would love your honest feedback around what am I doing well in these 5 skills and what actually needs work. And I just would really appreciate that honest feedback and to kind of give it to them. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's one page. It will take them probably like 10 minutes. So time is another really big one, right? So if these assessment tools are like so lengthy and they're like 15 pages, the first thing that we do is like, okay, I don't have time for that. But if it's something that's only going to take 5 to 10 minutes, I find the secret is 10. If it's more than 10, people are like, I don't have time. But if it's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just so appreciate. And then you get those numbers, because I love numbers, because you can measure EQ. It's not this airy-fairy thing. It's you can measure it. Then all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay. And if a number is low, because there will be some surprise, some you might get rated higher than others. But if the numbers are kind of a little bit low, my encouragement to everybody listening is lean into it. Don't step back, lean in saying, first of all, thank you so much for the feedback. Train yourself to say thank you when you get the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm curious, that's one of my favorite lines. I'm curious, this number here, I'm surprised that it was maybe rated a 4. Could you help me understand maybe why you rated a 4 or what did I do that kind of gave you that impression? So you get curious, not defensive. Because what that does is that creates the culture that you are really growth minded. You're not, this isn't like a checkbox going like, oh, I really want the feedback, but I don't really want the feedback. So you take the number and you lean into it. And if you kind of get that understanding, maybe it's something somebody said or they worded, like you can just get so much value back in that conversation. So it becomes so the assessment tool really becomes just a piece to kind of start the conversation, a very meaningful conversation.
What I found in that conversation in my own leadership role here at the company is oftentimes upon receiving feedback, that person will then ask for specific instances. And they're not often asking for specific instances because they want to learn from it. They get defensive and they want to push back and say that, well, actually you have the wrong perspective or it didn't go that way. And they get into this like revisionist history cycle that takes them off course from really learning from what that feedback is. So if you do score low, don't worry about specific instances. Clarify if it's not clear what that is and sit with it. And go back and revisit it 24, 48 hours later, because there is going to be emotion tied to it. Like there's no denying it. Even the strongest among us, and we've had fascinating, wonderful, successful guests on the show who talk about their failures and mistakes and how emotionally charged that was. Understand that those emotions will pass. In getting that, wow, I thought I'm a 7 in communication, I'm really a 2. And don't put your walls up and say, oh, I got to fight, I got to prove them wrong. Revisit it, and then set up a follow-up 3, 4, 6 months later to say, hey, you know, I've really been leaning in this area. Am I on the right track? Are you noticing improvements? That closing the loop is also key, because feedback is only effective if it actually results in a change in behavior, if it actually results in improvement.
It's one thing when you're receiving the feedback to sit with it, but also as somebody who's giving the feedback to know that they're going to have an emotional reaction from what you're about to tell them. And AJ and I have set this up with clients and with people who have worked for us. We're like, listen, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I don't need a conversation about it right now. What I'd like to do is just present you with a few things, give you an opportunity to think about this, and then let's come back and have a conversation in a few days. Because whatever conversation is going to happen after that will be from a heightened emotional state. And the person that you're giving the feedback to, they're certainly going to be it. But if they have an opportunity to rebut that and go off, you're going to go into a heightened emotional state. So it's best to say, I want to present a few things. I want you to chew on it over the weekend. Hey, and let's talk about it Monday. I would love to hear your thoughts.
People like feedback differently. So some like it over the phone, some like it face to face, some like it in an email so that they can actually read it and process it before they talk. So I think, you know, when we're talking about how to give like really effective feedback, and again, this is applicable for every relationship, for managers, for teams, for families, is really get to know the people we're talking about. Get to know what is their preferred style, what is the method they really like, because the goal is to come to an understanding, and so hopefully to produce some change of behavior, right? So the goal isn't just to, blame and accuse people. The goal here is to really try to, move the needle and actually produce positive change. So you really want to figure out, and that's kind of like that whole relationship part of the EQ side, is get to know the people. Like some people you need to give a lot more encouragement to. Other people are like, skip the encouragement, just give me the meat, give me the stuff that I need to kind of work on. Some people like it in email. I've really kind of found the value, like that's why it's so much of an art and a science, right? To really understand who is it I want to give the feedback to, and what it would be the best possible way for me to give that feedback so that they can be the most open to actually hear it.
So when you're receiving that assessment, to simply ask, how would you like me to give you feedback on these 5 areas? Right? If you are a manager, and I'd love to talk about that other side of the coin, because that's one of the most critical functions of a leader, is to give effective feedback. And there's a lot of myths and misconceptions around how to appropriately do that. And of course, there is an art to this. So for those who have now moved into new leadership situations, we know that avoiding giving feedback leads to dysfunction of a team and can really create a toxic culture. And you're going to be called upon as you move into a leadership role to give feedback for someone who's underperforming, who missed the mark, who didn't achieve what you had set out to do. So what does the science show, and how do we give effective feedback if we're in that leadership role?
One of them is making sure like timing is really important. So with feedback, you want to make sure certainly that, you want to make sure it's done privately. I literally cringe when I hear around, feedback is given in like a team environment. I mean, if it's team based, it's different, but, certainly for a personal performance, you want to make sure that it's done privately. You want to really pay attention to the time of the day, making sure that you actually have time to talk things out. So even if you just want to make sure that if this is going to open up more conversation, that you're calm, they're calm. So even the emotional state is actually really important. And then understand who you're giving the feedback to, because different generations are going to want it a little different. Traditionalists a lot of times like more the performance review, like they like something a little bit more custom, more traditional. Millennials like more informal. They like it more like you're going out for lunch, or you're kind of like going for a cup of coffee. Like it's much more informal. It's more a relationship, kind of a mentoring kind of feel. I'm a big advocate, and I get mixed feedback on this. I'm a big advocate. Let people know what they're doing well first. And this isn't coddling, and this isn't babysitting, and this is just positive reinforcement. Like before you tell a person what they need to work on, let them know with what they're doing well. And what you're doing is you're actually reinforcing, like, keep doing this. This part is awesome. I love this. This part we got to work on. This part, is, and then being very specific on what it is that the person actually needs to do. So often, like, people are like so afraid to give it. They're super vague, but people need very specific direction. And especially millennials, for everybody listening, millennials get this terrible reputation that they're difficult to manage. I love millennials. They're one of my favorite age groups to work with, because give them lots of praise, give them very directive, specific guidance, and they will be so loyal to you. They are fiercely loyal to really great managers. But you do need to be very directive and say specifically what they need to be doing well, and really set them up kind of for success. And so, but it does depend on who your audience is, because I've done lots of management training, and I'll have boomers saying, I don't want any of the positive reinforcement crap. I don't need that. That I feel like that's almost a setup. I just give me like more direct. So you do have to get to know, you have to know who is your audience and what is the best way that they're actually going to receive it.
That's every boomer I know.
Johnny included. I can speak from experience.
Yeah, no, honestly, boomers are like, Karen, please do not tell me that positive reinforcement. I can't stand it. Like, but that's your experience. Realize that other people are different. And if the end goal here is for us to really motivate and inspire change, positive change, you've got to understand your team members and what it is that they need it, what needs to happen so that they're best likely to actually listen and to actually pay attention to it.
I think a big part in our experience, especially with managing millennials, is letting them know ahead of time, I would love to give you some feedback, and not just scheduling a random meeting at a random time out of the blue and dumping on them. Because there is a mental preparation, and some people are going to want it immediately. Some people are going to say, okay, can we do it in the afternoon? Can we do it tomorrow when I get through this other thing? There is an emotional regulation piece to that feedback, and we all receive it somewhat differently. And that's where the art form comes in. But just scheduling a meeting and out of the blue, jumping right into feedback with no context, the other person's not prepared for it, will oftentimes lead to that emotional outburst that we're not really looking for as leaders, is not impactful in terms of the behavior change, the goals that we're trying to reach. And the other piece in our feedback that I've noticed is understanding how this piece fits into the bigger whole, right? Oftentimes, when we receive feedback, it can feel like you're on an island and you're being singled out and you're the only one doing something wrong. And as a leader, it's also on you. It's to say, hey, it was my responsibility. I understand that I didn't clarify this in the email that I sent you. I understand that I wasn't specific in the exact time that I needed this. So for future reference, this is what happens. And when this happens, this is how the entire goal, group, whatever suffers, gets off track. That level of context and you taking responsibility as a leader for the miscommunication, whatever the case may be that led to them maybe feeling like they didn't need to deliver it on time, or maybe feeling like it was a little bit looser and more free instead of something they should prioritize, goes a long way to them trusting you as a leader upon receiving that feedback.
Absolutely. And that kind of goes to that C part, is the communication, which is taking ownership. So leaders that take responsibility and take ownership in their communication, and I loved your wording on that. It's something that I actually say a lot with my team. I'll say, you know what, I realized I was not clear enough. I'll say that. I realized that I was not clear enough. Moving forward, I'm going to do A, B, C. So taking ownership and also clarifying what is the takeaway. In any time that we're, especially with conflict, if there's not a clear takeaway, we're likely to actually repeat this issue all over again. So that is a really important piece. And by setting that stage, all of a sudden, we have that sense of humility. My 3-chair analogy, it's somebody who actually sits in the middle chair, somebody who actually, you know, the leader that has humility is acknowledging the areas that they could have actually worked on. You're creating now this amazing culture that allows other people to take responsibility actually as well. You know, it seems so simple, but if leaders do not take responsibility, what on earth makes us think that our teams would take responsibility? Like, we have to model what we want our teams to do. And part of leadership is the humility piece around acknowledging when we've made things, when we've maybe not done such a great job, or we haven't been so clear. And so that all really helps to kind of set the stage and kind of develop that culture.
Well, we can all remember as children those moments of do as I say, not as I do instances, which are painful to watch. Well, why do the adults get to do this? Why is it a different set of rules for me? And that happens in that leadership role where they see the leader never taking responsibility, never admitting fault, never understanding or expressing the mistakes that they made. And with that pointed, directed feedback towards team members, of course, they're not going to want to put their neck out on the line. They're not going to want to put in that extra effort. They're going to feel that they need to self-sabotage just to preserve themselves in this toxic environment.
And that's really the biggest difference between an arrogant leader and a confident leader. Like, a lot of people often ask me, like, what is really the difference, that differentiating factor? And there's lots, but the biggest one, and I talk about this in my book, The 3 Chairs, is the arrogant leader. It's they think they know everything, and they tend to blame things when things go down on other people. The middle chair leader, or the confident leader, they know a lot, but they also know that they don't know everything. So they're more open for feedback. They're more open to learn and listen to other people and hear from their advisors. And they're more likely to apologize and take ownership because they have humility. Like, humility is the difference between confidence and arrogance. And so for anybody who's thinking, I'm not really good at apologizing, I'm not really good at taking ownership, you got to get over it. If you want to, you got to lean, you got to do it anyway. It feels uncomfortable. We got to do it anyway. There's a lot of things that are really good for us that feel uncomfortable. So we have to learn to just kind of, I'm going to make the choice to take ownership, even though it feels super uncomfortable, and you got to do it anyway.
If you see somebody who's supposed to be this leader and they're refusing to take ownership over a mistake that it was completely obvious that they have made, it will only be a matter of time before you become the scapegoat and they throw you under the bus. They may not be doing it now, and you might notice that and you're like, well, at least it ain't me. Well, it's going to be you sooner or later. You need to make some decisions now before it is you, because when it is you, it's too late.
These are topics that Johnny and I are so passionate and excited about. And I realize now we've made some references to the 3 chairs, but I love if you could just set up this visualization, because it is really in the title of the book, and it's so key in breaking down all this emotional intelligence that we're talking about. So what are these 3 chairs, and how should we visualize that great effective leader?
Yeah, I created the 3 chairs, 25 years ago when I started really looking at all the different research around confidence and emotional intelligence with what it is. And I realized it was so powerful, but it was sitting on these dusty shelves in university libraries and journals. And I thought, how can I make this come alive? How can I make this really just kind of jump out, because it's just so powerful? So I came up with this concept of the 3 chairs. Are either of you visual learners?
Yes, big time.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Johnny, are you a visual learner?
I would say more auditory.
More auditory. Okay. So he can have his eyes closed while I'm doing this. AJ's going to be looking at my little, my visual. So there you go. I'm off the charts visual too, which is probably why I created it. But basically there's the 3 chairs, and I talk about it in the TED Talk, but everybody listening, I want you to think to yourself, where do you see yourself sitting in these different chairs? So the person who sits in the left chair is what I call the blind attitude. That's the person that kind of really, they put themselves down. They're tough on themselves. They're like an inner critic. This is the person with the imposter syndrome. They can look very confident, but their mindset is they're really critical towards themselves. Okay, so that's kind of the insecure leader. Then you've got the one on the right, which is what I call the arrogant leader. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they're very superior. If things are wrong, they're going to blame it on everybody else. And then you've got the middle chair leader, the person in the middle chair, and that's a confident leader. And that's the person that they have confidence but not arrogance. They know who they are. They know that they're working on themselves. They've got the growth mindset. They have a really healthy attitude, but they also have humility. And so those are the three chairs. And I've taught this to kindergarten students. I've taught this to Fortune 500 CEOs. It's an amazing concept. It's so simple. It's like crazy simple, but it's the crazy thing about it is the research that once you know kind of where you sit, the majority of the time, we're all moving around, but the question I would be asking everybody is, where are you seeing yourself sitting the majority of the time? And then how does it impact your decision making? So when we talk about emotional intelligence, the whole book is about emotional intelligence. Somebody who has very high EQ, they're sitting in the middle chair, okay? So the whole book is actually developing the CARDS acronym that I was talking about. But once you know kind of with where you sit, you can make very well educated guesses on how people make decisions. Everything from risk-taking, decision-making, conflict, who they choose as their partner even, like it's crazy, to in terms of how they manage stress and boundaries. And so it's a great, simple visual to help people actually understand where they're seeing, what kind of leader are they right now, and what they need to do to help themselves move in the middle chair.
There's one distinction between that arrogant and humble, confident leader that I want to point out. And we talked about this on a previous episode, the power of language and the words that we choose when describing ourselves and our team members. And that's the me versus we dynamic. And that arrogant leader will often take all of the credit and talk about themselves, even when there's a team behind them. Johnny's nodding his head because this thing it gets under my skin so badly. It's nails on a chalkboard. And we had a team member in the past who's no longer with us, who that was his entire MO, was constantly me, even in situations where he played zero part in the reaching that goal or making that achievement or that accomplishment. It was always me. So that is, in my mind, one of those clear indicators. If you are sitting with a manager who's making everything about me, and never uses the word we, never elevates the team behind them. And I had the same experience in graduate school with mentors who there's a team in the lab who's actually doing the experiments, who's behind them, supporting this research, and they make it about themselves. So as you move into the leadership role, it's really important that you acknowledge all of the team members that are functioning behind you, that have got you on that stage, that have got you promoted, that have allowed you to achieve that success. Really effective, confident leaders know how to acknowledge and share in all of that accomplishment with those team members.
Yes. And the interesting thing is they talk about me unless there's a problem, and then it changes to plural, and it's all about you.
You.
You are the problem. So it's like the reason this hasn't worked is because you, plural or singular, are actually the problem. And so, it's one of the fastest ways around figuring out with where people sit is in conflict. And how do people communicate, and what language do they actually use when there's conflict? Because the person in that right chair, that arrogant chair, they tend to blame things on everybody else. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. We didn't get the goal because of you, right? And so there's a blaming versus the middle chair leader that says, let's reevaluate what our plan was. Let's reevaluate why we did not achieve the goal and what we need to do differently. And so there's a ownership and responsibility. And it's a great way of thinking about certainly the team, who to hire. Once people actually understand the three chairs and then do interviews, and you can ask interview questions to help understand with where people are at, because as long as you've got somebody in that middle chair, they're going to be that growth mindset. They're going to be open to learn. They're going to be open to taking responsibility. They're going to be open for that feedback. You're going to save yourself so much time and energy in any kind of team if you can kind of help. If you can be hiring kind of from that middle chair. Not saying that people can't move, because you can. People are moving from the different chairs all the time, but it just, people can change. You just have to really want to change. We can all get in their middle chair, but we just have to really want it.
Now, there's another acronym from the book that I would love for you to unpack and share with our audience. And this comes up quite a bit on our show in personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, and that's how to effectively draw boundaries. And as a leader, you are going to be drawing boundaries. It is essential to you effectively doing your job in the day-to-day. So what is this acronym that you have, and how can our listeners become more effective at drawing boundaries in their life?
So boundaries are part of the tactic around we think about the cards and that S category, that stress and emotion management. So leaders who sit in the middle chair, and that can always kind of be our focus and our goal. So leaders that sit in the middle chair, they know how to set boundaries really well. And boundaries are easy for some people and super difficult for others. If you're in the left chair, a lot of times they actually have the hardest time with boundaries. Of all three chairs, they're the ones that actually have the hardest time, because if they're in the left chair, they want to please people so badly. So they have a very difficult time saying no. They really want to win the approval of other people. So setting a boundary is completely opposite to that. So they tend to say yes, 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 and then they burn out. And people in the right chair, what they often do is their boundaries, sometimes they actually say yes too much, but a lot of times they're not considerate of other people's boundaries. That's where I really see it with team. It's like the manager that says, well, of course you're going to stay past 5 o'clock because I did it for 50 years and now I expect you to do it for 50 years, right? And that, okay, talk about a generational difference. That is one of the big topics that come up a lot with generations and teams, is the boomer that says, if you're not willing to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not committed. You don't want this badly enough. And the millennial is, if you expect me to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not respecting my boundaries. And therefore, I don't know if I really want to work here. And so boundaries literally can be the topic that causes whether or not people stay or they leave. It's really fun. Like once, I work with lots of, you work with lots of companies. It's really interesting the patterns that you actually start seeing. So boundaries are really important for that middle chair, because for any high performing individual and a high performing team, if you don't take care of those boundaries, you're going to burn out. So it is not a suggestion, it's a requirement for high performance. So how do you do it? There's lots of different ways, but as a team, if I was a manager of a high performing team, well, I am. So here, one of the things that we will do is we'll talk around, I want to help my team set boundaries. We will set boundaries on what times emails go out. We will set boundaries around when we're supposed to be responding to emails. We will set boundaries around, how much time we're actually taking care, time off. There's even a boundary around who's responsible for it. There are emotional boundaries as well as time boundaries, right? So boundaries is like a huge topic. But if you can kind of think about boundaries is critical for high performance. And so it's learning what am I going to say yes to with what am I going to say no to? And at the time, some people are going to get upset. That's okay. That's kind of part of life. But we're going to kind of focus on really with what's the most important. And it's hard, but it gets easier the more people actually do it.
It's interesting. It creates more freedom for the team to function at their best. And as I was waiting for my mouse to come online, I was flicking through TikTok and I learned a new phrase called quiet quitting. I don't know if you've heard of this.
No, I haven't.
And it's millennial and Gen Z, this idea that they're not going to quit their job, like outright quit it, but they're going to stop putting in any effort above and beyond what they're asked to do. So no more staying late, no more leaning in, no more hustle, grind, all this other stuff. And a good manager with high EQ will recognize this shift. The poor managers aren't going to notice that they're losing an entire generation of the workforce to this concept of I'm just going to take my paycheck and I'm going to skate by until someone realizes I'm not performing and I'll deal with the consequences later. That to me signifies that boundaries haven't been drawn in an effective way in a lot of these company cultures. We're asking so much more. This work-life balance is off. And now we're hearing more and more about burnout. We're working with more and more clients who are experiencing it. And I know it's a big part of that, recognizing and managing the stress component. So in a high EQ environment, and especially a high EQ leader, if you start to recognize team members burning out. So I think a lot of times it's really easy to recognize when we're burning out because the signs and signals are very obvious to us. And sometimes it takes a spouse or friend or family member to recognize it. But often it's difficult to see when team members are burning out or quiet quitting. What have you learned over the years for those leaders who want to keep their team members from burning out, or what to do when they recognize team members are starting to burn out?
No, it's a great question. And so there's a few different signs. The first thing is you're going to start seeing a flat energy. So the energy is just they're not as engaged. They're there, but they're not really there. They're not coming up with a lot of great ideas. They're kind of like, they're just flat. I call it flat energy. So you're going to start seeing that. The other big thing is that they might start making mistakes. This is a big piece to actually burn out, is that they'll start making just really simple but bad mistakes because their decision making, they're just not sharp, right? They're kind of like not sharp. They'll probably, in terms of like start being absent, they'll start kind of having some more sick days. They might start talking negatively around kind of like just, different things that are actually happening in the office. And so it kind of comes out in different ways for different people, or maybe they just withdraw. Some people just kind of really, like what you're saying, they kind of withdraw. You're not seeing it with the social functions kind of anymore. And I think, for everybody listening, if you're going to have like one takeaway from our call today, it would be like great managers who sit in that middle chair, they care deeply about their team. They really care for their team. This is not just like a job. This is like, it's like they're almost like a shepherd to their sheep. They take care of their team, and they want their team to be balanced, and they want their team to thrive, and they want their team to be successful. And so when they see their team not setting boundaries and working too late, and they see the price tag where they're exhausted or they're emotional or they're not handling feedback well or they're making mistakes, that's the time as a manager, you will get so much loyalty, especially from the younger generation. If you lean and say, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned with what's happening. Like in the last, there could be personal things. We had an employee years ago. We've had an amazing success around managing, hiring millennials and retaining millennials. And one of our employees years ago, she had a hard time setting boundaries. And I remember sitting her down and I said, she's like, Karen, it's so hard for me. I said, I know it's hard for you, but I am deeply concerned. I'm concerned for you. I don't want you to be emailing back at like past 5. I want to help you set the boundaries to care for yourself and in your family, because that's the thing about boundaries. If we say yes to everything, we are indirectly saying no to other things. We're saying no to our health, right? We're saying no to our family, our spouse, our performance. And for senior leadership teams, when I'm coaching them, if they're like, I don't know about this like burnout, high performance, all you have to do is look at the science. And if you want a high performing team, you have to set boundaries, because people are humans, they're not robots. So they need to protect that emotional energy in order for them to kind of perform. And so the great managers will really kind of lean in and help their team members really learn how to do it and model it. And it's hard, everyone listening, like it's really hard to set boundaries, especially if we're maybe not good at it or we didn't see it modeled growing up. And then we have a manager that's not good at it. So all of a sudden we have this basically this unspoken culture is like they talk about boundaries, but they don't really mean about boundaries. So to really set this up properly, managers, you have to show them how to do it. And one of my favorite ways to do this, is when I work with senior leadership teams and I explain to the CEO and the senior, this is the science on high performance. If you want to perform at this high level, you have to set boundaries, and here's how you do it. And when it comes from the top down and all of a sudden becomes this cultural shift within an organization, those are my favorite kind of clients. Because you can see it all of a sudden, spouses start getting the attention. Kids start thinking like, wow, Dad, you're not so stressed out as before, right? They're starting to go to like the soccer game, and then because they feel so filled up, then they kind of have more burst of energy at the beginning. And so it has this massive domino effect, but culturally it's so hard for so many of us. So it does, the more that can be injected within cultures and companies, the better.
There's no intentionality to a lot of the tasks and decision making that they're doing. And I think that also contributes to that burnout. If you had a why there that was important to you, if you were making decisions based on your values, well, then you're doing something, and there's a benefit to that, to why you're doing it. It enhances life. You're engaging in something that's important to you. You're going to feel better afterwards. That makes setting up boundaries to do those things that much easier. But if you don't know why, and where you're like, well, then it becomes, well, why not? And if it's why not, then you've opened yourself up to doing a bunch of things that you don't need to be doing, that is taking time, effort, and energy away from you.
And the why is so critical. I mean, I love Simon Sinek's work, and I just love the focus on the why and the purpose. Again, that's another big value based for the millennials. They have to understand what their purpose is, what their meaning is. But, you know, for anybody who is hesitant around boundaries, it feels awkward, it feels uncomfortable, it feels like you're not being a good employee. The why is look at the science and the research. And in the book, I talk about a lot of the data around high performers set boundaries, period. They said that's how they do it. And you can set the boundaries different. It doesn't have to be, the boundaries have to be like 9 to 5, you know, depending on the organization, the type of culture. We work with companies around the world. And so you've got different time zones. So sometimes boundaries look like working from 8 to 12, and again from 7 at night till 10 o'clock, right? Depending on the time zones. And also, different people will have different kind of boundaries. Sometimes they're like, okay, you know what, I'm good to kind of put in longer hours in the weekday, but weekends, I'm out. I'm done, right? So I think, again, thinking about a great manager and developing a high-performing team, talk to your team around, let's talk about boundaries. Let's talk about what's the benefit when we actually start setting boundaries, and how can we kind of help each other so that we're all protecting our boundaries. And the why, to Johnny's point, the why is because we're going to perform higher and we're going to have lower stress. That's why we set boundaries. So higher performance, lower stress. Everybody wants to do that. That's what it is. This the secret is boundaries. And then it means you're going to produce better work, as well as you're going to have a healthier life outside of work in terms of your relationship and with your kids, if you've got them. It benefits right across the board. But what's really interesting, I'm working with a company in Alabama right now, and when I got the entire team to kind of work on their boundaries, a lot of them said, Karen, it sounded so good until I started practicing it, and man, was it hard. It was hard because it's so ingrained in us, but then once we got a few days in, and then we started receiving the benefits, and then kids started saying, wow, Mom, you're like a new person. Why are you so calm? You're not so stressed out. And I was able to go to my first kids' baseball game. Like, all of a sudden, when we start receiving the benefits of the boundaries, then we get hooked. And I often tell people it takes usually about 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of really sticking to it. Then you can see the boundaries, and then people get hooked on it.
We love asking every guest what their X factor is. What do you think makes you unique and extraordinary, Karen?
I think my X factor, I've been told this by lots of people, my X factor is my expertise is wide and it's deep. Like, look how we talked today, right? We talked about emotional intelligence and leadership development, but we're also talking about families and kids and parenting. And so I've been doing this for 25 years. And so the fact that I can talk about family systems and organization systems and how they all interconnect, and then we can go deep, and I mean, we could have talked for like another 10 hours, right? I mean, like, there's just so much content that we can keep going with. So I think I haven't met anybody else who does what I do, that I'm a leadership and relationship expert. And it's fun for me because when I work with business leaders, we'll talk, for half an hour about business and managing millennials. And by the way, can we talk about my wife? And because I'm not understanding my 14-year-old daughter, I'm like, sure. And so, because it's all part of the same toolkit. It's just in a different way. And so for me, I think that's what's made me unique. And it's just something that I love people, and I love helping people really make positive changes. So I think that'd be my answer.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll link everything up in the show notes, but where can our audience find out more about your free quiz and assessment and all the other great stuff you're doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much. So the best would be go to our website, which is www.dkleadership.org. DK stands for Dr. Karen. And then on the site, you're going to see all the freebies. You're going to see the Leadership EQ scorecard. Like I said, print it, give it to your team. You'll see the free parent report card, which is a really fun resource. You'll see kind of a link to my TED Talk that I did about the 3 chairs. We just hit 500,000 in the last 3 months. We just got word yesterday. We are, I think, number 18 globally right now in the top 10, the top TEDx TED Talks in this year, which has been really exciting. So that's a great free resource. You can actually also, teams can actually watch the TED Talk, and then we have free discussion questions. Again, what we want to do is inspire into meaningful conversations, right? So people can watch the TED, and you can actually watch it with your family, and we've got the discussion questions on our website. And then there's also a link to my book. You can go to Amazon as well to get the 3 chairs. You know, hopefully people listening are feeling inspired and a lot more equipped and educated to take this to another level. And that's what I'm really passionate about.
Us as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey guys, Cindy Otter here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month, you know, what are the positives of social media? So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look, it says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right, so I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing. Playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person. And I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just gonna move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom. And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. All right, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. All right, here's today. Here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker. Don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. All right, so here's the start of my day. So I'm gonna, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. All right, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma. And she'd come out and she'd be like, Grandma, and she'd be like a robot. Grandma needs coffee. She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. All right. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. All right. All right, after a coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. All right, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, all right. So once my body, you know, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day, is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare, so I consider, you know, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice a theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a roll-away stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there, right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total nother discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are about. I'm excited to see those as well. Don't forget to have fun. That's what life's all about. Happy creating, and I'll talk